the same. Share the love. Embracing the differences like hand in glove. Spreading peace and joy, it's a beautiful sight. Together we shine in each other's light. Together we stand in love's pure mind. Watching the world in love. Hearts beating in our peaceful flight. Colors of harmony, painting the night. Together we stand in love's pure mind.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for tuning in to Watching the World. We have the case continuation with Kelsey Fitzsimmons. As you come in, hit the like button, share, and subscribe. It looks like court is about to start. But until then, okay, I see we have Denise here. Thank you. Good morning to you. Thank you. And it was nice to be out in Tucson. Thank you for your support. Before we get started with court, we're just going to check in, though, briefly to see what's happening. Okay, so we're just waiting for everyone to come in. Also, we're waiting for the judge to start. I guess we have about 6 minutes. Before we get started, I guess we could take a look at some of the briefing. I know there may be some people that are here for the first time, may not be familiar with this particular case. So we're just going to take a look and perhaps give you some sort of briefing to understand what this case is all about. Let's just look at a few reports as we wait for court to start. I imagine it'll be within the next 10 minutes. Let's get to it. As you come in, hit the like button, share, and subscribe. Thank you so much.
Both sides stated their cases on the first day of former police officer Kelsey Fitzsimmons' trial.
Well, testimony.
Good morning, Anderson. Welcome back. Thank you for all your great support. Thanks for being here throughout this trial. All right, Jess Mona, good to see you. Good morning.
Is set to pick back up later this morning. NBC 10's Manash Kongwari live outside the courthouse. He's in Lawrence. All right, Manash, we're getting a better idea of what led up to Fitzsimmons being shot by a fellow officer.
We're definitely getting a better idea. In fact, we heard directly from the officer who shot her, North Andover officer Patrick Noonan. We now have essentially a full perspective from Kelsey Fitzsimmons' accusers. Now, he says he was at her home this day in question to serve a restraining order that was filed by her then fiance when she essentially snapped.
What happened after she went behind the door frame?
She reappeared with a gun and pointed it right at me and pulled the trigger.
So this is the officer that actually fired his weapon twice to Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
After it clicked, what happened?
I screamed her name. I was completely shocked. After she successfully got around in the chamber, her right arm started to come up, and I shot twice in rapid succession.
Well, according to Kelsey, that is not what happened. She says she was holding the gun, but she actually pointed it at herself and says Noonan shot her anyway. This is surveillance of the moments leading up to that encounter. We got to see that and listen to testimony from a couple witnesses after hearing opening statements from the two sides. Now, Kelsey's team has made it clear mental health played a part in the confrontation, but says she was only a danger to herself after having a baby with her then fiance. The officers were there not only to serve that restraining order, but also to give Kelsey's then fiance custody.
Well, you notice everybody basically started running. That's when they heard the gunshots, and everybody went into a great commotion.
Of the 4-month-old son they both share. So the question is, who do you believe? But really, that's only a question for the judge, because this is not a jury trial. The judge will be ultimately determining what happens here. Noonan will be back on the stand when court does resume in just a few hours. We'll keep you updated with what happens today. But for right now, we're live here in Lawrence. Manash Kongwari, NBC 10 Boston.
We'll bring you the trial of Kelsey Fitzsimmons live as soon as proceedings begin today. You can watch it on any...
Okay, so we're going to be broadcasting this third day which appears to be the final day of this particular trial, at least when it comes to witness testimony. I think there's a good chance that we will hear from her today. If she's going to take the stand, it will be today, and this is a great day. I would love to actually hear from her. We have quite a few people that have come in. I just want to give you guys a shout out. We have James in the building. Shout out to you, James. Thank you for being here every day as we're reporting and broadcasting this trial. We also have True Court Crime Junkie. Thank you so much. Good morning to you. All right. Again, thank you, Mona, just Mona. Also, we have Stella in the building. And again, we have Anderson and Claire. Good morning, everybody. Hope you have your coffee, your tea, or whatever floats your boat. As we lock in, we're still waiting for this court day to start, but I think it might be the final day based on what we heard yesterday, but I'm not totally sure. Let's see.
And the NBC 10 Boston.
Okay, so let's take a look at more information in regards to this, just to give you some context on what's happening in regards to this case.
Kelsey Fitzsimmons, once a dedicated police officer in the Boston area, is now accused of breaking the law in an alleged assault against a fellow cop.
All the Commonwealth has to do is ask the officers. There was 4 officers that were at the scene.
Officers were at the home of Fitzsimmons in June. They were serving her with a restraining order that included removing her baby after her fiance claimed she assaulted him and feared for his and their baby's safety. According to the prosecutors, while Fitzsimmons was gathering some of her son's things, Officer Noonan observed the defendant face him, lunge behind the door, and reappear, pointing a firearm directly at him. The defendant pulled the trigger and he heard a click, but no round fired. The officer at the scene then shot Fitzsimmons in the chest. Fitzsimmons was subsequently charged with assault with a dangerous weapon. Fitzsimmons claims she wasn't trying to hurt anyone but herself. She says she had been suffering from postpartum depression and in a statement said this: "My firearm was never pointed in any direction other than my temple. When I pulled the trigger, my gun did not fire. However, I immediately got shot in the chest." Meanwhile, Fitzsimmons is in custody, locked up while she awaits her trial.
So basically, her argument is that she was trying to unalive herself, and then the officer basically struck her twice with his service weapon. But the issue is the officer Noonan, he has a different story. He doesn't say she ever pointed it at herself. He basically says she raised her hand and pointed at him. And that's when he kind of got it together really quick and fired on her. She had to drop on him. That's the terms that he used in court. But that's the reason why he retaliated with shots.
Her bond was revoked after allegedly failing to comply with alcohol testing. She says the injury to her chest made it too difficult to use a breathalyzer.
Welcome back. We are taking you beyond the gavel, a peek behind the courtroom scenes to see how the judicial process plays out. And in Massachusetts.
And again, guys, we're waiting for court to get started. Looks like there's some activity in the courtroom. So I imagine within the next few minutes, we'll be tuning in to the actual third court date. Hit the like button, share, subscribe, and thank you guys for hitting the hearts. All that helps to push the channel. Thank you.
Kelsey Fitzsimmons was back in court today where a date has been set for the custody battle assault trial. March 23rd, 2026 is when we expect this to go in front of a jury. She's out on bail now. Last month, a judge ruled that Fitzsimmons could be
Thank you, Anderson, for all the energy you're bringing to the chat. I really do appreciate that.
Released pending trial after her attorney told the court she was now able to comply with alcohol testing. Now, before that, she was held in jail without bond for more.
I just want to take a moment. James is highlighting a good point here. He says, Mel, did you see the Delta Airlines took the perks away from Congress? Okay, so is that a boycott of some sort? Thank you, Jimmy. And 1,000 troops from the 82nd Airborne is on the way. Boots on the ground. What does this mean? You know, we keep getting mixed messages. We hear from the president that there's a deal on the table, perhaps. Things might be cooling off. But then on the back end, we see boots on the ground developing in the Middle East. These are some peculiar times because in most cases, it's hard to figure out how to navigate. I had did a write-up last night that I posted on the community wall. I see some of you responded. Thank you for that. But I really do mean it when I say, we really have to hunker down and pay attention to what's happening. You have to figure out how to move forward financially. The stock market is down. Gas prices are going up. Food prices are going up. And if this gets out of hand, believe you me, we're going to face some hardships that we probably haven't seen in our lifetimes. It could be that serious, but we hope for the best. But even in doing so, we have to prepare for the tough times that could develop because it seems that we're not getting the total truth. I'm not sure why. Even you have Congress members coming out saying that, hey, listen, this doesn't seem right. And then we do have Joe Kent, who also came out and said, listen, he was a part of the administration, counterterrorism. He had high intelligence, and he's saying that the government is lying to you in regards to what's happening in Iran. So we have to factor all of this in. We cannot be naive. And as I expressed last night in my write-up, we have to figure out a way to work together because this is a global situation. And a lot of people, unfortunately, are not favorable to Americans. So you even have to be careful. I have some traveling coming up and I have to rethink it because it's that serious. So why are we sending troops on the ground? You have to wonder about all of this as each day goes on. But it appears that even Iran is saying, listen, we haven't spoken to anybody in America. There's no negotiation on the table. They told the president of the United States, you're fired, right? You're fired. Looks like they want all the smoke. And if they go on the offense, what does that look like, especially for those local regions surrounding the area? We even learned that they can even strike Italy. London is on alarm. And so even America's colleagues, as we would call them, right? Those in favor, they're sitting in some strange places that could be struck by Iran. So we have to keep our eyes and ears open to what's happening. I will be reporting about all of this here at Watching the World 777. At the end of the day, I'll try to give you guys a report. I'm starting to do the write-up, so take a moment to read any updates at the end of the day. Thank you.
Than 100 days. A lot of issues being talked about on a case like this one. So let's talk about it with our power panel, bringing back in Molly Palmer, David Schnipper, and Amelia Rivello.
And for those of you that are just coming in, we're still waiting for court to kick off. There's still silence in the court, so we're just watching a few things. But the minute court starts, I'm going to tune right in.
Amelia, I want to start with you on this one. Tell me what's your initial opinion of this one, starting with the shooting. I mean, she's being served with documents. And
guys, Mona just said some sobering words. She said, they are booming as we speak. Think about that. They're booming as we think. Think about all the fear of the people, civilians that are losing their lives. They say Lebanon has been emptied out. Have you ever heard that before? That's how dramatic this situation is. They're just dropping so many explosives. People are losing their lives by the wholesale. Stella says, like, share, and subscribe, and turn on your notifications to be notified for upcoming shows. Thank you very much. So let's keep pushing through that. I see a lot of people have come in. Thank you. Good to see you, Sharon. Thank you for the support. I really do mean that. We also, let's see here. We have Sandra here, back from yesterday. Thank you for supporting us every day as we broadcast this trial. I'll try to do this more and more, but keep in mind tomorrow, I will be in court in New York City for Nicolas Maduro, the former president of Venezuela. So if this case is still going, I'll be giving you updates, but I'll be actually streaming in regards to Nicolas Maduro, as I will be in federal court with him and his wife, Celia Flores. So We have a lot happening. I'm trying to cover all of these events. Thank you guys for all the support of the channel.
They want to take her child, and her reaction is...
Oh, we have Jeff in the building. Shout out to you, Jeff. Nice to have you here. Okay, court is starting, guys. We'll get back to this.
Good morning. March 25th, 2026, Courtroom 2, Lawrence Superior Court. Calling the criminal matter of Tummel versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons, 2025, 77 CR 311, scheduled today for continued jury waive trial. Could counsel please identify themselves for the record?
Good morning, Chief Justice.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Martha Copley for the defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Good morning. Good morning, Ms. Fitzsimmons.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Timothy Brayley Mark for Ms. Fitzsimmons, Ms. Healy, Ms. Leonard, and Ms. Hester with me as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the summary. I appreciate it. You can have a seat. So I wanted to talk about a couple of administrative matters. One is on the view. I've decided that the most efficient, transparent way to handle the travel to and from the view is to do it like we do a jury trial. And that is that I intend to order a bus, and the attorneys, the court staff, the defendant will all travel together on that bus like we do during a jury trial along with our court officers. I think that it lends to some transparency, but also I think it will be an efficient way to travel over there so that whatever escort or whatever arrangements are made, I'm not suggesting that I get involved in that, but whatever arrangements are made for security, that we just are in one place. Again, it's what we do for jury trials, so let's do it that way. As for the timing, if I can, I'm assuming we'll go tomorrow morning, whenever you folks work it out. Just work out the time with Mr. Ruane so he can get the bus scheduled, but we do have a reservation-ish right now, reserved for tomorrow morning. I would suggest that we, like in a jury trial, we gather in the courtroom. Mr. Ruane announces the case, and then we adjourn for the view and return to the courtroom, etc. So that would be the procedure. Also, after thinking about it on media and public access, or whatever, not access, but the public attending, the crowd control, basically, for lack of a better word. I think that after thinking about it, it's not my place. I think that I don't intend to issue an order. The state police and the local police always do what they do, and they do it well, and they don't need me meddling. And it occurred to me that when I mentioned yesterday about having some space, order requiring some space between folks, I was really thinking of jurors and all that. So again, unless you folks think I need to order it, I think that the law enforcement are skilled at these things, know how to handle it, and they can use their normal discretion. The media typically is allowed to film things, and it should be public in that way. But do you folks believe that I need to order something more specific than that? No. Okay. No. Okay. All right. So, and then the last thing is, administratively, is I emailed you folks this morning. I took a crack at I'd like to have some starting point for when we have our charge conference, when we discuss the law, the law of assault by means of a dangerous weapon. And so what I did is I just basically formulated what would be a jury instruction as a starting point. It was disseminated by email, but you also should have been left physical copies. Mr. Ruane has marked that item as Exhibit C for identification, and we'll just work off of that. And I think that will be the most efficient way. And then lastly, schedule. Commonwealth, you're going to be calling witnesses, one witness, okay. And then you'll be ready to proceed into the defense case? Okay. All right, let's proceed. Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
Yes, I look forward to hanging out with James tomorrow. Nice to see you free. We see AI is in the building. Shout out to you, Lisa. Good to see you. And Sharon Godboat. Thank you guys so much for all the support. Hit the like button, share, subscribe.
That the testimony you're about to give in this cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
Good morning. You can have a seat. Pull yourself right up to that mic.
Let's put his name in the chat, please, guys. Thanks.
Good morning.
Good morning.
In a nice loud voice, if you could please state your name and spell it for the record.
Yes, my name is David Strong, S-T-R-O-N-G.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a sergeant on the Mass State Police.
How long have you been employed by the Massachusetts State Police?
14 years.
And if you could just give us a brief chronology of your assignments while on the State Police.
Yes, I graduated the State Police Academy March 2012. Was assigned to patrol. 2018, began working out of the State Police Detective Unit. And then in 2025, I was promoted sergeant.
And is that the State Police Detective Unit assigned to the Essex District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
And as a trooper assigned to, and then as a sergeant assigned to the Essex District Attorney's Office, what are your day-to-day responsibilities?
We conduct death investigations, homicides, suspicious deaths, unattended deaths, non-fatal shootings or stabbings, as well as officer-involved shootings.
I'd like to direct your attention to June 30th of 2025. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was the on-call supervisor.
And what's it mean to be the on-call supervisor?
For 1 week a month, we supervise the troopers. If they have any questions or if there's a homicide or a serious event, then we'll go out to assist.
And at some point during that, was it a Monday?
Yes.
And at some point during the day, did you get a call from one of your troopers?
I did.
And as a result of that phone call, what information did you learn about what you would be doing next?
I learned that there was an officer-involved shooting in North Andover. So I responded along with my detective lieutenant, as well as crime scene services and ballistics.
And a number of other troopers that you supervise?
Yes. Several other troopers from my office also responded.
Do you remember about what time of day, what address did you respond to?
125 Phillips Brook Road.
And about what time of day did you arrive?
I believe I arrived at around 6 p.m.
And what was the state of the address at 125 Phillips Brook Road when you arrived?
The residence was taped off. There's a perimeter outside the house.
And who was at the scene at that time?
At that time, it was just North Andover PD.
And effectively, what happened once the Massachusetts State Police arrived?
I joined Trooper Ortiz, who also works in my office, and we took control of the scene.
And what was one of the first things that you did while on scene?
I was given a brief summary by Lieutenant Daly about what had occurred.
And after learning from Lieutenant Daly about what occurred, what did you do next?
I drafted a search warrant for the residence.
And at some point, was the search warrant authorized by the court?
Yes.
And at that point, did you and members of the Firearms Identification Squad, Crime Scene Unit, and other troopers from the DA's office enter the house?
Yes.
And did you participate in the search of the residence?
I did.
And did you, at some point, focus on one particular room?
Yes.
And what was that room?
It was the bedroom on the second floor.
And was that the bedroom to the right or to the left?
To the right.
I'm showing you exhibit 51. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And what's depicted in that photograph?
It's a green-colored chest, as well as a chair and a box.
So the green colored chest you're referring to is this item here?
Yes,
And where was that in relation to the layout of the room?
it would be to your immediate left when you went to the room.
And is this the red box you're referring to?
Yes,
And is that the chair as you saw it that day?
it is.
At some point, did other members of the search team open the green chest?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah, will there be objections?
No,
these?
there are not.
Okay.
So they can
All right,
be
so
admitted.
let's just have them marked and admitted.
Exhibit 97, so marked. Exhibit 98, so marked.
Was it 98?
97?
97 and 98,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
May I display that, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Showing you exhibit 97, Sergeant Strong. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And what's depicted in that photograph?
That's the inside of the orange-colored chest, with 2 firearms and firearms case.
Is the firearms case the black box?
Yes,
Okay. At some point, did you or other members of your team move those items?
yes,
And where did you move them to?
to the bed.
Move to the where?
The bed.
The bed.
Showing you exhibit 98. What's depicted in exhibit 98?
It's a firearm that was located inside of the box, the gun box.
So that was what was in the closed box in the green chest?
Yes,
And what are these items here to the left?
those were the other 2 firearms that were inside that same chest.
So there were 2 firearms, total of 3 firearms?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Trooper Strong, do you know what kind of firearms these were?
I believe they were all 6 hours.
And do you know what happened to the firearms after they were photographed?
Yes, a trooper assigned to my office recovered them and secured them in our evidence.
And is that where they are today?
Yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes. Cross?
Trooper Strong, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Trooper, you're the lead investigator on the case from the state police, correct?
I am.
And you're a sergeant detective,
Yes, sir.
and you work at the Essex County District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
Part of your job is to investigate officer-involved shootings?
That's one of them, yes.
Yes, okay. And do you also do homicides?
What's that?
Do you investigate homicides as
Yes,
well? And in this case, when was it first brought to your attention that there was an officer-involved shooting?
So the on-call trooper received the call about the shooting, and then he called me.
And who was the on-call officer?
It would be Trooper Ortiz.
And when you received that call, what did you first do?
I notified my detective lieutenant, and we responded to the scene.
Is that Detective Lieutenant DeMeo?
Yes, sir.
And what time was the shooting?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Was it approximately 6 p.m.?
Around there.
And what time did you arrive?
Probably 25 minutes after I received the call, 30 minutes after I received the call.
All right, 6:30-ish, about
Yes.
6:30. What did you see when you got there?
The house was taped off, and there were detectives and police officers standing outside.
Now, I'm going to ask you to distinguish between North Andover police officers and state police officers.
Okay.
When you got there, who was in control of the crime scene?
At that time, Trooper Ortiz was there first, and I arrived.
Do you know when Trooper Ortiz got there?
It must have been 5 or 10 minutes before I got there.
All right. So doing the math, it's about probably 20 minutes where the North Andover police have exclusive control of the crime scene?
Yeah, approximately.
Did you recognize or know any of the North Andover police officers that were there?
No, sir.
Did you recognize or know the chief of police for North Andover?
No, sir.
Did you meet any North Andover police officers when you were there?
I spoke with Lieutenant Daly and Lieutenant Domenico.
Who's in charge of that crime scene in this circumstance? Is it the North Andover police or the Mass State Police?
Mass State Police.
Okay. And as a practical matter, as we said, that transfer could only happen when a state trooper gets there, right?
Yes.
And the first trooper's there about 6:20, probably.
Yeah, approximately.
Approximately. And then you get there around 6:30.
Yes.
And what was what happened with respect to kind of taking over the crime scene?
We just made sure the house was secured. Nobody was inside. Nobody crossed the tape line, the perimeter. And then we knew that we needed to draft a search warrant.
Okay. When you got there, did you go in the house?
No.
When did you first go in the house?
Once we got a search warrant.
Were there any North Andover police officers in the house?
No.
Okay. And when you were there anyway?
Correct.
Do you know if that was by coincidence or by some order of someone that nobody be in the house, or what?
It was by an order. Everybody knew that we were in a search warrant, and everybody knew not to be in the house.
Okay. When you first got there, what did you do while you were there before you worked on the search warrant?
I spoke with Lieutenant Daly and Lieutenant Domenico.
Okay. Where did that occur?
It was in this kind of near the school, outside of the house.
Was it on the school property or was it on the house property?
It was in the school. It would be in the street, so
the sidewalk or something?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there any mention, to your knowledge or awareness, of any invocation of the town policy regarding drug testing?
No.
No conversation about that at all?
No.
All right. Did you speak with Officer Noonan at the scene?
No.
Where was Officer Noonan?
He wasn't on the scene.
Okay. Do you know what happened to him?
I believe he went to the hospital.
Okay. And do you know any circumstances about that?
I do not.
And you know that that's a common occurrence when there's an officer-involved shooting. The officer is always taken to the hospital, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's a precaution, but it also gets him out of investigative scrutiny, doesn't it?
I think it's policy.
Right. Okay. So then you decided to obtain a search warrant, and the reasons for that were what? That the person that was shot owns the house, and they're not around to consent. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Okay. At some point, Ms. Fitzsimmons was charged with assault as well as assault with intent to murder, right? Assault, I should say it better. Assault by means of a dangerous weapon and assault with intent to murder. Officer Noonan, correct?
What's the relevance?
Well, it goes to what the investigators did, judge potential investigator bias, that they overcharged the case. What happened at the scene? I think it's pretty basic. What did they charge her with?
Okay, why? How is that relevant to me as the fact finder in determining whether the Commonwealth met its burden on the charge that resulted? So,
I think it just goes to potential investigator bias wherever it may be found. I think it goes to how they perceive the situation early on. It's part of the case. It's part of the circumstances of the case, Your Honor.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to sustain the objection. You can make a proffer if you want to protect the record, but I'm going to sustain the
Okay,
objection.
that's it, Judge, just for those
Okay.
issues. Thank you.
Thanks.
So Ms. Fitzsimmons was charged,
Yes.
and that was on what date? I don't want to quiz you. How about July 3rd?
July 3rd, yes, sir.
Okay, a few days later.
Yes.
And on July 3rd, had you talked to Officer Noonan?
Yes.
Was that the first time you talked to him?
Yes.
And where was that?
North End Police Department.
And what were the circumstances of that?
We met in a conference room with the police department. It was myself and Detective Lieutenant Robert DeMeo, as well as an attorney.
Okay. And that was an interview that was recorded on your body camera, correct?
Yes.
And the body camera obviously takes video and takes audio, right?
Yes.
And now in that interview, you put your body camera on the desk, right?
Yes.
And you didn't put the body camera on the person you were interviewing, though, right?
I don't recall exactly where it was facing when I put it down.
So, but don't you know that we don't have video of any of these officers when they're testifying from your body camera? Yes, I'm sorry, when they're interviewed. Thank you.
I tried to do them all consistently. I think I put it in the center of the table.
So you know that Noonan's not on video when he's testifying, right?
Yes.
So that was a deliberate decision you made to not video the witness that you were interviewing?
No.
Because I mean, isn't it important to kind of see the witness's demeanor, reactions to questions, their emotional state when you have a body camera?
I felt it was just as important to get the audio as well as everybody else in the room.
And in this case, Trooper Strong, you wrote a report that's kind of like what we call a PC report, right?
For the
You know that
facts?
terminology? Right.
Yes.
You, is that your only report in the case?
No, I drafted several reports.
Okay. And in terms of the report for court, you sort of encapsulated the statements of all the other people in the case, right?
I believe I summarized 3.
Just gonna use some pictures.
Yeah.
Showing you Exhibit 51. So it's fair to say that Exhibit 51 shows the door frame of the bedroom where the shooting happened, right?
Yes, sir.
And it shows this chest right here that I'm pointing to.
Yes.
The firearms, you observed those extra firearms that were in the chest, right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say those firearms had nothing to do with the shooting in that room, right?
Yes.
So that's like a chest. It has leather trim on it, right?
Yes.
It has kind of a top that swings back and opens up.
Yes.
And it has some stuff on it right now anyway in the picture whenever that was taken.
Correct.
Are you aware of when that picture was taken?
I'm not.
And it's fair to say that the end of the chest kind of lines up with the door frame, right?
Very close.
So to get into that chest, you don't really need to disappear behind the door frame, do you?
I don't know, sir.
I mean, there's a chair there as well, right?
I'm not sure where the chair was at the time.
Okay, but it's there in the picture, right?
It's there in the picture.
And the pictures are offered as evidence of the crime scene, right?
Yes.
May I have one moment, please?
Yeah, take your time.
get back with the warrant?
It was before midnight.
All right, so I just want to get the time frames down when you were at the scene, okay? So you arrived there around 6:30,
Yes,
right?
sir.
And then you think Ortiz is there 6:20.
Yes.
When do you leave to go prepare the search warrant?
I read the search warrant in my cruiser.
Okay, on the scene.
Yes, sir.
And how long do you figure that takes you?
2 hours, approximately.
Then you, what did you do when you had the search warrant drafted?
I contacted the clerk.
Did you involve any assistant district attorney from the Essex DA's office?
Did I involve one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
I believe on scene.
On scene? Who was on scene?
ADA Guptosi, Detective Lieutenant Robert DeMeo.
Did you have to go anywhere for the search warrant, or did you do that electronically?
I believe it's electronically.
And you emailed it to the clerk. Do you know when you emailed it to the clerk?
I do not.
When did you get approval?
It was sometime before midnight.
And while you were there, were you, obviously you're busy writing a search warrant, you have a lot to do. Were you also taking note here and there of any traffic into the house?
No.
Were you, did you know whether anyone from the North Andover PD went in and out of the house while you were writing the search warrant?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was there an order in place, and you said everybody knew about it to not go in the house?
Yes.
So was that order, fair to say, as far as you're concerned, that order's in place the entire time you're drafting the search warrant, getting approval, waiting to get it back, right?
Yes.
And so it's fair to say that no North Andover officers were supposed to be in the house from the time you got there, and that's presumably when you gave the order?
They never went back into the house after I got there.
Okay.
At any point.
And then no one went back in the house. And then once you had approval from the clerk on the search warrant, you went in the house very late.
Yes.
And so what time did you go in the house?
I don't recall. I believe it was just before midnight.
Who went in the house with you?
Crime scene services, ballistics, and other members from Essex SPDU, State Police Detective Unit.
Did any North Andover officers go in the house?
No.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Yeah, take your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Moving forward.
Thank you.
Any recross? Sorry. Redirect?
Just one issue. Sergeant Strong, you were asked about the timing of the search warrant that you conducted at 125 Phillipsbrook Road. Do you remember?
Yes.
And is your memory exhausted as to the exact time that the search was conducted?
Yes.
Would reviewing a report related to the search warrant refresh your memory?
It would.
The approach?
Yeah.
Sir, direct your attention to paragraph 1.
Yes.
What time did you and other members of the Massachusetts State Police start the execution of the search warrants?
Approximately 11 p.m.
No further questions.
Any,
No question.
I'm sorry?
No question.
Okay, just for clarification, Sergeant, so the search warrant was approved by a judicial official.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall who that was?
I do not.
Was it, do you recall what court the person was from?
No, it wasn't Lawrence, Essex County. It was a different county, I believe.
Okay, it was like an on-call judge or something?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say that I had no involvement in reviewing or approving that search warrant?
Yes, it is.
And is it fair to say that Mr. Ruane, when you mentioned something about a clerk, had no involvement in the issuance or review of that search warrant?
He did not.
Counsel, either side wish to follow up on that?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sergeant. You may step down. Commonwealth, can you call your next witness? All right, the Commonwealth Russ. All right. And is there a motion?
There is.
Okay.
I'll stand on the paper.
All right, so it's paper 90. You've been provided, Commonwealth, a copy?
Yes, I see the page.
All right, defendant's motion for required finding and not guilty. Let me just read it. All right, and Mr. Bradle, did you want to be heard on the motion?
I'll stand on the paper.
Okay, all right, the motion is denied. And the defense, you can call your first witness.
Yes, Judge. We're going to call Ms. Maureen Teresi. Should be outside. Maureen Teresi.
Could you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Good morning. You can have a seat and pull yourself right up to that mic.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Maureen Teresi, Torrisi,
And where do you live?
in North Andover.
Okay, do you live in a condo complex there?
I do.
What do you do for a living?
I am a stay-at-home mom, I guess. I guess I'm retired.
What are you retired from?
The construction industry and home staging design.
How long have you been retired?
I closed my business, I think, 3 years ago. I had a large staging business.
Thanks,
How
Anderson.
long have you lived in your condo complex in North Andover?
Since 2014.
Do you have a dog?
A dog?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I have 2
And do you walk the dog around the complex from time to time?
every day.
Do you, in the course of walking your dog, have you ever made the acquaintance of one of your neighbors named Mr. Noonan?
I have.
And do you know who that is generally?
I do.
And how do you know him?
Walking the dogs. I knew him as Duke's father,
And Duke
which
is
is
a
Duke is
dog.
his dog's name. I've spoken, just in passing, the dogs interact and, just general talking about the dogs and whatever. So I had spoken to him a few times and his wife, about the dogs and just general
Neighbors
stuff.
making small talk.
Absolutely.
Okay. And back in August of 2025, you had engaged him in some conversation about what was going on at the North Andover PD, right?
I did.
And is that what you said to him by way of initiating the conversation?
I did, yes. The beginning of it was just that, I had a razzing relationship with him, just regarding things going on in the world. And so what I started with is, how do you like what's going on, in the world today or whatever? And he's like, I love it. And then I had asked, what's going on with North Andover, the town of North Andover?
What were you referring to when you said that to him?
What was going on at the department, as far as, the shooting, the cop being shot.
And did he?
And he first said, what do you mean? And I said, well, that press conference, the first press conference that was given made no sense. And at that time he said, I'm the shooter.
What? He said, I'm the shooter?
He said, I'm the shooter.
And what did you take that to mean?
I said to him that he was the one that shot the other officer, is what I took that to mean.
Right. And then what happened?
I had asked him if, well, first I said, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I know when police officers have to discharge their weapons, it affects them. And I can't imagine having to do that with a colleague.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get the end of that.
I said I couldn't imagine having to do that to a colleague.
And what did he say?
And he had said to me that sorry, I'm a little nervous. He had said that there was no choice to it. He had no choice, that he had to, she had the gun pointed at him when he came into the bedroom. And
did he use any
he said
certain
that,
pejorative about her?
I'm sorry?
Did he use any certain pejorative about her?
What
did he call her?
What did he call her?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he didn't call her that at that time. He explained very, very briefly what had happened. And he said that when he came into the room, she had the gun pointed at him. And that it clicked. She clicked it. And I said, so there was no bullet there? And he said it clicked, and that he wasn't going to let her get a second shot off, and that he had to shoot her. And I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense. And I had asked why they went to her house. The three of them went to the house instead of having her go to the station. And why wouldn't they, if they were going to the house to take a baby, why wouldn't they have had some social services there with them? And he said, well, she's a fucking whack job. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You don't have to apologize.
You have to say what was said.
Okay.
And
And he said that she's an effing whack job.
so was that in response to you saying, why didn't you have social services go to the house?
Yeah. And I was like, wow, that word is used.
Objection. Yeah, sustain. Next question.
Sorry.
That's okay.
So not what was said so much,
Okay.
but did you engage back with him about the, let's say, the propriety of that usage?
I did.
After that, did you end the conversation with him?
There was a little more conversation, and then it ended, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. How did you get involved in this case?
How did I get involved in it?
Yeah.
I didn't.
Well, no, how did they know you heard this?
Objection relevance.
After the conversation that we had, I was shocked by it. I didn't even know Pat's first name
But
his
how
last.
did you contact someone?
I did. And a little bit after we had the conversation, probably a week afterwards, I did contact somebody.
Who?
That Mike Crawford, that I knew was in contact with the defense, and, you know, because I think there was a hearing, I'm not sure, but I know that Mike was in contact with them, and I contacted Mike.
And so when was this? When was this conversation?
With Mike,
No, with this conversation with Pat.
it was August 20th.
August 20th.
Yeah.
Okay. You were interested in this case from the beginning, right?
I'm sorry?
You were interested in this case from the beginning, weren't you?
No, I mean, I was interested in what was going on in my town, yes.
You're Maureen Sullivan, correct?
I am.
And you post, and you make comments to newspaper articles, don't you?
About this?
Yeah.
I could have, yeah,
Okay,
sure.
can I have your honor?
Yes, you've shown it to defense.
Yeah, they have a copy. Well, that's you, right? You reposted something on July 10th, correct?
When was this? July 10th. Okay, yeah.
And what did you repost?
Meaning what? What do you mean? What did I repost? It's a
Yeah, it's a
article
simple
from
question.
I'm sorry, it's an article from, looks like a post from Mike Crawford.
Right.
I reposted that.
You reposted that. But
Yes.
What did you repost?
What's, I can't see it. Like, what's the context of
Yeah, I mean,
Mike's?
You did it.
I understand that.
What is that?
Hold on, please. I'm not raising my voice, anything more than to just, I have a timeout, but hold on one second, ma'am. Just wait for,
Okay.
and Mr. Gubitosi has to do the same. We can't have two people speaking over each other. So Mr. Gubitosi, why don't you ask the question again? All right, thank you.
You don't remember what you reposted?
I can't see, no.
Okay.
From
Lisa?
July 10th, I can't read. My point being is, I'm sorry, I can't see it, is my problem.
If I may, for the witness, exhibit it up here, maybe it's bigger.
Any objection?
I don't see the relevance of this, Judge. I object.
All right, well,
And there's no foundation as to why it might affect our state of mind or lives.
all right, let's first things first, let's mark it for ID.
I can't read it either for the record.
Exhibit E for identification.
Okay. All right. Now, I guess my question for Mr. Gubitosi is, why would the putting it on the screen
I just want
allow
her
it
to
to
see
be more
it.
legible?
Well, it may be bigger, then I would ask her to go up to the screen to look at it. Maybe it won't.
Is there an objection?
I can't read it, so I don't know what it says, so I don't know if I should object to it.
All right. So let's take it a step at a time. So you can put it on the screen. She can take a look and just yes or no whether it allows her to read it. You can get off the stand and approach the screen if you'd like. And I'm sorry, Mr. Ruane, that was exhibit what?
E.
Read the big print.
Up here?
Yeah.
Attorney Ken Brado of North Andover Police, use of deadly force against his client. North Andover Police Officer, Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Okay. And so it's a statement. I'll let you get back at that.
Just for the record, I could not hear what she just said. I could see
I can
something.
read it from here, the big,
Okay.
right, it's just my eyesight's horrible.
Sure.
Yeah, I just can't read the context. Says Attorney Tim Bradle on North Andover Police use of deadly force against his client, North Andover Police Officer Kelsey
Okay, so you reposted
Fitzsimmons.
the statement that Attorney Bradle made about the case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said you comment to about news articles also, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay, may I
what do you-
approach again, Your Honor? Yes. I'm going to show you and just ask if you can look and see if you recognize that. What's that date?
August 14th.
Okay, and do you see something that you wrote?
Just yes or no?
Just,
Yeah.
yes, that's my name, and yes, this is well, it's a comment.
It's a comment that
To a
you
post.
made to an article, correct?
Well,
Hold on one second, just mark it for ID, please. And Mr. Bradley, you've seen this?
I have,
Okay.
Exhibit F, Samar.
Thank you.
So August 14th, you commented, correct?
I did.
Can you read what you said?
Can I read it?
Can you read out loud what you said?
Oh, sure. Joseph LaHood, who's I'm commenting too.
Sure.
Yeah. Got proof or evidence of this narrative? This incident was a setup from the get-go. Their narrative will not pass the smell test. I hope all involved are ready for their tireless scrutiny that independent media will bring to light through extensive research. Ask Norfolk County, Mass State Police, and Canton Police are doing these days. We have just begun.
So we have just begun. So you feel like you have a stake in this game?
Not at all.
You feel that you're akinning this to the Karen Reed trial, right?
Yes.
That there's a cover-up.
Well, not that there's a cover-up.
Well, those were your words, weren't they?
I don't know is that what it says in there? I forget what that says in there.
A setup from the get-go, correct?
Correct.
And tireless scrutiny that independent media will bring to light through extensive research. And then you
Correct.
mentioned Norfolk Mass State Police
Yep.
and the Canton Police.
I did.
Correct?
Yep.
Okay. So a cover.
Well, yeah, it's the judicial system seems to be going awry, and there's more eyes on things now.
Okay, I'm going to show you something else. I'm sorry. I'm gonna copy of this.
Let's have that marked when on your way up. Thanks.
Mark this for identification.
Exhibit G, Samar.
Thank you. Can you first look at it and see if you recognize it?
Sure.
Okay? So look at the first page. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
Okay. Can you flip to the second page and see if you made a comment to that?
Yep, I sure did.
Can you read the first page out loud, please?
The post itself?
Yep.
Today, it's from the North Andover Police Department. Today is National Police Women's Day. Please join us in recognizing Sergeant Katie, can't say her last name. Do you
If
want
you
to
can't
spell
read
it?
the last name, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Sergeant Julie Nigro, and School Resource Officer Stephanie Rizzo. They have over 43 years of combined experience, and it shows, as all three demonstrate strong leadership inside and outside our department walls. We appreciate their immense dedication to helping both residents and visitors in the North Andover community every day. Thank you for your service.
And you commented on that, correct?
I sure did.
What did you say?
Wow, let's hope they stay safe from their colleagues.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Redirect.
Word to 10, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. All right, you may step down.
Thank you, sir.
And, defense, you may call your next witness.
Did you guys like this witness? What did you think about her? You think she was pretty solid? She's like the neighbors in the Nancy Guthrie case that after the fact be like, oh, I have information. I saw a man. I saw something, you know, after the fact. You have to question those moments sometimes.
Could you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning. You can have a seat right there. You can pull yourself right up to the mic.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, Mrs. Page. I'm going to ask you to give your full name, first name, last name, and spell it, mostly for our stenographer, if you can do that.
Sure. Lauren Page, Lauren, Page, Page.
Okay, I'm just also going to note that because the windows are open, occasionally we have fire trucks go by. So if we hear that, we'll stop our conversation. Okay?
Sure.
Thank you. Mrs. Page, you are the mother of Kelsey Fitzsimmons, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And you have to say yes or no again for the stenographer.
Yes.
And what's she wearing today?
A white blazer.
Can I have the record reflect, Your Honor, that this witness has identified her daughter as the defendant?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Kelsey's father is Stephen Fitzsimmons, is that correct?
Yes.
And is he your ex-husband?
Yes.
And you are now married to William Page, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us just roughly, you were together with William Page since 2011, and then you've been married since 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
And you have another child besides Kelsey with Stephen Fitzsimmons, is that right?
Yes.
And who is that?
Stephen Jr.
And is he 6 years older than Kelsey?
Yes.
Your husband, Will Page, also has 2 children from a prior marriage, is that correct?
Correct.
And who are they?
Madison Page and William Page.
Okay. And how old are those children?
Madison will be 18 on the 31st of this month, and Willie is 20.
Okay. And those families are friendly, are they not?
Yes.
Where did you grow up, Mrs. Page, and go to high school?
Arlington, Mass.
And did you have education after high school?
Yes, I did a 2-year paralegal program at Aquinas Junior College in Newton.
And did you become employed after school?
I did. I worked for Shawmut Bank.
Okay. And in general, what was the nature of that first job you had?
Teller assistant manager.
Okay.
Excuse me.
And since that time, you've been employed, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where do you live now, Mrs. Page?
Methuen, Mass.
And I won't ask you the address, we don't need that. And where do you work now?
I work for Sullivan Mechanical. It's in Wilmington.
In Wilmington. And how far away is your home from the North Andover home where Kelsey Fitzsimmons lived in June of 2025?
8 minutes.
And how about your place of work? How far away is that?
20.
Kelsey went to college, did she not?
Yes, she did.
And after that, did you stay close with her?
Yes.
Close to her today?
I'm sorry?
Are you close with her also
Oh,
today?
yes, yes.
And did Kelsey live in Methuen with you and Mr. Page, his son and daughter, from before Christmas 2025 until recently?
Yes.
When Kelsey finished college, did she do about 1.5 years of law school?
Yes.
And you're aware she applied to become a corrections officer in Essex County, is that correct?
Yes.
And she served as an Essex corrections officer before she went to the North Andover PD.
She did.
And all during that time, you were close in contact with her. Fair to say she was in your life, you were in hers?
Absolutely.
Okay. And again, what town do you and Will live in now?
Same, Methuen.
In Methuen, okay. At some time, did Kelsey move to North Andover?
Yes.
And did she first have an apartment and then bought a house, is that right?
Yes.
Where did Kelsey live when she served as a corrections officer?
Her apartment in North Andover.
And again, how far away is that from where you lived in Methuen and where you live now?
8-10 minutes.
Close drive, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that your daughter Kelsey was engaged to Justin Layan, did you not?
I did.
And you also knew that Kelsey had a child, of course, is that right?
Yes.
And that Justin was the father.
Yes.
You knew they were planning to get married in October of 2025?
Yes.
And did you know her fiance's parents' sister? Just yes or no?
Yes.
You had met them upon occasion and socialized with them, is that right?
Yes.
And you knew that they lived in Stowe, Massachusetts, is that also correct?
Correct.
During this time that your daughter had her baby Caden, did you ever babysit for him?
We did, yes.
And could you just tell generally, what kind of baby was he? Fussy, calm? Can you give us a description of the baby?
Caden was very easygoing, very happy baby.
Easy to take care of?
Yes.
And generally, in your experience, when did he cry?
If he needed to eat.
When he was hungry?
Yes.
And when you, I'm going to draw your attention now to June 30th, 2025. And we're going to focus on that day. Caden's about 4 months old, is that right?
Yes.
At that time? And where was Caden living at the time on June 30th, 2025?
Phillipsbrook Road in North Andover.
With Kelsey, is that
Kelsey,
correct?
Yes.
Mrs. Page, did you know that Kelsey had been cleared to go back to work in a few days from June 30th?
Yes.
And on that day, were you aware that she was going to the North Andover Police Department in order to do some CPR training?
Yes.
Were you aware that she was going to take Caden with her during that training?
I was aware.
I'm just going to ask you yes or no. Did Kelsey call you that day? This is June 30th.
Yes.
And at what time, any time after noon, do you recall that she called you?
2:30.
And did she give you some information about where she was headed when she talked to you?
Yes, she was going to meet Justin at the Common in North Andover.
Okay. And did she talk with you at some time to let you know if and when she was headed back to her house?
Yes.
Do you remember what time that was?
3:30.
And did you and she agree to meet at her house?
Yes, I met her at the house after work.
And about what time was that, if you recall?
3:30, 3:45.
Okay. And you were working that day, right?
Yes.
And your place of work was close enough by that you could do that?
Yes, my route to and from work, I drove by her house.
So if you were going from Wilmington to Methuen, you would actually go by where Kelsey lived,
Yes.
correct? Do you remember what time you arrived again? What time did you get to Kelsey's house that afternoon from work?
I want to say it was 3:30, 3:45.
Okay. Who else was there when you got there?
No one, just Kelsey, baby.
And Kelsey?
Yes.
And just generally, without giving us the conversation, topic or topics did you discuss?
Kelsey was sad that Justin blew her off and didn't show up at the Common to meet her. She couldn't understand why. She was confused why he would ask her to come and then just ghost her.
And what would you say was her demeanor at that time when you were talking with her at home?
Sad, confused.
How long did you stay when you got there around 3:30?
I left around 5:20, 5:30.
And just in general, again, Mrs. Page, what were you doing while you were there with Kelsey and Caden?
We sat in our living room, played with Caden, talked. I did some dishes in our kitchen. Basically just sat and talked.
Okay. Do you know what time you left?
Between 5:20 and 5:30.
And where were you going immediately? Where were you headed to?
CVS in Methuen.
And originally you were going to CVS. Where were you originally headed after that?
Home.
And that's your home in Methuen?
Yes.
Right. Did you get another call from Kelsey while you were at the CVS? And as a result of that call, Mrs. Page, what did you do?
Went back to her house.
Do you recall what time you arrived at her house?
5:45.
So it's a pretty quick time between the time you left, went to CVS, and then went back. Is that correct?
Yes.
Tell us again the time to drive to CVS from Kelsey's house.
Under 10 minutes.
When you arrived at the house at that time, can you tell us what's the first thing you saw?
Police cars.
Did you go in the house?
Yes, I went right up.
And doors open. You've been in and out of that door before many times, correct?
Yes, went right up to her porch.
Did you see anything on the porch?
It's a police officer holding Caden.
And at that time, did you know which police officer that was?
No.
He was holding Caden, you said,
Yes.
correct?
I'm sorry, no.
A police officer was in uniform, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't know who he was at the time?
No.
What happened next once you saw the police officer holding Caden?
Caden was crying, so I asked if I could take Caden from him so I could settle him down.
And did the police officer give you Caden?
He did.
Is that still on the porch outside, or were you inside?
Right on the porch, we exchanged the baby.
So you're holding Caden, and what happens next?
I brought him inside to Kelsey's living room, where there was another police officer.
And did the officer who gave you Caden also come into the house with you?
No,
Do you know where he went?
I don't.
Okay. So you are holding the baby, you're in the living room with another police officer. And can you tell us what happened next?
Justin walked in with his sister, Courtney.
And Justin is the fiance that we spoke about earlier, right?
Yes.
And his sister, what's her name?
Courtney?
They both came in while you were in the living room.
Yes, they walked in.
Do you know about how long you were there before they arrived?
Minutes.
Are you still holding the baby at this stage?
Yes.
Okay. And then what happens next, Mrs. Page?
The officer in the living room asked me to hand Caden to Justin.
And had either Kelsey or the police officer, when you arrived, told you about the restraining order? Just yes or no?
No.
And did you actually who did you give the baby to, I should say?
I handed the baby to Justin. Justin turned and handed Courtney the baby.
And what did they do next?
Left.
Did you have any conversation with them, just yes or no?
No.
Did they take anything for the baby with them, if you remember?
Car seat, I believe.
And they left together, if you recall. Is that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Mrs. Page, when you arrived, did you see your daughter on the first floor?
No.
Did you know where she was?
Upstairs.
And while you are downstairs, did you hear anything coming from the second floor? Just yes or no for now.
Yes.
Can you tell us what you heard?
I heard a gentleman say, "Kelsey, no, Kelsey, no." And then 2 gunshots.
And can you give us some idea of how quickly those shots were connected to each other?
It was Kelsey, no, bang, bang.
Did you hear Kelsey say anything from the second floor?
No.
Could you hear her make any noises?
Yes.
And Mrs. Page, what happened next?
I saw Justin run by the windows on the porch, and after that, officers came in, EMTs came in, running up the stairs, and I was let out of the house. I was let out by an officer.
And what was your frame of mind, state of mind at that stage?
I was pretty upset.
And were you making any noise?
I was screaming.
When is the next time you saw your daughter, Mrs. Page?
At the trauma room at Mass General.
Your Honor, I have nothing further.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. You may sit, you may stand down, thanks. And defense, you may call your next witness. Yes.
What did you guys think about that witness? You think she was solid? Anything stands out to you? All right, here's the moment we've been waiting for. It looks like we have Kelsey, right? I think we have Kelsey. Hopefully she's the last one, I guess. She looks like her mother, right? I think this case is about to wrap up for today. Oh, no.
Maybe a 20-minute recess. And we will stand in recess.
All rise. Court stands in a 15, 20-minute recess. Please exit courtroom quietly. Thank you.
All right, we have a 20-minute recess. Time to take a break, right? Bathroom break. Time to go have a coffee or tea. As you know, here I'm going to keep pushing with more topics in regards to what's happening in the world today as far as the war and everything else. So let's get to that. I'll keep you posted on what's happening in regards to this case. So let's see if we can find a few good topics. Let's see if we can find what's pressing. Let's see. We're going to start here. Did you guys hear about the quadruple amputee that the cornhole champion that unalived someone? This is crazy.
Quadruple amputee cornhole champion now facing murder charges for allegedly shooting and killing in his vehicle. The incident happened in Maryland before the alleged shooter then left to Virginia. Eyewitness News reporter Mark Cotterobles is in studio with the shocking details on this. Mark?
Yeah, Michelle, good evening. The headline alone is not something you hear every day. The man charged in the deadly shooting is a quadruple amputee who was driving a car as the shooting happened. He is 27-year-old Dayton James Weber, seen here in this mugshot. He's been in the spotlight before, but for much different reasons. Weber was featured by ESPN a few years ago, highlighting his success as a competitive
You know, I see this guy often on social media, and I'm like, wow, what a gifted guy. He can do all of this despite his disabilities, and lo and behold, he did this too.
Cornhole champion. Now, after the incident last night, he is a murder suspect accused of fatally shooting a passenger in his car while driving through a small town in Maryland. Local authorities alerted by 2 witnesses who were passengers in the back seat, revealing a well-known name locally as the suspect.
There's been many news stories done about him, and a lot of people are very familiar with him.
That being said, the prior news stories, all positive.
Yes, yes.
Not only did he allegedly fire the gun, he's also driving the car. What do you know about those circumstances?
This is quite a talented fella, right? He can do all of that despite his disabilities. I don't want any of you guys saying what you can't do going forward. This guy's taking away all of your ability to do that. He's multitasking all while driving and committing crimes allegedly.
Is on how he can even accomplish this.
What I would say is that his accomplishments and capabilities have been well documented on the internet. There's a YouTube channel and a lot of stories out there about what he is capable of doing. And we would urge anybody who has questions to just look at his name and look at the videos.
Here are more of those videos. He competes as a pro in the American Cornhole League. He has been a quadruple amputee since he was a child. At 10 months old, he was given just a 10% chance to live. To save his life and stop a deadly sepsis infection from spreading, doctors amputated both of his arms and legs. As for the shooting, authorities ultimately found a body dumped in a yard, Weber, across state lines in Virginia. He is now facing a first-degree.
Wait, so did he dump the body too? Man, how is all of this happening with a guy with such disabilities? We don't know. I'm going to do a deep dive into that story a little bit later. I have to do some research to see what's happening. Let's see what's happening in regards to Tel Aviv. And guys, take a moment, hit the like button, share, subscribe. We're trying to get to 60,000 subscribers. Thank you for all the support.
Israel intercepting Iranian strikes overnight as the Islamic regime continues its missile barrage on the region.
But President Trump says Iran might want to make a deal to end the fighting. Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Ying's live in Tel Aviv with the latest. Trey.
Todd, Carly, good morning. As diplomatic efforts play out, the Iranians are continuing their attacks against Israel, launching a number of ballistic missile barrages against this country overnight. One of those missiles early this morning slammed into the heart of Tel Aviv. You can see here in this aftermath video, black smoke was rising from the horizon. We just returned from this scene where first responders were removing debris and rubble. This was a direct impact, according to police, and there was a 220-pound warhead on top of the missile that caused the damage that you see here. There were some interceptions overnight across central Israel as Israel's advanced air defense system worked to shoot down the incoming fire. The Israelis and the Americans are striking back, hitting the heart of the regime in Tehran and other locations, going after many of the storage facilities for these ballistic missiles. You can see in some of this video over the weekend that was released by U.S. Central Command. All of this coming as President Trump says those diplomatic efforts are playing out, and he's giving the Iranian regime 5 days to come to terms for a deal. Take a listen.
We're giving it 5 days, and then we're going to see where that takes us. And I would say at the end of this period, I think it could very well end up being a very good deal for everybody, as good as if we went all the way and just literally.
Now, keep in mind, during these 5 days, they're sending in boots on the ground troops right into the region. So we kind of sort of see a conflict. Everybody wants to know what's happening. And most of all, many want to know, how will this affect us here in the United States of America, right?
Annihilated the place, which if we don't have to do that, that would be a good thing, not a bad thing.
You're absolutely right, James. I was wondering about this yesterday, how you notice how this war has taken the spotlight off of Ukraine and Russia, and also Israel versus Gaza. Like, what's happening in the world? But all the attention now is on Iran.
The Iranians have pushed back saying that talks aren't taking place, but reports indicate there are conversations happening. You can see some video here in Tehran, the aftermath of those U.S. and Israeli strikes that continue to pressure the Islamic.
Now, what's so confusing to me, I keep saying, I've saw so many videos I've seen on Instagram and different social media sites that show destruction and mayhem in Israel. But then the president of the United States came out, President Trump said, oh, these videos are AI, and Israel has not been taking on a lot of heat. But now we're starting to see that Israel has been taking on so much heat. It's just a lot of chaos, a lot of explosions and so forth. So oftentimes we get a conflict. It's hard to kind of figure out what's happening because now what's fake looks real and what's reported to be real is often fake.
Islamic regime. As this is continuing, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also speaking out about the possibility of a deal.
That's right, Lisa. My head is spinning too. A lot of us, our heads are spinning trying to figure out what's happening.
Earlier today, I spoke with our friend, President Trump. President Trump.
Now, for the longest time, we heard that Bibi Netanyahu had lost his life, but then he comes back in full effect saying that that was all rumors. So everything appears to be rumors and so forth. But let's see what he has to say in regards to this.
Believes there is a possibility to leveraging the mighty achievements obtained by the Israeli Defense Forces and the U.S. military in order to realize the goals of the war in a deal that will preserve our vital interests.
It's clear that President Trump wants to give the Iranian regime yet another chance to come to the negotiating table and make serious concessions. If they don't, there are more U.S. forces on the way to the region and more options for the president. Todd Carly.
Trey Yanks live for us in Israel this morning. Trey, thank you. Let's bring in Power Us.
Well, they're definitely not headed to the region to deliver pizza, right? They're going there for a distinct purpose. So that's why everybody is trying to figure out what's happening. Pretty Things says, hello, Chad. Good morning. Shout out to you, Pretty Things. Angelo is back. It says, arrest all sanctuary state politicians in Illinois for treason. Okay, thank you for your expression.
Founder and former Army Special Ops Intel analyst Brett Velikovich. Brett, on the one hand, we have CENTCOM confirming more than 9,000 targets have been struck as a part of Operation Epic Fury. On the other hand, you have President Trump talking about this 5-day pause. Do you expect this pause to ultimately lead to a negotiated end to this conflict? And is Iran really looking for diplomacy?
Well, I think the administration's been very clear. The objective is not endless war. It's decisive results. And so right now we're seeing this, not just this symbolic bombing campaign. This is the strategic dismantling of the enemy's entire ability to fight so that they can never toy with nuclear Armageddon again. So there's a lot more, obviously, that can also be done.
Okay, James says, and welcome in as a moderator to you, James. Thank you. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. As we cover Nicolas Maduro case, James says 82nd and 101 is special forces. So yes, a lot of these guys will be dropping boots on the ground in some of these tough spaces, but we know that they're trained quite well, but still it's scary business, right?
From the air to continue that leverage. Air campaigns like this, they don't just destroy targets, they're going to collapse entire systems. You're degrading logistics, command and control networks, communications, resupply chains. And I think what we're already seeing is that Iran's missile and drone output has dropped dramatically because of these strikes. And so continued air operations, they can go even deeper, in my opinion. We can target mobile launchers, leadership nodes, air defenses, stop Iran from regenerating their capability and really keep tightening that pressure until they can no longer project force outside their borders and we can have lasting peace in that region.
Okay, so from air to potential boots on the ground, the Times is reporting senior military officials are weighing a possible deployment of a combat brigade from the Army's 82nd Airborne Division and some elements of the division's headquarters staff to support U.S. military operations in Iran. You hear that word support, support, support over and over again. But at the end of the day, do you expect boots on the ground as the inevitable?
These guys are highly trained. In fact, when they parachute out, they're qualified to go in and take control of the area. But keep in mind that the in Iran, they've said, at least from the highest level, that they are prepared. They do not have any fear. That's what the foreign minister had to say. They have a million troops on their end ready, and they've been waiting many years for the United States to show up. So we have to see how all of this develop, but keep in mind that the United States has the best military probably that money could buy. Keep in mind that when they went into Venezuela, and I was at the first court appearance for Nicolas Maduro, which we will be in court tomorrow for Nicolas Maduro, James and I. They pretty much froze time. They used some type of technology that froze some hundreds of troops, right? Keep in mind they had China there and also had Russia involved with Venezuela, but the United States came in and took him out. They came and took him out. He, in court, said that he was in the comfort of his own home. And from the way he explains it, he never knew what really hit him. The next thing you know, they were taking him out, him and his wife, on helicopters and bringing him back to Newburgh, New York, not that far from where I'm located.
Next phase of this conflict if peace is not achieved?
Well, Todd, look, in reality, there are limits to what air power alone can achieve. You can destroy infrastructure, you can degrade capability, but there are certain objectives that require physical control. You can bomb a position all day long, but until you control it, your enemy always has the ability to come back. And I think air power gets us maybe 80 to 90% of the way there, but high impact ground operations, if used correctly, secure that final outcome and close the gap. And that's why you're seeing these discussions about airborne troops, marine elements, potentially moving into the region.
I'm pretty sure you guys have heard that the United States cannot declare that they have won, although the president have said many times, hey, we won. But we cannot declare that if Iran still controls the Strait of Hormuz, right? So how would that develop? Well, if they don't get control of it, it looks like we'll always have to come to the negotiation tables with Iran, and that's what the American people, or at least the administration, don't want. They want complete control because this will be a forever going event, right?
Not for occupation, but for precision missions. We have to seize key positions, eliminate remaining threats, and then lock down these strategic areas that Iran uses to threaten global shipping and U.S. forces. And I think right now that Iran is really trying to bet that the United States doesn't have the will to finish what it started. They're not confused. They're a bit calculating. And right now they're calculating that we're not going to hit back hard enough. And that's why real American leadership here matters. President Trump's been dealing with a situation that didn't develop overnight. It's the result of years of hesitation of our feckless leaders and strategic drift. And so what we're seeing right now is the United States reestablishing that clarity, that the global economy can't be held hostage, that nuclear brinksmanship has consequences. And our military right now, frankly, is the only thing standing between stability and total disruption in that region. So we need to do whatever it takes to ensure that total victory is secured.
Brett, you mentioned the calculus going on in Iran. Listen to this. The Wall Street Journal is out with a report this morning that Saudi Arabia and the UAE, Iran's neighbors, are getting closer to actually joining the fight against Iran. In about 30 seconds, how would that impact this conflict going forward?
Well, I think our neighbors are tired of it. If anything that these strikes have done has brought our allies closer and closer. Groups that normally would remain neutral are tired of taking Shahed strikes every single night and seeing their tourist centers bombed. Iran's terror empire, in my opinion, is on borrowed time.
So it looks like we'll have other countries getting involved, and that's why so many people are screaming World War III, right?
They've been misfiring. They've tried to sow chaos in the region. Their spokesmen are being silenced forever, and America and its allies are about to end this once and for all.
And now the question becomes, not only who are you negotiating with, but how many different groups are you negotiating with? You've got the secular, you've got the religious factions. Really, the common person like you and I doesn't really know who's in charge. Hopefully, the White House is negotiating with somebody who can actually end this. But to your point, Brett,
do you guys think we can afford to take on war with Iran? Well, it's too late now to try to figure that out. But put a 1 in the chat if you think it's too late, or put a 2 if you think it's all right and you totally back the action that's happening in Iran. Let's see what everybody has to say. 1 if you're against it, 2 if you are for it.
We will see. Brett Velikovich, as always, a pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, very good. We're going to move on. We're still waiting for court to come back in session. So let's take a look at some other things that are happening in this world of ours. Okay, let's see. Let's take a look at President Trump.
There's a bunch of people from the administration who are negotiating with Iran. There's been reports that the vice president is leading those negotiations. Is that true?
Well, he's involved in them. JD is involved, and Marco's involved, and Jared Kushner's involved, very smart guy, and Steve Witkoff, smart guy, is involved. And I'm involved. I'm involved. Why? I'm going to be so big. Oh, I don't want to talk about it. I'm the president of the United States, Tom, and I'm not going to talk about it. It's beneath me to talk about saving millions of lives, because that's what you're talking about. You're talking about saving millions of lives. If Iran had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it. And if I didn't end the horrible barrage.
Okay, welcome in, Stanley. Stanley says, take them out completely. All right, a lot of people feel that way. But today in the chat, most people are against this action that's happening in Iran. Okay.
Hussein Obama, Iran nuclear deal, in my first administration, they would have had a nuclear weapon 3 or 4 years ago.
Okay, Jeff, give your daughter our regards. Thanks for hanging out with us for these 3 days.
Would have used it. I would have never gotten the chance probably to be president. Who knows what it would have been so devastating. And if we didn't send those beautiful B-2 bombers, they took them off my desk. They were right there. I don't know why. But if we didn't have those beautiful, the B-2 hit, which was so, we obliterated, despite CNN. CNN said, well, maybe the word obliteration said, no, we obliterated it. Just obliterated their nuclear potential. You would have had them having 2 weeks after that attack, had we not made the attack, they would have had a nuclear.
Now, when he says they took the B-2 bombers off of his desk, he's talking about the models that we saw on his desk last week when someone handed it to the president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Pretty Ting says the people that support this war are deranged and radicalized. All right, thank you for your expression.
Nuclear weapon, they would have absolutely used it. And they would have used it on the entire Middle East, including Israel. And you know why you see that? Because unexpectedly, when this war broke out, unexpectedly, they started sending missiles to UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia.
And again, a lot of people are feeling confused because when they did the Midnight Hammer, the messaging that came forth was, hey, we took out their ability to develop a nuclear weapon. But then this time around, just a couple weeks ago, when this all started, we were told that they were just a touch away from having nuclear weapons. So people want to know, why are we getting a conflicting story? Then on top of that, we have Joe Kent coming out saying, hey, listen, this is Israel's war. It's not America's war. And we should not be fighting at all. So we have a lot to figure out here. We're going to keep covering all of this and more here at Watching the World 777. We're waiting for court to come back into session for Kelsey Fitzsimmons. But while we do so, we're just checking out some of the events that are happening around the world and trying to figure out a better way forward, especially all of us as Americans. We are Americans first. Something that's happening, did you guys notice that a Democrat flipped the Republican seat? I believe it was in Florida. What does that mean? Are Democrats likely to take over for the midterm elections? Is that what this could be an indication of, with a Democrat winning?
This morning, a Democrat has flipped a Republican-held seat in the Florida State House. It's noteworthy because this district includes Mar-a-Lago, President Trump's official residence. He voted in this special election.
Well, Lord have mercy. I'll be doggone. They flipped the seat of the Republican where Mar-a-Lago is located. What does that mean? You know, the Democrats already said if they win in November, they're going to impeach Donald Trump. And they're going to make life really hard for him. In fact, when I covered the Clintons, you remember when I went to the Clintons' deposition, I saw quite a few of the committee members, and some of them, along with the media, were saying, listen, when the midterm elections is won by the Democrats, first order of business is to have Donald Trump and his wife, Melania, come and sit down, and they will be deposed too. So what is going to happen this November? Well, this could be an indication of how things are turning.
Democrat Emily Gregory defeated Trump-backed Republican John Maples. President Trump, as a citizen of Palm Beach County, will now be represented by a trio of Democrats across the Florida State House, Senate, and U.S. House. Gregory is filling this vacated seat until November. She is expected to seek election for a full 2-year term.
Okay, all right. So we see some things happening, might be an indication of what's to come. We have Angelic says the world needs to unite. Okay, I wrote about that last night. I hope you guys had a chance to check it out. But we do need to focus on trying to mend the divide that we have. It's something to think about, definitely. We're going to keep moving. We're waiting for court to come back into session. While we do so, we're going to cover perhaps a few more stories along the way. Let's check out the polling.
Welcome back, everyone. CBS News polling shows most Americans are against the U.S.'s involvement with the ongoing war in the Middle East. But it also shows people's views of the war are largely tied to their politics, as you might expect. CBS News Elections and Surveys Executive Director Anthony Salvanto explains.
We've seen Americans say there's concern about gas prices as a result of the conflict in Iran. We've seen Americans say that they don't want the current Iranian regime left in power if the war ends. But we also see partisan splits in approval. And this is where it gets really interesting. Politically, you get strong support from Republicans, much more so than independents or Democrats. But if you break that down and look at the MAGA base in particular for the president, 92% approval. Now, is this something that they necessarily expected during the 2024 campaign? Let me show you what they're telling us. And first and foremost, that is, they express confidence in Donald Trump and his ability to make decisions regarding the conflict. Look at this, 75% with a lot of confidence in him. Add that to the ones who have some, and you get a very confident group. That's number one. But the other part of this is, what does this do to compare to what they expected in the campaign? And in fact, they tell us, especially MAGA Republicans tell us, they think he's doing what he promised with regard to Iran in the 2024 campaign. Part of that is they see and they think the U.S. goal should be stopping Iran's nuclear program, among others. And the other part of this I want to show you is overall, what effect do they think this is having in the U.S. standing world? And you see MAGA Republicans in particular, even more so than all.
So when it comes to MAGA and the president's base, they feel like he's delivering on his promises, 87%. So that's very important for any politician, any president to be able to deliver in a way where their base feels like they are answering and they're actually delivering on their words.
Republicans saying they think it's making the U.S. stronger in the world. So in their view, that's how it all connects, those goals and their confidence in the president in particular. For larger context, we've seen this across so many issues, both domestic and overseas.
Okay, court is back in session.
Okay, defense, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Defense calls Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Here we go. We have Kelsey, guys. This is the moment we've been waiting for. I can't wait to hear what you guys have to say in regards to her. Hit the like button, share, and subscribe to the channel. Also, turn on your notifications. We're going to be covering this all day.
Solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now at hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
You may have a seat and pull yourself right up to that mic. All set.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I inquire?
Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, miss.
Good morning.
State your name and spell your last name.
Kelsey Fitzsimmons, Fitzsimmons.
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Excuse me. Do you mind? I'm just pulling that mic a
Yes.
little bit closer just so that we can hear you.
Is that better?
And I didn't hear your last answer. How
I'm
old?
29 years old.
29. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
And what's the town of your residence?
Currently, Newburyport.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Methuen,
Methuen?
Massachusetts.
And did you live there your whole life?
Most of it, yes.
Did you go to high school there?
I did.
And where did you go?
Methuen High School,
When did you graduate?
2015.
And you lived there with your parents and your family?
Yeah, I lived with my mom and my dad. There were two different houses.
Tell the judge a little bit about your upbringing and your family and who's it.
So I have my mom, my dad, my mom Lauren, my dad Steven, my older brother, my biological older brother Stephen Jr., and then I have my stepfather William Page, his two kids that I consider my brother and sister, Madison and William.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the names.
My younger brother and sister are Madison and William.
Madison and William. Did you say that they were stepsons?
They're yes.
Okay.
Try to keep your voice up.
Okay,
Just
sorry.
Use the mic, like,
Okay.
kind of like I am, like that.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Kelsey. So you guys are a close family, right?
Yes.
And they've been with you through this process the whole time, right?
The whole time.
When did you graduate high school?
2015.
Did you go to college?
I did.
And where did you get your degree from?
I got my degree from Fisher College. I got my Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice.
What year was that?
2020.
What were some of the awards and distinctions you received at Fisher College?
I think my junior year, I was inducted into the Criminal Justice Honor Society. In my senior year, I was voted in as the president of the Criminal Justice Club, and I just worked closely with campus police there and the advisor of the Criminal Justice Club.
Did you work while you were in college?
I did.
Where'd you work?
I worked for the college as a work study, and I also worked as like a host / waitress down the street at a restaurant called Cheers.
Did you do any security work?
Yeah, in 2016, I was hired by Fenway Park Security, and I believe I worked there in 2017. And like throughout all of Fisher College, I worked for campus police as a work study, like a dorm proctor, checking IDs of students.
After graduating Fisher College, you had the B. Is it a BA or a BS?
BS.
BS in criminal justice.
Yes.
And what was your kind of goal for your life and your career with that degree?
When I graduated, it was the peak of COVID, so everything got a little confusing on what my next steps were. My plan originally was to try to go straight to a police academy, but when I graduated, there was no police academies running, so I decided to, because I love school, I decided to further my education and go to law school.
Where did you go, and tell us about law school a little bit.
I went to Massachusetts School of Law. I did about 3 semesters, and then some academies started to run again.
And did that change your pathway?
It did.
What happened?
The Essex County Sheriff's Department started doing Sheriff's Department academies again. So I applied to be a corrections officer, and that was in 2020. And I went through their academy in 2021.
Where's that academy?
Their academy is at the Northern Essex Community College in Haverhill, Massachusetts.
And what was the course of study? Just in general, what did it entail and how long was it?
It was 3 months. It had to do with just the training of being a corrections officer. Our whole job was safety and security of the inmates that were housed in the jail. So it went a lot into safety and security.
So you spent 3 months at the Sheriff's Academy,
Yes,
and you were hired by the Essex County Sheriff.
I was, yes.
When was that roughly?
That was in 2021. I think it was September of 2021.
What was your kind of original first assignment when you got to the Sheriff's Department? How did you start there?
I worked in housing. I was assigned to housing the whole time I worked there.
Did you have any other jobs while you were at the Essex Sheriff?
When you pick up a overtime shift there, they kind of just throw you in where somebody is needed. So I did a lot of different jobs just through all the overtime I worked, which included transportation of inmates to and from court. I would work in programs. They have church and school for the inmates that reside there. And there's outer perimeter security where you drive a cruiser around the perimeter of the jail to ensure no one's coming in or out. I did things like that on my overtimes.
Okay, and in terms of the transport, you were actually the person that kind of comes to here to court, goes into lockup, delivers prisoners, picks up prisoners, brings them back?
Yes.
How long were you at the Essex Sheriff?
About 2 years.
What, and at that point you had a career path decision, right? A
Yes.
different decision.
I did.
What was that decision?
I always knew I wanted to be a police officer.
And was there some opportunities that came up in that respect?
Yes, while I was working for the Sheriff's Department, I had moved to North Andover. I really liked the town I lived in, and I wanted to work in it as a police officer.
So what did you do?
I applied to the North Andover Police Department.
Did you interview with Lieutenant Daly? Was it?
I did. He was on a panel interview. They call it like an oral board. It included Lieutenant Daly and several other members of the North Andover Police Department.
And I take it that you're not going to get hired there unless they approve you.
Yes.
And that happened, and you were hired?
Yeah, they do an extensive hire check.
Background check and so
yeah,
forth?
like there's a lot that goes with it.
What you would expect in terms of a police officer getting hired.
Yes.
What's the first step when you get hired as a police officer? What do you do next?
You have to go to the police academy for 6 months.
So you've been through a 3-month Essex Sheriff Police Academy, training academy, and now you're about to start a 6-month North Andover Police Academy training, right?
Yes.
And where did that training take place?
That also took place down the hall at Northern Essex Community College in Haverhill.
And you spent 6 months going to that?
6 months, yes.
Was that, is that something where you like stayed there the whole time, or did you come and go? Did you commute? How does that work?
I commuted. I got there in the morning, left sometime in the evening, and we had weekends off. So it was 5 days a week.
When did you graduate from there?
I graduated in May of 2024.
And did you run for any positions within the academy that they have in your class?
Yes, while I was in the police academy, I ran for treasurer, and I became the treasurer of my class.
And what does that entail?
That entails everything financial through our academy. I would collect, we had like academy dues, I would collect them, and we would purchase things that we wanted, such as like sweatshirts and sweatpants to wear for our PT days, as well as an academy sweatshirt. I also planned our graduation party. So I had to book it, collect the funds for it, and plan it, essentially.
And is it a situation where there's different classes going on at once, like class of 2020, class of 2021, like that?
Yeah,
And you were the class of 20?
Well, my class was called Rock 5, so I don't know how the numbers go, but the one before me was 4 and the one after me was 6. I was Rock 5, ROC 5.
All right. And when did ROC 5 graduate?
May of 2024.
And you graduated with the class?
I did.
And what was your first assignment with the North Andover PD?
You first go to patrol on FTO, and FTO is meaning you're with a field training officer, so you ride with somebody in the same cruiser for a period of time.
And, who were your field training officers?
So I had several, because you do different shifts. I had field training on day shift. My field training officer was Officer Tierney. I had field training on the 4 to midnight shift, and my field training officers were Officer Furman, now Detective Furman, and Officer Sousa.
The entire time you were there, were there any other FTOs that you had, just to kind of list them all off?
I think there's multiple officers there that are FTO trained, but those were the ones that were assigned to me to train me.
So you were, I'm sorry.
Wait, no. Can you just,
oh yeah. Thank you. So, Ms. Fitzsimmons, in your employ at the North Andover PD, you assumed the job of a regular patrol officer at some point, I take it?
Yes, I was a patrol officer.
And you, after you finished with field training officers, do they have some sort of a say and report back to the administration or the supervisors about how you're functioning?
Yeah, so the supervisor on your shift, your field training officer gives them, I think it's a weekly report of how I did on calls and what calls we went on together and how I performed, stuff like that. And eventually, I think, I don't know exactly how many weeks I was on field training, but after it's complete, the sergeant will take you in his cruiser and you drive his cruiser and respond to calls or make traffic stops. And then he decides if you are signed off on, and I was signed off. And that day I got my own cruiser.
And when was that, if you remember, just roughly?
I think it was in the end of June or early July of 2024.
And just a few things I want to just tick off on the list of things a police officer does. Did you serve restraining orders?
I have before.
Have you testified in court?
I have.
And you've made arrests?
I have.
Now, at the time, moving over to your personal life, at some point you met someone named Justin Elaine, right?
Yes.
And what was your experience with Justin Elaine in a nutshell?
My experience in a nutshell, we met through Facebook. We went on a few dates. We ended up hitting it off. While I was in the academy, we were dating. He is a North Andover firefighter. At my police graduation, he pinned me, and then I would see him on calls sometimes. And we eventually moved in with each other. We got engaged. We had a baby.
And what was the baby's name? What's the baby's name?
My son's name is Caden.
How old is he today?
He's 13 months.
And Justin Elaine is the father?
He is.
What happened on June 30th of 2025?
On June 30th of 2025, I woke up in the morning.
Let me be more specific.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Did he take any actions relative to you in terms of your relationship that day?
Yes.
And what did he do?
He obtained a restraining order against me.
Is it fair to say that he broke up with you via a restraining order?
Yes. I did not speak to him. I realized our relationship was over when a restraining order was handed to me.
So let's rewind the events of that. So that morning, were you home?
I was.
Who was home?
So my sister slept over the night previous, so June 29th to June 30th. So she was over in the morning.
Maddie?
That's Madison, yes. I was with my son. I had work at 1 p.m. I had to go to CPR training at 1 p.m.
Okay. Now, had you been out of work for a while?
I was, yes.
And when did you first go out of work?
I worked, Caden came 5 weeks early, so I wasn't expecting it, so I went out basically the day I gave birth to him.
And his birthday is what?
February 16th, 2025.
Now, when you were seeking to go back to work, did you get cleared to go back to work in June of 2025?
Yes.
Did that entail going through certain trainings and getting reviewed and stuff?
It did.
What was the event on the 30th that you had to do to finish that off?
I had CPR training at 1 p.m. on the 30th scheduled.
Was that your last thing you had to kind of go through?
That was it. Yep.
Were you seeking to see Justin Elaine that day?
Yes, we had spoken through text and on the phone in the morning. I was asking if he would come home because he hadn't been home in days to be with Caden while I went to work. And his response basically was, I can pick him up and watch him. And I said, you're not a babysitter. So there was a bit of argument about that.
Text argument.
Yeah, it was like, you're his dad. You're not a babysitter. You can come home. I don't understand picking him up and watching him. That was very odd for me to hear as his father.
Moms don't like when dads say they're going to babysit their own kid, right?
Yes, like you're dad.
And at some point, just to kind of cut to the chase on that, you made a plan to meet up in North Andover?
Yeah, there was a lot of texting back and forth. He originally said yes, and then he said no, and then he said, I'll meet you tomorrow. And I said, you have work tomorrow? That doesn't make any sense. He worked a 24-hour overnight shift. So
Was there something about gas money as well?
yeah, he said that he couldn't drive from Stowe, Massachusetts to North Andover because he had no gas in his truck. And I just was trying to get him to meet me. I'm like, we need to figure this out. I go to work in a couple hours. Like, we need to figure this out. He called me while I was driving to work and said, I'm on my way to North Andover.
Let me stop you right there.
Okay.
Let me just rewind you
Okay.
a little bit. So there's some texting about this, right? Yes. And the texting that you have and that's been kind of passed around in the case, it doesn't end up with, okay, I'll come and meet you at the North Andover Common, right?
No.
So was that arrangement made outside of those texts?
Yes, like looking back now, I think it was strategic, but
All right, well, just, I don't want to
that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I don't want to ask for your opinion
Okay,
on it.
sorry.
I just want to, factually, I'd like to ask you, were there a couple calls back and forth that kind of
Yes.
set that up once and for all?
Yes, he called me on my way to work. I decided I'm going to bring my son with me, which wasn't a big deal, but When I was on my way, he said he calls
Well,
me.
hold on a second. Just to be, yes.
I just need to confer with our court staff. Mr. Ring, can you turn the?
Okay, guys. So it looks like they're having a sidebar, which is an off the record conversation. Hit the like button, share, subscribe. Thank you, guys. Every time you hit the hearts, the emojis that are found in the comment section, it helps to push the channel. So we're going to continue covering this trial today. Whenever they go offline, I typically cover the latest news stories to fill in the space. So thank you guys very much. Tomorrow, I will be in court tomorrow for Nicolas Maduro, the former president of Venezuela. So we look forward to seeing what happens at the hearing for him, along with his wife, Celia Flores. Last time when she was in court, she showed up with black eyes. Her face was all bruised up. They even requested by means of her attorney, now this is Nicolas Maduro's wife, they requested for her to have a rib examination because I guess she felt like her ribs had been broken. So how did that happen? Did she fall out of the helicopter, or was she roughed up when they were arrested in Venezuela? I guess we'll never know. We don't hear a lot about that from the mainstream media, but if you look it up, it's definitely a part of the court transcripts. And we'll see how this whole case develops. But it looks like they're facing some tough times. Nicolas Maduro is talking about how bad it is to be in jail down in Brooklyn at the MDC. I can only imagine. He's in the same jail that Sean Diddy Combs, Tekashi 6ix9ine, Epstein, and many others have been at. He was trying to communicate back to his country how tough it is to be incarcerated in the United States. So tomorrow I'll be in court sitting behind Nicolas Maduro. I look forward to reporting to you guys any updates in regards to this trial. We are covering so many different trials here. We're going to be down in Texas covering Carmelo Anthony. So I look forward to reporting on that case as well. There's so much happening. We're still trying to follow Nancy Guthrie. As far as I know, they have not figured out what happened to her yet, other than the fact that she was allegedly kidnapped. At least that's what we hear, although some people debate whether it went down that way exactly. So here at Watching the World 777, we cover these tough cases. We try to bring you the latest information. And we really do appreciate everything you guys do to support us. Thank you, Stanley. Thank you for those kind words. Here we go.
And I'll come back in a couple of minutes. All right.
Okay, so they're having another recess. This case is having a lot of recess and so forth, right? So we're going to get back to covering a few stories while we're waiting to fill in the gap. But now's a good time to take a bathroom break, have a coffee or water, tea, whatever it is that floats your boat. But at any rate, let's get back to it, guys. I'm going to show you some of the things that are happening around the world, and also some points that are quite concerning in regards to our country that I'm pretty sure everybody wants to know about. Did you guys get a chance to hear what happened in regards to Amazon and the postal services?
Amazon plans to significantly reduce the volume of packages it ships through the U.S. Postal Service, according to the Wall Street Journal, and is looking to do so as its contract with the struggling government agency is set to expire this fall. Amazon wants to cut the number of packages it sends through USPS by 2/3, the journal reported, noting Amazon disclosed the plan to the Postal Service during a bidding process for the agency's last-mile delivery service, the final step of deliveries carried out by USPS. About 15%.
All right, Lisa, that's why I cover all of these type of subjects here on Watching the World, so everybody can have a good rounded view of what's happening throughout the world and also in our own backyard.
Percent of the packages delivered in the U.S. last year by the Postal Service came from Amazon. The contract between the Postal Service and Amazon will expire in October and reportedly generate $6 billion per year for the agency. If Amazon's bid for the Postal Service's last-mile delivery services declined, the e-commerce titan could look to other carriers for final-mile deliveries, invest more in its own fleets, or increase its bid, the journal reported. The USPS, a self-funded agency, reported losses of $9 billion in 2025, following a $9.5 billion loss the year before. The Postal Service cites several factors for these losses, including reductions in transportation and workers' compensation expenses.
Workers' compensation. The the Postal Services lost $9 billion. How do you lose $9 billion? That's something to think about. That's all under our current administration, but also I'm pretty sure a lot of this has gone or come from the previous one too. But these are the subject matters we don't hear a lot about, but I'm pretty sure after hearing this, you will have many questions.
As well as increased operating revenues. Amazon, which delivered 6.7 billion packages last year, surpassed UPS and FedEx in delivery volumes last year, and is on.
That's 6.7 billion packages. That's a lot of packages. Who's buying all of this stuff? Let's see what our good friend Grumpy has to say. Oh, court is back in session. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that.
Okay. Ms. Fitzsimmons, could you retake the stand? Thank you. Take your time.
So they're calling her back on the stand, Kelsey Fitzsimmons. She is the person on trial. I think she comes across as a good witness. I think she might see some leniency, right? What do you think, guys? You think she'll get off the hook?
Just again, pull yourself up to that mic. Yep. Make yourself comfortable.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Ms. Fitzsimmons, the last discussion we were having was that you were arranging to meet Mr. Elaine at the North Andover Common. Is that right?
Yes.
And did he call you about it when you were on your way to CPR training?
He called me. I think I was putting Caden in his car seat. I missed it. And when I got on the road, I called him back.
And what was the conversation about meeting up?
It was quick. It was, Kelsey, I'm on my way to North Andover right now. My mom just gave me gas money. I'll meet you at the Common at 2. And I said, okay, I love you, bye. And the phone call had already hung up.
And after that, you went to work?
I went to work.
With Caden?
With Caden.
And what was the schedule? What was on the schedule for today, for that day at work?
It was a 1-hour CPR training. So it was going to go to about 2 p.m.
So it was 1 to 2?
Yes.
Did you get there on time?
I think I got there a couple minutes early.
What was the layout when you got there? Who was there? Where'd you go? What was the general kind of mood of you going there?
So I knew it was going to be held in the community room. I was told prior that's where it was going to be held. So right when you walk through the officer's entrance of the police department, the community room is the first door on your right. So I just entered right through there.
And you had your baby?
I did.
And it's fair to say this isn't a visit to the police department where you're in full uniform or anything, right?
No, I was in a t-shirt.
And that's because you're going to be training, working on, those rubber dummies that you train for CPR with, right?
Yes.
Who met you when you got to the police department? Who was there?
Detective Gordon was conducting the training.
I'm sorry, did you say Gordon with the G?
Gordon, yeah, Gordon.
And you saw him?
Yes, he was conducting the CPR training.
Did you see any other friend and colleague officers around that time period?
I saw Lieutenant Domenico as well.
And did you have a chat with him?
We didn't really talk because I was in the middle of the training. It was just we waved to each other when he was walking out of the door.
What happened with Caden while you were doing the training?
I asked Detective Gordon if he wanted to hold him because I figured he hasn't held a baby in a long time. So it's kind of funny seeing guys that haven't held a baby in a long time and they're like, but
Did he hold the baby?
He did, yeah.
And is he someone that you trust to hold your baby?
Absolutely, yes.
Do you let just anybody hold your baby?
No, Detective Gordon was my drill instructor for my 6-month police academy. So I knew him more because of that. I saw him every day for 6 months.
Trusted him?
Yeah.
And how did the training go?
It went fine. Normal. Passed.
How long did it take?
It takes about an hour.
What time did you finish?
I think it was around 2 p.m.
Who else did you see while you were at the station?
Just Lieutenant Domenico. I was supposed to pick up my radio from an administration office upstairs. And I had texted the person that was giving me the radio and said, I'm just going to grab it tomorrow because I was like more focused on go to the park. So I was like, I can just drive to the station tomorrow and grab my radio.
Were you, quote unquote, on the schedule?
Yes.
Start soon?
Yes.
And what was the schedule when you were going to start?
I was going on to the day shift, which is 8 to 4 p.m. and I was supposed to start on July 4th.
You left the police station at about what time?
Detective Gordon walked me to my car. I probably pulled out around 2:05.
Where'd you go?
I drove down Osgood Street to the Common.
Who's this guy, Hunter Hassan?
That was one of Justin and I's mutual friends that lives in the town of North Andover.
Did you go by his house?
Yes, so the only logical way to get to the Common from the police station is to take Osgood Street, which is what I did, and he lives on that street. So I had to drive by his house when I was on my way to the Common.
Did you see anything at his house that surprised you?
Yes.
What did you see?
When I drove by, I saw Justin's truck. And at first I thought nothing of it. I thought maybe he got into town before I got out of training and stopped in, like that would be normal. But then I started noticing other cars I recognized there as well. And
Whose cars were those?
I saw my maid of honor's car, Katrina Caruso. I also saw people standing outside near his pool. I know I saw his sister, Courtney, Justin's sister, and I know I saw Michelle Mitchell, which was another one of my bridesmaids. So I was like, what is going on?
And this meeting was not something that you knew about?
No, I was supposed to be meeting Justin, and Justin was at our mutual friend's house with people, and I just was so thrown off. I was confused.
Did you actually see Justin as part of those people you saw around his pool?
I drove by quick. I saw a group of people. I recognized the trucks and the people I did definitively see, yes. I know Justin was there.
From the truck?
Yeah, from his truck.
Okay. So in terms of your confusion, are you wondering if he's there or if he got a ride to the Common or something like that? Why didn't you just stop there and say, hey, what are you doing?
Well, because I was just driving by, and then I was like, well, that was weird. So I tried calling Justin, and then that's when it just like communication stopped. No more, he was not answering my texts. He was not answering any more phone calls. I even went as far to text his friend Hunter and say, what is going on right now? And am I allowed to say what Hunter said back to me?
So did he respond to you?
He did, yes.
Did it affect your state of mind about what was going on?
No, it confused me even more because he said, oh, everyone's just meeting up for people who forgot things at the house from the bachelorette party that happened a couple of days prior. He said everyone was meeting there to pick up things that they forgot. And I was like, meeting in North Andover. And I was trying to make sense of it. And I was like,
Did that add to your confusion?
yeah, because I was like, this person lives.
Sorry. Yarn, do you have a question?
So who said this and how? I didn't catch.
So I had texted when Justin had stopped answering me.
Yeah.
I texted his friend whose house he was at, and I knew he was there because I had to drive by from.
This is Hunter.
This is
Okay,
Hunter.
all right,
Yes.
Now I get it.
Okay. Yes. So I texted Hunter, and he told me everybody was meeting there to get things that they left at the bachelorette party, and it's like that's in my mind that made me even more confused and didn't make sense because everybody lives here, there. Why meet in North Andover?
Let me stop you right there. So as a result of that kind of adding to your mindset, sounds like adding to your confusion, right?
Confusion, yes.
Did you stick to the plan to go meet him at the Common, or did you divert somewhere else?
No, I went to the Common.
And you got there what time?
It was probably like 2:10.
And did you wait there with Kaden?
I did.
And approximately how long did you wait, if you can remember?
It was at least an hour. It could have been more.
Did he ever show up?
He never showed up.
What time did you make a decision to get out of there at some point?
Yeah, well, I was receiving other phone calls, which were adding to my confusion.
Not what was said, but from whom?
They were from Michelle.
And she was the woman who testified here yesterday, right?
Yes.
And she indicated that she was trying to meet up with you, and you were
To get coffee.
And you were trying to focus on
I said,
meeting with Justin.
Trying to meet Justin.
Okay.
Like, I love you. I'll call you later. Trying to meet my fiance.
To Michelle, you said that.
Yes.
Okay. Did you go home after that?
Yes.
What time did you go home?
It was at least an hour after 2 p.m. So sometime around maybe 3:30, because I know I was waiting a while at the park. Caden's bottle had run out of milk, so or formula, I had to go home.
Now, as you sat here for the last couple of days, you've heard a lot of business about where you parked your car. Do you remember that? So you didn't park in your driveway, right?
No.
And you're adjacent to a school at 125 Phillips Brooks Road, right?
My neighbor to my right is
And
school.
I should say for the record, your home is 125 Phillips Brooks
That's my
Road,
home.
single family house in North Andover, right next to what school?
The Atkinson Elementary School.
Okay. And there's a big parking lot next to your fence line?
Yes.
And when you came back from the Common, you parked in there.
Yes.
Why did you park in there?
Because I didn't know what was going on. I knew something was going on. I first have my fiance just not showing up to meet me and not talking to me anymore. And then somebody that doesn't know I saw them trying to call me, and they're trying to meet up with me. I'm trying to meet up with Justin. And a bunch of other people were there that didn't make sense. And I thought they were going to come to my house or something. So I didn't want anyone to know I was home. So I just parked at the school.
Okay. Did this have anything to do with the North Andover Police Department?
Had nothing to do with the North Andover Police Department.
So you parked at the school, and as a young new mom, you probably had a lot of stuff you had to carry.
I had his diaper bag, I had him in his little carrier, and I think I had my phone in my hands and my house keys.
You walked around and you went to your door.
Yeah, it was genuinely a 60-second walk to my car to my house.
Sure.
From my car to my house.
And you went into that porch door that we've seen on the video here.
Yeah, my front door, it leads to a porch.
And then you get up on the porch and you make a left into another door into the house, right?
Yep.
What happened when you first got home? What did you do?
I made Kaden a bottle. I called my mom. I asked my mom if she would come over because it was, what do I do? Like, what's going on?
So you wanted some support from mom?
Yeah, so like advice. My mom's my best friend. I knew she'd come over and maybe like have a different.
Figure this out.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll withdraw that, Judge. I'm just trying to move. What was your?
Mr. Brado, I'm sorry. I assume the objection is for leading?
Repeatedly, yes.
Okay. All right, yeah, if you can just stay away from leading, thank you.
What was your state of mind about having mom come over?
I was sad. I was really confused, and I wanted her advice.
How far away does your mother live?
She lives in Methuen, so it was her house is about 7 to 8 minutes away, but I think she was on her way home from work at the time, and she has to drive right by my house, or my old house.
How was Caden at the common and then getting home? How was he behaving in terms of fussiness, or was he okay, or sleeping, or quiet, or what?
I ran out of his bottle while at the common. I thought I'd brought enough. I think if our plans played out, I would have had enough for taking a walk in the common. But because I was waiting for so long, I ran out of his bottle and he started crying. I drove right home.
And then at home, you made another bottle and started to give him the bottle.
Yes, feed him.
Okay. What time did your mother get there? Approximately.
Like maybe 5 to 10 minutes after I got home.
And you sat, did you visit with your mom for a while and consult with her on the situation?
Yeah, we sat on my couch while I fed Kaden. She did some my house was messy, so she was just trying to pick up around the house a little bit for me. We were talking.
Okay. And did she leave at some point?
She did.
When was that?
Probably had her over for about an hour. Maybe 5 o'clock she left.
Was her car in the driveway?
Hers was, yes.
And obviously she got in the car and left in her car.
Yeah, I told her that I was gonna be packing and probably going camping with my son, which is normal for me. My family owns land. We call it our happy place. I've been going there since I was a baby. So I was gonna go there to clear my mind since Justin wasn't going to meet up with me. I just figured I don't have work till the 4th. So that's what I'm gonna do. And
the idea of sitting around.
I just didn't.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Objection was sustained.
Oh.
So next question.
Why did you want to go up to the land?
To clear my mind. I've brought Kaden there 2 times before, and for a 4-month-old baby, he crushed it up there. He loved it. So I just thought, I texted Justin, I'm going to my land. He knows what that is. He proposed to me there. He knows I call it my happy place, and I told him I'll send you pictures when I get service, and I love you because there's not good service up there. And that was the last thing I ever said to Justin.
When your mom pulled out of the driveway, did you get a visit from the North Andover police?
I heard someone knocking on my front door when I walked up to the porch.
How long after your mom left did the police knock on your door?
I know now approximately 3 minutes.
And what were you able to do to figure it out pretty well?
My home has a lot of surveillance. My dad owns a security company, so my home had a lot of surveillance outside. So I was just curious, like, how long was it after my mom left that the police came? And I believe it was about 3 minutes approximately.
Can you use the video system to refresh yourself on time intervals and such?
Yeah, yes.
And while we're on that topic, are there timestamps on the clips from your house?
Yes.
And do you have any knowledge of the accuracy of those timestamps?
At some point, one of the daylight savings happened, so my cameras were 1 hour off.
And how off? Like which way off were they?
Like if it said it was 5 o'clock, it was actually 4 o'clock.
Okay, so it's an hour ahead.
Okay.
So,
Hour ahead.
All right. So in terms of any clips that come from your house, does the timestamp show hour ahead?
Yes.
Okay.
So are you referring to what's in evidence?
Yes.
Okay, all of those video clips?
Yes, Your Honor. So just want to make sure, did we say that right, that the clips are an hour ahead, or is the actual clip an hour behind?
I have to think about this. I'm sorry.
It's okay. We can come back to it later. I do that all the time. That's okay. How long after your mother left did you hear a knock on the door?
Like 3 to 5 minutes.
Where were you when you heard the knock?
I was sitting on the couch feeding Kaden.
What did you do when you heard the knock?
I put the bottle on the coffee table. I got up with Kaden in my arms and I opened up the door.
You walked out on the porch and
I walked out on the porch. So there's like 2 doors. My front door leads to a porched in area. Walked out onto the porch and opened up the front door for 3 police officers.
And who were they?
It was Lieutenant Daly, Officer Noonan, and Officer Houston.
And Lieutenant, let's just go through each of them real quick for a second.
Okay.
Lieutenant Daly, you talked about in terms of training and hiring and all that, right?
Yes.
And what about Officer Noonan? What was your relationship at the time with Officer Noonan?
He had transferred after I had already started. We were on the same shift for a brief time. On one of our shifts, there was a really horrible call.
So we'll get to that, but just
Okay.
generally in terms of your relationship.
That's just like how our relationship kind of even started. That's why I brought it up. That's how we became like texting each other and kind of more than just like, you're just my coworker and I've never talked to you, to we've had conversations and talked about personal things.
Did you think well of him?
Yes,
And to your knowledge, did he think well of you?
I think so.
So now you mentioned a particular call.
Yes.
And just so we don't have to dwell all over it, it's a call that involves a murder, suicide, and the murder victim is a young baby, right?
Yes.
And when was that call?
It was in August of 2024.
Was that response just you and him?
I believe I was the first officer in with Officer Cuevas, and then Officer Noonan came. It was like a pretty much when something like that comes over the radio, everybody starts heading there. But the call was in my sector, so the sector I was assigned to that night. So I was the closest with Officer Cuevas. So we walked in together.
Okay. And just to encapsulate it, the call involved administering first aid, and it was a difficult call.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the source of when you sort of broke the ice with Officer Noonan?
Yeah, we stood outside of the scene for a long time, all of us, everybody who was on that call, and we talked, and then the chief had asked us to, we were like out of commission for the night. Other officers came in and filled in for us, and we had like a meeting debrief in the chief's office. He had pizza delivered.
Okay. And just in general, fast forwarding all the way to June 30th of 25, did you ever have any problems or issues with Officer Noonan?
No.
Did he ever, to your knowledge, did he ever have any problems or issues with you?
No.
So there's Noonan. And then who's the third officer there?
Officer Houston.
And we saw him testify here as well today, yesterday, right?
Yes.
And what was your relationship with Officer Noonan?
Noonan or Houston?
I'm sorry, Houston, thank you.
I was closer with Houston, probably out of the three of the people that were at my house that day. Houston and I were friends. He came to my engagement party. He was invited to my wedding. We have the same type of dog. I think they've met before. The dogs, I mean. Yeah.
He was a work friend.
He was a work
outside.
friend. Yeah.
So these three come to the door. What are the circumstances of how they come in the house? Did you let them in, or how did that happen?
I opened the door and Lieutenant Daly immediately put his foot on my front porch, and we didn't just come in, and I was like, okay, all right. When I opened the door, Lieutenant Daly put his foot into my porch, and they just said, we need to come in, and I said, okay.
And then did you turn around and you and Kaden walked back in the house and they followed you?
Yes.
So what happened when the five of you got into the living room area?
They asked me, Lieutenant Daly asked me to put Kaden down in his car seat. They've referred to it as like a rocker. It does rock, but it was his car seat. And I was in the middle of feeding him. So when I put him down, he was obviously crying. And I was like, whatever this is, I'm going to hold my son. Because they had a folder. I knew they were going to give me something. Wasn't
at that moment?
Yeah.
Did you have any idea what was going on?
No, I knew, like, obviously I knew something was going on. The police are in my house, my coworkers, but when they told me to put Kaden down, I was like a little hesitant because I'm in the middle of feeding him. And then I listened, I put him down, and he started crying, and I was like, I'm gonna hold my son, whatever this is. Like, I'm gonna feed my baby and read it. So I picked Kaden back up, and I had him on my lap while I opened the envelope. And that's when Lieutenant Daly said, Justin filed a restraining order against you.
Okay, so you're trying to read it and he's talking to you and the baby's crying?
Nope, baby isn't crying anymore. I picked him up and I'm feeding him.
What did Daly say to you about the situation?
I asked a lot of questions, like why? I was supposed to meet him at the park like a couple hours ago. I'm confused. He said he didn't know anything. And I said, do you have the affidavit so I can read what I'm being accused of? And they didn't. And they said they didn't know the details. And he said that Kaden was on it as well. And
did that affect your state of mind?
Yes.
How so?
I knew in that moment I was going to have to hand my 4-month-old to a police officer to be brought out of my house.
How did that make you feel?
I don't know if there's a word. Sad.
Were you able to have a minute or two to kind of comprehend it, or did something else immediately happen?
I comprehended it. I was asked to pack a bag for Kaden for about 2 weeks.
Who asked you that?
Lieutenant Daley said that the court date was in 14 days. So he said, packing up for 2 weeks. And
He said that to you?
yes,
So you didn't take it upon yourself to want to do that?
no, they told me that I needed to pack a bag for Caden because he was going to go be with Justin for at least the 2 weeks till the next court date.
Who was there when that was when that came up?
That was when the three of them we were all in my living room.
Did Houston or Noonan say anything at this point?
No, I knew if I put Caden back in his car seat, he was going to cry. He loves being held.
So the plan at that point was to go get some stuff?
Yes.
So you had to put Caden somewhere.
Yes.
And what did you do?
I handed Caden to Officer Noonan.
Why'd you give him to Officer Noonan?
I could say I trusted all of them. But I knew Officer Noonan I know Officer Houston has no kids, and I knew Daley seemed like preoccupied, and I knew Noonan had kids. So I guess that's probably what went through my mind, but it really wasn't that much of a thought. I just knew I had to have someone hold him because I didn't want him screaming in his car seat on the ground.
Was he someone that you trusted to do that?
Yes.
What happened when you handed your baby to Officer Noonan?
He took Caden from my arms.
And what about the bottle? What happened with the bottle?
He took the bottle as well.
And what did he do with respect to the bottle and Caden?
He was trying to feed him.
Did Officer Noonan exhibit any resistance or discomfort or anything with respect to holding the baby?
No, I think he said like, "Oh, I haven't done this in a while," like something like that.
What was your intention at that point to do?
I had to pack his bags.
And are you, as you're starting to go figure that out in terms of luggage, what do you need, where's he going, etc., are you having kind of an unfolding thought process, if you will?
Meeting? Sustain.
I'm just asking her what she's thinking, Your Honor. What are you thinking?
So I grabbed one of my duffel bags and I first went in the kitchen, and as I was putting the bottles in the bag, it was just kind of like all setting in exactly what was happening, and there was just so many unknowns. And as I was packing things, I was like, okay, Justin just broke up with me via restraining order. We have a wedding in 4 months. Caden is not going to be with me for 2 weeks. That's an eternity for a mom, any mom. And everyone was just brushing over the fact that it was 2 weeks. And I was like, 2 weeks without Caden? Like, I just kept, in my mind was just going fast. Like, I can't work overtime because I have a son now. I can't afford my home by myself without overtime. It was just, I lost everything. Even my doggy was on the restraining order. Maverick, my dog Maverick, was on the restraining order. So my son.
Was he your dog or Justin's dog?
He was my dog. So I saw my baby go, my fiance, my dog, my house. And I knew that was going to be my job too. Because whatever I was accused of wasn't good. at restraining order.
And you didn't have the affidavit?
No.
Where did you go after you went to the kitchen with the duffel bag and the bottles?
I went all around the house because his diapers were in one room on shelves. His bottles and formula were in the kitchen. His toys were in the living room, and his books and stuff were upstairs with his clothes.
Tell us what you did on the first floor before you got upstairs. What was the what was the packing there?
On the first floor was bottles and formula, and he was just getting introduced to like purees, and I had just ordered purees from Target, so I packed all those too. Then I went into the I went into, it was like our exercise room. It had shelving on the wall, and there was just like a ton of boxes of diapers. I just put those aside and was like, 2 weeks, a lot of diapers, so take the boxes. And then I went upstairs.
All right, before you got upstairs, part of the order was that you had to give up your firearms, right?
Yes.
Did you say anything to the officers about the location of your firearms?
Yes, I did.
What did you say?
I told them that they were in the basement.
Was that true?
No,
Why did you tell them that?
because I didn't want them to take them away,
Why not?
because I wanted to be alone with my firearm and take my life.
When did you make that decision?
I made that decision as I realized I had just lost everything in a 15-second conversation with my coworker.
Where were your firearms?
They were upstairs in a green safe
In your bedroom?
in my bedroom.
So you went upstairs, you mentioned?
Yes.
What was your state of mind at that point, whether or not Justin was coming over or not?
I didn't think Justin was coming over. I knew that Caden was going to Justin, but I would never think Justin was coming over.
Why not?
That's just not like normal practice to put a plaintiff and defendant in the same room intentionally. Usually you're doing the opposite as police officers. So I didn't think Justin was in the house.
And the opposite being what? What's the opposite of what they did here?
They let Justin in my house.
So what's the normal procedure?
Normal procedure is to separate people. It's like the first thing you do on any call where there's any sort of argument, you separate.
Now, you've served restraining orders, you mentioned, right?
Yes.
Is there a provision in those orders for accessing property?
I don't know about specific provisions. I can tell you like what I've done before on a call where there was a restraining order involved. I don't know if it's a provision or not though.
Okay, we'll move on from there.
Okay.
So you were going to go upstairs
Yes.
and you had made that awful decision already?
Yes.
What was your state of mind about whether or not you wanted to involve any police officers in that?
I didn't want to involve anybody. I was trying to get everybody away from me.
Why didn't you want to involve any police officers in that? These police officers in particular?
'Cause I wanted to be alone so I could kill myself. I decided that I was going to take my own life. I didn't want to involve anybody else in that. I'll just.
Did you go upstairs back and forth a couple times, or did you just go up there once?
I think I went up at least twice. The second time I went up, I was up there for a while.
Do you remember who accompanied you on each of these trips?
It was Officer Houston and Officer Noonan.
Was that the first time or the second time?
That was the second time.
And was there a visit upstairs before that? Houston and Noonan visit?
Yeah, I was trying to hand them things so they would go away.
Where did that happen?
That happened upstairs. So I was first in the room. You walk up, there's a landing. The room on the left is Caden's room. I went in there first and I put books in a car seat because Justin's truck didn't have the car seat. And I handed it, I don't even know who I handed it to one of them. And I said, can you bring this downstairs? And
What was what happened after you said that?
Somebody brought it downstairs and then they came back up.
So you struck out in terms of what you testified to earlier.
Yeah, I just kept trying to hand them things to make them go away.
Meaning, what do you mean make them go away? Be more specific if you can.
Like,
What was the plan?
I knew if I pulled out my firearm in front of a police officer, I would get shot. That was not my intention, and that's not what I did. I was trying to get them away from me, so that didn't happen. So they weren't put in that position because I'm not dumb. I was a police officer. If someone takes out a gun in front of you, yes, that's a threat. Yes, that's somebody that you probably feel threatened from.
So, but if you want to kill yourself, why not just let it happen that way?
That's selfish. I would never do that. Even looking back now, like reflecting for 9 months, I think my decision to do it to myself was selfish to everybody who loves me. So I'll just leave it at that. I wanted to kill myself, me and my gun, no one else involved.
How many different times did you try to have the officers transport some stuff downstairs?
Several.
At some point, did Officer Houston leave the second floor?
Yes.
And that left who up there?
Officer Noonan.
So upstairs it was Officer Noonan and yourself.
Yes.
At some point, did you go across that landing to the other room?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I was on the floor packing more clothes in the duffel bag.
In which room?
My bedroom.
Okay, hold
when you
on.
walk up the stairs to the right.
Okay, so you finish up in the other room and you go to your room.
Yes.
All right. Tell us the circumstances of where do you go, where does Noonan go when you go into your bedroom?
So nobody came into my bedroom with me. I was asked, I can't even say who exactly, like I don't know if Officer Houston had come back up at the time, but somebody asked me, who is that downstairs? And I said, I have no idea. And
let me ask you a little bit about that. What was your state of mind about you being asked that? What were you thinking about?
I was like, I don't know.
Did you hear anybody come in?
No, but they did. Because they were on the landing, they would be able to. I was like more into my bedroom than them. So I was like, I have no idea who's here. Shouldn't you guys know?
What happened next?
Officer Houston walked down the stairs first. Officer Noonan followed him down several steps.
Did that give you a chance to do anything?
That was, I knew, my only chance to be alone with my firearm.
Show you Exhibit 51. What's shown in Exhibit 51?
That's my bedroom. That's the room on the top of the landing to the right.
Where's the photographer standing in this picture?
He's standing in the doorway.
When you went to go get that firearm, was there anyone in your view in that landing?
No.
Was this after you saw Noonan depart?
Yes, his back was turned towards me. He was following Officer Houston down the stairs.
Did he stay that way, or did he disappear from that scene?
Well, he must have turned around at some point and walked back up the stairs because...
You know how when you're near somebody that's going up and down stairs, you can hear going up and down stairs. Did you hear any particular number of steps?
No, I'm certain I heard him and saw him walk down several steps.
Okay. And how did that affect your state of mind at that very instant?
I knew that was my moment.
To do what?
Kill myself.
What did you do?
So that shoebox was not on top of the green safe.
At the time you were doing this?
At the time, yeah. There was nothing on top of the safe.
All right. And you're referring, for the record, there's a orange lined box in the picture?
Yeah, it looks like...
Is that what you're talking about?
It looks like a shoebox, yeah. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Britt, can you just give me a moment to catch up?
Sure, absolutely.
I'm sorry, did you say that that box was not on the, what did you say about that box?
That box was not there. The top of that chest, I'm calling it a safe. It's a chest that locks. That's where I kept my firearms. The top of it, nothing was on it. So whatever was placed there after, that was not there before.
Thank you.
Ready to go, John?
Yes.
What about the chair? Is that how the chair was?
The chair was turned the other way because that was the chair I had brought Caden in. That was not facing that way. The back of the chair was up against the wall, I guess.
So kind of like as you'd expect it to be in the room.
Yeah, I would need to pivot like this to be right. So it was probably moved. My room is small.
Okay. And to get at your guns in there, you kind of have to flip up the top of that chest.
Yes.
Where was your focus in terms of the firearm, the chest, whether Noonan's coming back? Where are you focused?
I was just like, hurry up before somebody comes back.
And what did you do?
I grabbed the gun out of the chest. I put it up to my chest here.
So what was going on with you putting it up to your chest? What was that all about? What do you mean when you say you put it up to it?
Like
you made a motion to your stomach area, right?
Yeah, like I just grabbed it quickly. I bent over, grabbed it, put it here, took 2 steps backwards. And I don't want to make the motion of what I did because it's horrible. But I put the gun up to my head.
Which hand?
My right hand.
And where on your head did you put it? You can just describe it.
My temple.
Was Noonan in the door frame by now?
Not yet. He had just walked in like when I pulled the trigger on myself with the gun pointing towards my head.
What happened when you pulled the trigger?
He said, Kelsey, no. Kelsey, no. I pulled the trigger. I'm sorry, but I said fuck.
What happened next?
I got shot.
How long after you said that did you get shot?
I don't even think I got to the K in the word before I was shot.
What would that feel like?
What part?
Getting shot in the chest.
Hurt.
Did the force of that bullet knock you in any particular direction?
It knocked me backwards.
Do you recall what happened with your firearm?
I got moved. It was
Well,
on.
before we, I'm sorry,
Okay.
bad question. I'll ask you a better question.
Okay.
Right at that point, as you're shot and you're flying back or falling back, whatever you want to call it, can you remember what happened with your firearm?
It fell out of my hands. It was to my head and it fell out of my hand. And I fell on the ground and the firearm fell on the ground.
A couple of questions before we move on. At any point when you were doing that, when you had the firearm up to your head, was Noonan present during the time you raised the firearm to your head?
Like when I motioned up to my head with it?
Correct.
No, he was not in the room. Nobody was in the room.
When Noonan came into your view, where was the gun pointed?
The gun was pointed at my temple.
At any point, did you move the muzzle of that gun
No,
towards Noonan?
no, never.
Did you move it anywhere?
No, never.
Did you ever intend to harm Noonan?
Never.
What did you know about Noonan's kind of personal circumstances in your time getting to know him?
He was like, I mean, so he was a cop for a long time, and I was considered like a rookie. And like after I had like a few really bad calls in a row, and everybody kind of knew it, and the senior guys would like check in on me and give me advice, and he was one of those people, and he told me his own personal experience with like calls and how to handle them when they're bad.
So what was his family situation?
I've met his wife. I knew he had a son just by like talking.
Did you want to involve him in your tragedy?
I didn't want to involve anybody. I wanted to take my own life. I never pointed the gun at a fellow police officer. It never happened.
When you went onto the ground, what did Noonan do after he shot you?
I thought he walked away, and Lieutenant Daly came over to me, and then I think Noonan walked back over to me, and like I couldn't say anything really, but I couldn't breathe, and I think I was just like, why did you do that? Like it hurts, and then I just wasn't able. I said why, like why, and he was holding my hand. Officer Noonan was holding my hand, and I said why. I was so confused. Why?
Where was Daly?
Daly was there.
What was he doing?
He was on the radio. I don't know what he said exactly on the radio. I'm assuming like.
So you get shot, and you get shot in the chest, right?
Yeah.
Lower chest. What after being shot? What was your? How did that affect your ability? I sound like a lawyer, but how did that affect your ability to perceive things, recollect things?
I went into like a huge adrenaline shock. It didn't feel like normal pain. It almost felt like absent pain, but it felt like my entire body was burning, and I was completely alert, completely awake the whole time. I was speaking as much as I could. My lung was punctured, so that's why I was having trouble breathing. But other than that, I was very alert and aware of my surroundings.
Where were you laying in the room?
I was laying between my bed and the wall where the air conditioner is.
Were your legs parallel to the foot of the bed or somewhere else?
I think so. Yeah, I think that they were.
Were you bleeding?
Yes.
Is that the way you wanted this to happen?
No.
What do you remember next?
The fire department got there fast. It felt really fast. They put me in like a bag.
Like a sack?
And like they were all tall guys, and I knew that my ceiling, you would bump your head if you're over like 5'10". So when they were carrying me down, I said, "Watch your heads." And they brought me outside, and I think when I was still in my house, one of the firefighters was trying to put oxygen on my face, and I was taking it off and just saying, I want to die, I want to die, I want to die.
Did you make any apologies at any point?
I think I said, "I'm sorry, I tried to kill myself, I want to die." Like, I just didn't understand what just, like, I don't know what just happened. I tried to shoot myself, and then I got shot in the chest. Like, nothing really made, like, I was just in total disbelief and shock.
Did you, at any point before you got taken out of there, did you hear Noonan saying anything about what happened?
No.
Did you see Houston yet?
Houston, yes. He came in, and I think he put like medical like gauze on the wounds. Somebody did. He had the medical bag. I remember that.
Were you able to sort of perceive the first aid techniques they were administering to you?
No, I wasn't paying attention to it. I was like trying to focus on breathing because it felt like I was choking. Like it felt like I was drowning.
So they bring you downstairs, and at what point in the trip downstairs and out of the house were you trying to take off the mask?
I think the whole time. And when I was in the ambulance, I said to everybody, "I'm a fucking idiot. I just tried to kill myself with an unloaded gun. I'm a fucking idiot." I said that to everybody. I said that to the hospital staff. I said that to all the firefighters. I probably said that when I was laying on the ground. Those were the words I just kept repeating.
What were they doing to you in the ambulance before the ambulance departed in terms of working on you?
They were working on getting a med flight. I had to get a blood transfusion. I finally agreed to keep the oxygen mask on my face, and they were doing my vitals and just trying to keep me stable before I was going to be transported to the hospital.
What hospital did you go to?
I was flown by MedFlight to Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston.
So by helicopter?
Yes.
And then when you were in the helicopter, was there anybody that you knew in the helicopter?
No, when I was in the ambulance, I was holding on to firefighter Smirtelni's hand.
And can you spell that for the court? It's a funny spelling. Why don't you spell that, if you can?
His first name's Kevin.
And it says, let me take a crack at that. Is it Smiertelny?
Yeah, I think you're right.
And did he go in the helicopter?
No, he was holding my hand the whole time I was in the ambulance and comforting me. And I asked if he could go in the helicopter. I didn't want to let go of his hand. I asked, can you come in the helicopter with me? And he said, I can't, no one can.
Okay. So you get in the helicopter, you're getting transported to Mass General, is it?
Yes.
Now, was there another problem with the oxygen in the helicopter?
It either like ran out or it shut off. And when you're in a med flight, you're laying down and there's a person flying the helicopter next to you. And I just like tapped him and like gestured. It felt like I was drowning again. Felt like I was choking I couldn't get a breath. So I just told him, I couldn't talk, but I gestured to the oxygen that was above me. It wasn't working. And I think they had switched the tank or something or turn it back on. Something happened, but my oxygen got shut off in the helicopter and they had to fix it.
Was that indicative of maybe some kind of a change of heart about whether you wanted to die?
Yeah, I think so. It's hard to say in those exact moments because it took a lot of healing from the moment I decided to make a suicide attempt to now to be healed mentally. So I don't know what my exact thoughts were in that moment, but I know when I got to the hospital, I said, I'm a fucking idiot. I tried to kill myself with an unloaded gun. How could I be so stupid?
What was the length of time that you were at Mass General?
Like the length from when I was admitted to discharge, it was 53 days.
And how many operations have you had?
I've had 5.
And what were the kind of the main issues that
Relevance?
just the circumstances, Your Honor, of what happened to her?
Sustained.
May I have a moment, please, Your Honor?
Yes. Take your time. So Cross, I need to, let's take a 10-minute break, please.
All right. We'll stand in a 10-minute recess.
All right, here we go. We have a 10-minute break, guys. What do you guys think so far? I see a lot of comments going back and forth. Seemed like a lot of people are starting to doubt her a little bit, but at first, most people were conciliatory toward her. Okay, so during this break, we're going to take a look at some more news. It's a great time to have a coffee, tea, water, whatever it is you want to do, and have a break. All right, Anderson says, yes, it's time for a break. Okay, guys, let's get back to it. We're going to check out some news stories for the next 10 minutes. So we've been doing this for 10 minutes. It's not 10 minutes. It's probably going to be longer than that. But let's see how the Democrats are being blamed.
Well, I think last night was a low point in the Epstein investigation, the way the Democrats behaved. That was clearly a premeditated stunt to go out with their fake outrage. They said Pam Bondi wasn't answering their questions. They didn't ask any question. And look, I was embarrassed by the Democrats. There have been things that sadly some of my members have done that have been embarrassing through this process. I'm trying to include all the members in this investigation. But I tell you what, you just have to face the fact that we have a lot of dead weight on this committee. And the behavior of the Democrats yesterday was unacceptable.
Okay.
We had the sitting attorney general and the top brass of the Department of Justice there yesterday to answer questions. And, they were wanting TV cameras in there, and you know why, so they could show out and get on MSNBC and be outraged. But there's an ongoing investigation. And if you're mature, credible members of Congress leading an investigation, you don't want that televised because you want to get information that will hopefully lead to criminal referrals and lead to accountability. And to do that, you can't do that in public. So we had the sitting attorney general there last night, and they stormed out, and they were outraged. So, look, I don't know how to answer your question because I wasn't expecting that. I thought everyone would be happy that I was able to get the attorney general to come in for a briefing, and they pull a stunt like that. It's a briefing, and it's different, but when the Democrats say, there's a cover-up, well, talk about it. Ask it. There was not one question from the Democrats. There were from Republicans, and obviously the Democrats had someone secretly tape recording that in there because reporters were going into great detail about, the conversation that I had with Summer Lee and all of that. So that's a violation of the rules, too, but I don't care. I stand by what I said, and it's unfortunate that the Democrats, they displayed a gross lack of seriousness that's very concerning moving forward.
Do you expect Mr. Indai to answer questions today before your meeting?
I hope so.
And then do you plan to ask him about his arrangements of sham marriages?
We have every question that you all would expect us to ask. I think will be asked in here, and we expect to get some legal pushback, but we're going to do everything in our ability to not allow that to happen and try to get the questions answered. So we'll keep you brief throughout the day. Thank you all for being here.
Okay, so the Democrats are upset because Pam Bondi was not answering questions according to what they wanted answered. When I covered the Clinton's deposition, Comer was there. I had a chance to filming him. I was probably as close can get as far as documenting the event. So I had a chance to be in the midst of most of these committee members that are handling the Epstein files in regards to the Clintons and so forth. So all of that we cover here at Watching the World. Boots on the ground. Yes, indeed. Okay. Yes, we just covered Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Welcome back, James. Nice to have you back. Right now, though, we're taking a 10-minute break from court in regards to this case. Seems like this case is about to end, but it's also heating up. I'm getting mixed feelings from those from the chat as far as what everybody thinks in regards to her. At first, it seemed like everybody was feeling sorry for her, but now I'm starting to see people tend to doubt her. So tell us in the comment section what's really happening. I know this is a case a lot of people really didn't know about until I started to stream it. So tell me, is this a good case? What do you think about it? Do you think she's going to get some time, or do you think she'll get off, as they would say? At any rate, let's move on. We have so much to cover, especially at lunchtime, but we're going to keep moving here. We're just covering all sorts of subject matter.
A fight over a pair of jeans. That's what a Raleigh family says led to the shooting that killed a 15-year-old.
And tonight, another teenager is in custody for that crime. CBS 17.
You guys hear about this out of, I believe it's North Carolina, Raleigh, North Carolina. Let's check it out.
Baron James joins us live from the Wake County Juvenile Detention Center. And Baron, you spoke with the victim's family today. What did they tell you?
Yeah, Angela and Rod, the family calls the crime senseless, and they say that Caden Alston Arnold's so-called friend, now in custody, killed him over a pair of designer jeans.
Okay, guys, we have the attorney on deck, James. James says, I think the judge is going to find her guilty. All right, James, we'll get a chance to see how this turns out tomorrow morning. They're going to do the tour of the property. Now, imagine whoever's living in that property now. They'll have to have all these people just walking through and looking at the actual crime scene. But it'll be quite intriguing to find out the outcome of this case. I think a lot of people feel sorry for her. But will the judge buy that concept? I don't know.
So they was envious of him from a number of things, but they wanted the jeans.
The tears rolled down Courtney Alston's face Monday as the single dad tried to make sense of losing his only child, 15-year-old Caden Alston Arnold, to gun violence and over what his dad says was a pair of Kasubi designer jeans.
Such a sad story for the young man to lose his life over a pair of jeans. I remember back in the day when people were losing their lives over sneakers, and also remember those coats, the triple fat goose, and guys were literally being unalive right in the streets over a coat. Something to think about. So far, a lot in the audience are saying that she would be found guilty. That seems to be a change from what I had seen prior to her taking the stand.
I'm in disbelief. I can't believe it.
The Southeast Raleigh high school freshman died Friday night at the hospital, hours after his heartbroken family says he was shot here in their home on Springshire Court in the Walnut Creek neighborhood near I-440.
It said it went through like his chest and it pierced his heart.
Raleigh police arrested one of Caden's two underage friends who came over to the house that day. Caden's dad says the suspect first claimed Caden accidentally shot himself.
How in the world does a 12-year-old actually unalive another child? That is something. What is happening?
We've bleeped out the boys' names.
So came over here with the intent to shoot Caden, but they had been pre-planning it for days over some Kasubi pants.
Some who?
Kasubi jeans.
Oh, okay. That's a fit, right?
Yeah, some jeans.
Okay.
So they.
So this was all over some jeans and not being able to stay here.
Mm-hmm. Just envy and jealousy.
He trusted in a lot of people that he probably should have never trusted.
Caden's aunt was in the house during the shooting when police arrived.
They found a bullet casing in the trash can.
And when EMS got there,
they put him on the stretcher and they wheeled him out. And I said, Caden, because he was just looking like, and I was just like, was he up? Is he breathing?
And she was there when her nephew spoke his final words, saying,
I'm good, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. I mean, I'm hurt that it happened. I hate that it happened. But I just hope it's a lesson learned for all kids.
Okay, so for those of you that are just coming in, we're on a break from this case, Kelsey Fitzsimmons. So we're going to keep checking out some other stories while we're on break. Thank you guys for putting all your thoughts about this case in the comment section. We have a difference of opinions, it appears. But thank you so much either way. We're going to keep moving now to look at some other issues that are facing the nation right now. Did you hear about the flight attendant that in the LaGuardia airport the other night with the accident? Oh, court is back in session.
Yes.
You know as your time as a police officer that domestic calls are the most dangerous. True? Yeah, it could be true. It could be true. They're the most dangerous, right? That's where.
I go into every call thinking it could be dangerous, but I guess domestics are. If that's a fact, then yeah, sure.
Okay.
Can you just keep your voice up?
Yes,
Thanks.
sorry.
That's okay.
Sure. Well, okay, we'll step back and we'll go with your point. Every call is dangerous, right?
It could be.
Sure. Well, you have to treat it that way. Right?
Yes.
Because you don't know what you're walking into.
Yeah.
Domestic calls, like we just talked about, can be especially dangerous because you're dealing with people who are sometimes highly emotional.
Right.
Okay?
That's why you always separate when you get to a scene.
And we'll get to that, okay? And I agree with you that you need to keep people apart.
Right.
You also need to.
Excuse me one moment. Yeah, you're going to need to ask closer.
I don't know if I can physically do that.
Thank you.
When you walk into a domestic situation, whether it's a restraining order that you're serving, whether it's a call for some sort of domestic violence, right? You walk in there with a heightened sense of awareness. Is that fair to say?
As a police officer, you always have a higher sense of awareness.
Okay. But domestics are kind of a different animal, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
And because emotions are involved, true?
Yes.
And sometimes the opposite of love isn't hate, it's anger, and things can go in 9 different directions in a minute. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
When you're dealing with someone who you know has a mental health past, it can be even more volatile, correct?
Volatile.
Yes.
I wouldn't use that word as it pertains to mental health, sir, respectfully.
There is as a police officer, there is a heightened sense of awareness, right? You're taking all the information in.
In every call, yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, domestic violence call in particular. You don't agree with me?
No, I do. I agree with you on every call. A heightened sense of awareness is key to being a police officer. So domestic, car accident, anything. We go to work in a bulletproof vest.
Exactly, that's my point.
Yeah, we have to.
When you go to a domestic call, we talked, or you talked, you try to separate people, right?
Yes.
Because if they come together or you can see each other sometimes, bad things can happen. Right?
Yes.
And so when you walk into a domestic violence situation, or any situation, right? Your first order of business is to keep everybody safe. Fair to say?
Yes.
The people who called, right?
Yes.
Yourself.
Yes.
If you have a partner, your partner.
Yep, the other officers, yeah.
If there are family members there, you want to keep them safe. True?
As a police officer, your job is to keep everyone, including yourself, safe.
If there are children, you want to keep them safe.
Everybody.
Okay. So, and if you think there are guns in the house, that is a particularly serious concern for you also, right?
Yes.
For your safety.
Yes.
For your partner's safety.
Yes.
For the children's safety, for everybody, right?
For everybody.
And you know that, correct?
I know that.
And so you know when you walk into a scene, when you think there may be some mental health issues, that there may be some weapons, that you don't take your eyes off anybody, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You don't let someone walk into a room by themselves, right?
You shouldn't know.
You should have, I think with Officer Houston, you should be in their pocket, right?
I'm not familiar with that phrase. Did he say that?
He did.
Okay.
Well, if you're not familiar, you should be right near him, right?
Yes.
Because at any point, someone can grab a weapon, true?
True.
Use a weapon.
True.
And especially when there's a heightened sense of volatility on some of these calls, right?
Yes.
And you know that as a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And that's just kind of common sense anyway, right?
Yes.
And you've been trained in that.
Yes.
And so you don't take your eyes off any of the parties, true?
True.
You don't leave them alone.
True.
That's what you're trained to do. That's what you're supposed to do. And that's pretty much common sense of what you do.
That's what you're supposed to do, yes.
Right, okay. We agree on that.
We do.
Now, if there is you were a police officer, so you know other divisions of the forces, correct? Like SWAT. You understand what SWAT is, right?
I was a very new police officer. I was only on for about 2 years. I'm not familiar with SWAT. I know it a little bit.
Okay, so we'll talk about what you know.
Okay.
SWAT is a special weapons tactical team. You know that, right?
I know that. I don't know exactly what their job functions are or what they do.
But you do understand that they respond to highly volatile situations that are dangerous. True?
Yes.
Okay. If there is a weapon involved, someone's barricaded, there's an active shooter, they respond.
Yeah,
correct?
they go to everything that's bad.
Okay. Because they're highly trained to deal with those situations. True?
True.
They're the ones who see guns all the time, see violence all the time, and have to react to a weapon. True?
True.
Because not every call involves a weapon. Some of them are, like you said, car accidents. True?
Every call is very different.
Yeah. And so, but those guys are trained and picked because they deal with that stuff well. True?
I don't know how they're picked or trained. I know nothing about their training or the process of becoming on SWAT.
Okay, but you know to call them if something happens. Right?
That wouldn't be my job, but my supervisors. But yes, we can agree to that. Yes,
Okay.
they get called to bad things. I know this.
They get called to bad things and have to deal with bad things.
Yes.
Right? And you know that as a police officer, you need to qualify and get trained in order to do certain things. If you're on, like a domestic violence officer may have to be trained in domestic violence to be in a unit like that. True?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have that on my department, but I have heard of that on other departments. Like a domestic violence detective would probably be trained more in that sense.
Right, so there's sometimes specialties
Yes.
that people focus on, that
Yeah.
people are prepared to deal with better than other people. True?
Yes.
Officer Noonan was on the SWAT team. You know that, right? You know that.
I know that now.
You knew he started in Andover. That's where he began his career.
I knew he started in North Andover.
Sorry, North Andover. And then he went to Lawrence.
Yes.
And Lawrence is really a different atmosphere than North Andover. You agree with me there?
Yes.
North Andover.
North Andover does get the flood in of Lawrence.
Sure, there's some crossover.
Yes.
Right, but you know what that crossover is.
Yes.
True?
True.
It's not to disparage any community, right? But Lawrence has more guns than North Andover.
I think so. I don't know off personal knowledge, but I would assume.
They have more gangs.
Yes, that I do know. Yes.
They have more drugs.
Yes.
They have more violence.
Yes.
They have more need for people who can deal with that stuff, correct?
Yes.
And you know that Officer Noonan worked in Lawrence for years.
I did know that. Yes.
Okay, you did know that, right?
Yeah, I did.
And then he came back. Did you say you were on the job or not on the job when he came back?
I was already on the job when he came back.
Okay. And you know he came back from Lawrence, right? And when he came back from Lawrence, it was really, he was the most experienced person on the force at this point, right? From what he had been through.
I didn't know his experiences.
Okay, you knew that he was.
I honestly thought I looked at my lieutenants as that
Well,
for me.
Officer Noonan, back when you were on the job, you looked up to him.
Yeah, I looked up to all the senior officers that were willing to train me or give me any type of advice.
Well, we're talking about Officer Noonan.
He did that.
Okay.
So yes.
So, yeah, you looked up to him. You knew he was experienced. Correct.
Yes.
You knew he was a by the book kind of guy, that he was going to teach you well.
Yes.
You went to him for that.
I went to him for advice.
Right. And you went to him for advice because you thought he knew what he was doing, right? He'd been through the ringer, and that's why you went to him, right?
No, he told me, he reached out to me and told me that, he He's been on bad calls before, and this is how he handles it.
Right.
And
you appreciated that.
I did.
And it seemed like that was true with the advice he was giving you.
Yes, yes,
A gentleman about it. Right?
yes.
Okay. Justin's a different story in your life, correct? Justin, on June 30th, you had said that what was happening was a surprise. I don't know if you used those words, but the demeanor you gave off was this came out of the blue, right?
I was very confused.
You were confused, but stuff, and we're not going to get into it, but stuff that happened that weekend before, that Saturday night, that would have given you some inkling that something was wrong, right?
I was aware me and Justin were in an argument. I was aware the second I woke up in the morning. That's why we were planning to meet.
So it wasn't a surprise that there was some strife between you and him at that point.
No, I knew that. I'm saying I was more surprised about being ditched at the Common and the police involvement. Those were the
police had come to your house on that Sunday to check in on you, correct?
I got accused of.
I'm not asking what you were accused of.
They came to see if I was okay. They thought I was in a car accident. I was never in a car accident.
Okay. But they came to you because they're concerned about you, right?
They thought I was in a car accident.
Okay. And on the Monday.
Somebody told them that.
On the Monday, well, okay, we'll get back to that.
Okay.
On the Monday, you were surprised by this order, correct?
Yes, I was surprised by the order.
And you say that you have no idea why this is happening.
Right.
You eventually think that you're, well, you know Caden's going to be taken away from you for a short period of time, right?
You say short, and that's fine. But he was 4 months old, and it was 14 days. That's an eternity for me.
I grant you that.
Okay.
I grant you that.
Thank you.
That is a significant amount of time for any parent. True.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
So I'm sure that was devastating to you, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And it was Justin who was doing that to you, right? It wasn't the police.
No.
Right. It was Justin who went to court, who said, I should have custody of that child, correct?
Correct.
And so that's who is doing these things to you, right?
Yes.
So that's who your anger was focused on, right?
I mean, I don't even know if I got to the point of grieving of anger yet. I don't think I was there yet. But if any of my emotions were directed towards somebody, it would be Justin.
Sure.
Yes.
Because you felt betrayed.
I did.
And you knew he was going to get Caden.
I knew that I had to give Caden to the police, for the police to give Caden to
Okay,
Justin.
well, you know the police don't take custody of children, right?
I don't know that.
Well, as your time as a police officer, have you ever actually taken custody of a child and left?
I have.
So you're telling this court, you're telling the judge that if there is not a family member to take a child because something happens, that you actually take the child and leave? You don't call DCF?
Well, you always file a 51A after the fact.
And then they come to the home and they take it, right?
So I guess the call I went on was different. I did end up taking the juvenile in my police car. I drove her to the police station where she met with family members.
Okay, so how old was this person?
She was maybe 12.
Okay, well, we're talking about infants, right? You wouldn't transport it.
No, I guess.
So,
Counsel's testifying about facts that are not evidence and not proven. They're sort of being suggested as if they're gospel, which might mislead the witness.
So overruled, but Mr. Gubitosi, you can just allow Ms. Fitzsimmons to complete her answer, and like all witnesses, I don't want you folks speaking over one another.
Of course.
Thank you.
So you agree with me that DCF would typically come and get an infant, right?
Yes, I've never personally had a call with.
Well, okay, let's just talk about your career. You said you.
I think so. I can't tell you for sure.
Well, let's just talk about your career. When did you graduate the academy? May of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, and you went out on leave on when?
I went light duty while I was pregnant. I was about 20 weeks pregnant when the duty belt didn't clip anymore.
Okay, so, but you went out on February 16th. That was Katie's birthday, right? That's your official leave?
Yeah, that's my official leave.
Okay, so 20 weeks, and he was, so you do the math. How many months were you actually on the road?
Okay, let's see. So like 7 months, and then I was light duty. So I graduated the police academy in May of 2024, and I went out on maternity leave February 16th of 2025.
So you're actually just on the road for 7 months?
Light duty, you're not on the road because, I mean, you're pregnant.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood. And that was your choice to stay in the station and work that way, right?
Yes.
Okay. But you were actually on the road, going to calls, doing the dirty work as a police officer, just for 7 months, right?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to jump back to June 30th at the house after the police comes, right? You called your mom. You asked to do that, and they let you do that, right? There's no prohibition.
Are you talking about after the police?
Yes, after the police arrived.
Yes, I called my mom.
Okay. And she came.
Yes.
Okay. She came. Now, you called her your best friend, right?
My mom is.
Your best friend, right? And so you could have talked to her, correct?
Yes.
When Justin arrived, you knew he came in the house, right? You heard him.
No.
You didn't hear him come in the house?
No.
You knew he was coming to get the baby.
I never expected a police officer to allow the victim or plaintiff in a case to enter the home where the defendant is.
Well, you knew he was getting the child, correct?
Yeah, but I thought that I passed Kaden off to walk outside. I never thought, I never knew Justin was in my home.
You knew he was coming to the house?
I thought they would do it at the school, but yes, I mean, I knew he was going to be in the vicinity. I never expected or knew he walked through my front door.
When you went upstairs, and we'll talk about that green chest you called it, correct?
Yes.
Was it locked?
No.
Okay, you could just flip it open.
Yes.
When you claimed you pulled the trigger, it clicked.
It did.
It was not around in the chain.
Correct.
There was a full magazine in it, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you used that gun to go shooting on Friday, true?
That is true. That's why I didn't chamber around. Thank God.
And when you're doing shooting, were you qualifying? What were you doing on that Friday?
We have a qualification. Yeah.
Okay, so you had to do that, right?
Yeah, because
And when you're shooting for qualifying, when you're at the range, how do you hold your pistol?
2 hands, and then there's some where they say use your strong hand or your left hand. You're not strong.
But your typical reflex is 2 hands, true?
Yeah, that's
two hands extended.
That's most of the range day. Yeah.
Right, that's your training. That's the safest way to shoot a gun, true? So that's your default?
That's what we do at the range for those 8 hours, other than the one part where you shoot with your strong and non-strong hands.
So on Friday, you spent hours shooting with 2 hands?
Yes. Yeah, it was Friday, yes.
Well, I'm asking you.
I think so.
Now, you stated that after the police came and you were starting to process things, true?
Yes.
And it took a bit for you to process things. About your life unraveling.
Yeah, as I was packing things, it just started to hit me like this is going, this is going, this is going. Just as I was walking around the house, I just was like,
All those things are going, and it's all because of what Jessica did.
yes.
Thank you. I have nothing else, Judge.
Redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Wow, that's
the
it.
defense, you can call your next witness. Okay. Aside from what?
The view.
Okay. All right, so can I see counsel at sidebar along with Ms. Fitzsimmons?
Okay, we're having a sidebar, off the record conversation. So what do you guys think in regards to her testimony? Let's get the general consensus. For one, she walks away with no time. Number two, she gets 1 to 5 years. Or number three, she gets more than 5 years. Let's see. One, she gets no time, maybe some probation, but no time. Number two, she gets 1 to 5. 3, she gets 5 or more. Let's see. Okay. So Lisa is with the 2, between 1 to 5 years. I think this is going to be it pretty much. Now it's going to be time for the defense to put on their defense, but I don't know how much of that they'll put on. Okay, let's see here. 1 to 5 from Lisa. Mark, no time or some probation. Okay, Denise says, 1 to 5. Makes sense. Anderson says, no time or some probation. Okay, we have John Stevenson. Welcome in, John. All right. Postpartum or no postpartum, police shouldn't shoot anyone that is trying to unalive themselves and no one else. Okay, thank you for your comment. Uncommon Woman's in the building, says blessings, Mel and chat room. Been watching on TV. Thank you. Thanks for the support. I have to have that experience. I haven't watched on TV. Okay, see what it's like. Thank you. Stanley says 1, no time, maybe a little probation or so. Okay. James says 2, 1 to 5, maybe probation and suspended sentence. Okay, we'll look out for that. J-Cat says no time. Okay, no time. Grumpy says 1, which is no time, maybe a little probation. John says no time. True court crime. Okay, no time. Wow, amazing. Okay, Lisa says yes, suspended sentence with probation. Okay, Mark says too many blonde ladies. Okay, all right, Mark. Anderson says please take the chat poll if you haven't already. Okay, yes, guys. Thank you very much for participating in the chat poll. Thank you. All right, so they're just doing hopefully a quick sidebar. Typically, I would show you something different in regards to the news, but we're going to wait. Did you guys hear that Savannah Guthrie came out with a new video interview? So we'll check that out during our lunch break, which should be coming up pretty soon. But I think today is going to end rather quickly, I think. I don't know how much the defense can really put on in this particular case. I think, in Sean Diddy Combs' case, the defense did not put on any at all. We could see that here. But I think yesterday they said they'd be finished this afternoon, so we'll see. Sandra says no time. Okay, no time, Sandra. Thank you. Lisa says, I took poll once, even though I'm on both chats. Okay. Thank you. That's Kind of you. John says, wouldn't be surprised if they find her guilty of something so she can't sue the city. Okay, that's a unique way of looking at it. That's good, John. Thank you. Stanley says the situation is unfortunate for all involved. Okay, seems to be moving quickly. I agree with you. James says, please be kind and hit the like button. Let's get the stream into the algorithm. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also hit those hearts if you can. Any of those emojis help us get into the algorithm. So we're waiting on the sidebar to finish. I guess we'll give it a shot. We're going to go back and try to check out this last video. And when they come back, we'll just cut it off and let's just make this attempt, see what happens. Oh, they're back.
So, you know what, a couple of things that we discussed at sidebar. First, I just want to make sure that procedurally we're as precise as we need to be. So technically, the defense hasn't rested because we have the issue of the view. We're going to, as we discussed at sidebar, what I'd like to do is break until 2. At 2, I'd like a definitive answer on whether the defense still seeks to have me view the location, number one. Number two, I'd like to conduct that charge conference that we spoke of, and 3, leave with a schedule as to, definitive schedule as to what will happen tomorrow, which the hope would be that you folks do your closings and I begin my deliberations. All right, so let's reconvene. That will give you enough time, Mr.
Yes,
Brado?
thank you
Okay.
very much.
All right, and, yeah, okay. So we will stand in recess until 1 o'clock.
All right.
Okay, so it seems like he said, did he say until 1 o'clock? I couldn't hear it clearly. I think he said recess to 1 o'clock. Is that what you guys heard? Tell me if you heard the same. So let's see. I believe so. All rise. That's right. That's right. Did he say we're going to recess to 1 o'clock? I think that's what I heard. Let's see. Okay, until 1. Thank you, Stella. Thank you, Anderson. Thank you. Okay, so we have a good hour to check out a few things. We'll see how this goes. A good time to grab something to eat. Okay, thank you, New Jersey, and thank you very much. All right, so we're going to get back to it here. Let me mute this out. We're going to check out some stories that are pressing in the news. Thank you guys for all you do and all the support. Let's get to it. All right. All right, I guess that's not going to work out. We'll remove it and we'll try another time. Let's pull up a different one. Let's see here. Let's see if we can get it here.
This morning, new details about the flight attendant who survived the deadly crash at LaGuardia Airport. She was reportedly ejected 300 feet out of the plane and was found still strapped in her jump seat.
Can you imagine that, being ejected out of the plane and landing on the ground? That has to be horrifying.
Her daughter tells a Canadian news outlet her mom suffered a broken leg, but says it's a miracle she survived. Surveillance video posted online shows the moment the Air Canada jet slammed into a fire truck crossing the runway. Preliminary data shows the plane was traveling between 93 and 105 miles per hour.
At 100 miles an hour, once you set an airplane down like this, you are very vulnerable. You don't really have any room to go around.
The 2 pilots, described as men in the beginning of their careers, were killed. One of the pilots identified by his brother as Antoine Forrest. The crash came after air traffic control granted a fire truck like this one permission to cross runway 4. That truck was responding to a different incident, an odor inside a United jet. The controller later trying to tell the fire truck to stop.
Stop, truck one, stop. Stop, truck one, stop.
I didn't expect the whole front of the plane to be gone. Every time I close my eyes, I hear the crash. I hear our screams. I hear the panic.
Another passenger shooting this video as people climb down from the wings. You see the moment the nose of the plane tipped.
So at this point, I believe both pilots are no longer with the living. And then you saw what happened when the stewardess was basically ejected from the airplane. So now the people are left to fend for themselves.
Upward as passengers moved to the back to escape.
There is a lot of debris.
Officials cut a hole in the plane to retrieve the black boxes. The NTSB is investigating if the air traffic controller was working more than one position at the time of the crash.
Clearly human error. Somebody made a mistake in clearing the fire truck across the runway. But why did that mistake happen?
She was actually ejected from the airplane flying in the air. I just can't even imagine. Like, that has to be one of the worst moments ever. But she lived. I guess that's one way of looking at it, but I don't know about this situation.
That's what the FAA needs to figure out.
Some NTSB investigators were delayed getting to the crash site because of long TSA lines at other airports caused by the partial government shutdown. That runway at LaGuardia is closed until Friday, which could have a ripple effect on delays elsewhere. Lionel Moyes, ABC News, New York.
Okay, so I figured you guys would want to check that out. There's so much to cover. I see that some are saying that maybe the judge meant to say 2 p.m. So we'll go to 1 and see what happens. If it continues out, then we'll take a break until 2. But let's just keep rolling until 2 p.m. We have so much to cover either way. Thank you for those that are able to hang out, but I understand we're in and out all day. This takes a lot out of you to cover these cases, definitely. Let's keep moving here. We're going to check out this particular incident in regards to Iran. So let's see what they have to say in regards to the peace talks. It seems to be a contradiction.
President Trump says Iran wants to make a deal. The president says he's offered Iran a 15-point peace plan to end the war, but Iran says no talks have taken place at all. Meanwhile, the Pentagon's preparing to deploy.
Okay, so we have two different stories going here. The president of the United States, Donald J. Trump, says that Iran wants to come to the table and have a discussion, but they're saying no. In fact, they're saying the president is fired. You're fired. So let's do a poll here. Who do you believe in this particular scenario? Do you believe the president? Put a 1 in the chat. If you believe Iran, put a 2 in the chat. Let's see what the audience, what the crowd has to say in regards to the messaging that we get from the president. Do you believe the president that Iran wants to make a deal? Put a 1. If you believe Iran, put a 2. Let's see what everybody has to say. Okay. Who do you believe? Okay. Lisa says she believes Iran. Okay. All right. Mark believes the president when it comes to this matter. Okay. All right. Stella, thank you so much for encouraging everyone to support the channel, like, sharing, subscribing. So much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So far, more people believe Iran than they do believe the United States president. That is shocking. Anderson says, I vote for the guy with the smaller hands. Okay, the smaller hands. James says, I saw that, Lisa. Okay. Grumpy says, both Russia and China and have told Iran to stand down. I saw that. We're going to cover that today, too. They've told Iran to chill out, to stop escalating all of this trouble. Will they listen? I don't know. Who really knows? Sandra says, I'll just repeat, you're fired. That should tell you my view. Okay. He's fired. He's fired. Okay. New Jerseyan says, okay. The president. Okay. You believe the president. Okay. James believes Iran. Okay. Scott. Thank you. Thank you. Scott says, why believe a known liar? So you're saying the president of the United States is a known liar, perhaps, if I read you correctly. Stanley says, one, both are known to exaggerate. Okay, thank you. That's a great point you're making there. Good deal, good deal. So let's get back to it here.
Deploy 1,500 elite paratroopers to the Middle East. Let's bring in White House correspondent Karen Travers, senior Pentagon reporter Louis Martinez, and ABC's Matt Rivers in Doha, Qatar for more. Hi, Karen. So what's in this peace plan?
Diane, the president first mentioned this idea of a 15-point plan earlier this week. He didn't give specifics, but said at that point that Iran had agreed to it. Now we know that Pakistan has passed on this proposal of a 14-point plan to end the current conflict. It includes and addresses Iran's ballistic missile program, Iran's nuclear program, as well as maritime routes. But the important thing here is that even though the president says that talks are happening between the U.S. and Iran still continues to say that there are no negotiations. A spokesperson for the foreign ministry then said today these talks are not taking place and, quote, no one can trust.
No negotiation. Did you guys hear that? It don't look good. That's what they say, folks. Imagine receiving 14 points when they're not even trying to hear one. In fact, they said the president is fired. We keep hearing from the president and the administration that Iran wants to play ball. They want to come to some agreement. But on the world scene, Iran is sending out a different message. In fact, we're starting to hear reports that they may go on the offensive involving other nearby countries and dropping explosives and all the things that are happening. What do you guys think about that? These are some tough times, and we're not used to seeing something of the sort, although we've seen many wars. I don't think we've seen anything quite like this. J-Cat says, too, don't believe a single word Trump says. Okay, that's from J-Cat. Okay, David, welcome in. Nice to have you back, David, and thanks for subscribing to the channel. David says Trump is negotiating with himself. Okay, wow. He's having a talk with himself. Bert says they just, we won't use the B word, they dropped explosives on Israel not even 4 hours ago. That's from Iran. Thank you very much for that update. We have a nice update from Bert. Thank you for all you do here. Grumpy says even North Koreans side with President Trump when it comes to the Iranian matter. It's stick with world news over U.S. Okay, the misconceptions. Thank you very much, Grumpy. Thank you. Anderson says, any Afro Man news? Yesterday, we covered the Afro Man. He won, so that's the latest thing that I've heard from him. I'm pretty sure he'll be out with more music that's quite entertaining, I must say. A lot of us were laughing yesterday because he has some funny hits for sure. James says, why send 1,500 members of the 82nd Airborne plus other? Okay. We have to wonder about that. If they're coming to a peaceful agreement, why are they dropping boots on the ground? These boots on the ground are probably dropping as we speak right now, although it's not official, but they're sending them there. You know, most of these things are being telegraphed in the media, so Iran knows that pretty much a lot of what the United States is doing because, you know, we kind of tell them what we're doing. So the enemy gets to prepare for war, and this is something serious. James says, why send 1,500? Okay, of the 87 Airborne, thousands of other troops. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. New Jerseyan says, like, share, and subscribe. Thank you guys for all the support. Bert says, Iranian government said they talked to Jared Kushner. They talked to J.D. Vance. Okay. So remember now, last time when Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff actually met with Iran, the minister, what's his name? Oh, the foreign minister. The foreign minister said they actually had a peaceful meeting, and then the next day they came back with explosives. So That's when the war actually kicked off. So it appears that there's no trust when it comes to this situation. So I don't know how they're going to come to some peaceful talks now. Stella says, thank you, Mel, for substituting the word B for explosive. Okay, thank you. Grumpy says Russia and China needs Iranian fuel and natural gas, so it's just a matter of time before you see a full stand down order. Okay. Okay, thank you for that information, Grumpy. Bert says, and Pete Hegseth wants another $200 billion. I saw that involving the Pentagon. And here in the United States, we're facing some tough times. A lot of people are paying more for gas, paying more for food, and the stock market is down. So the 401ks don't look so pleasant as they did a couple weeks back. But if it's temporary, that's what the president is saying, that this is all a temporary measure. Let's get back to it here.
U.S. diplomacy. Diane, the president, also said yesterday again that there is nobody knows who to talk to at this point, that all their leaders are gone because of U.S. strikes taking out different layers of Iran's leadership. But the president also said, we're talking to the right people. They want to make a deal so badly. So at this point, it's a 15-point plan that the administration has offered up on those broad details, and we'll see how Iran responds over these coming days.
Louis, the Pentagon's preparing to deploy up to 1,500.
Stanley says, I agree with you, Mel. It's Trump's strategy to keep them guessing. Absolutely. That's the art of war, and we get a chance to actually see it in real time. You know, a lot of people are really concerned about this. One thing that's quite intriguing is that the president is saying that it's a temporary action. And I think recently he's talked about the 8 to 9 wars that he has stopped. And in this particular case, I guess the argument that we hear from the president is that things were so pressing that he had to take some measures to conquer Iran, which a lot of people are doubting. But at any rate, he's saying it will be temporary. In fact, the other day, yesterday morning, when he made the statement that Iran, he would not be, actually it was Monday morning, that he would not be proceeding with dropping those major explosives, right, on the power grids, the stock market actually went up quickly. So it just goes to show you how pensive people are. And they're really riding on every word to try to figure out, you know, what does the future hold? But more importantly than money in the stock market, everybody's trying to figure out how to navigate through life. Especially, we keep hearing reports of dangers here in the United States with the sleeper cells. There's always something, some fear inspired concepts that we hear about each day. And it's good to know that we can kind of navigate through this together.
100 paratroopers to the Middle East. Where are they going and what will they be doing?
Diane, that's a really important question, and we don't really know the answer. What we do know is that about 1,500 paratroopers from the 82nd Airborne Division, based at Fort Bragg in North Carolina, will be making their way to the Middle East region. Now, the question is exactly where, but one can suppose that what is going to happen is that they're going to be sent to a support area where they can build up their resources, where they'll have the logistical support that they need in case they are needed for whatever purpose. What we can glean, though, is that they are sending the 82nd Airborne Division's headquarters company, which is very important because that unit of about 250 personnel can coordinate logistics, coordinate support, coordinate planning.
Man, look at all that they're carrying. He could barely walk up with all that packaging and the bags and so forth. It just gives you an idea of all that the troops have to go through.
For the additional flow of troops. And what we do know is that up to 1,500 additional soldiers will be going as well to provide whatever force protection or potentially options for any kind of use.
Okay, James says that Cuba is still in a blackout. So that's a subject that we're going to be covering later on today, what's happening in Cuba. But again, they seem to want to make a deal with the president, especially after what they probably witnessed in regards to their counterpart, Nicolas Maduro. He really pushed back on Donald Trump in this administration, and he ended up in Brooklyn in jail at the MDC. So that sends a strong message to other presidents of other countries or other leaders that they may want to consider working with the United States because the United States seems to be out to conquer the world, or at least certain parts of it. I mean, we don't hear that officially, but all it takes is just to look around and you'll see that they're looking to conquer and grab as many resources as they can grab. That's the truth. Bert says, a worry about fertilizer and natural gas for our corpse. Okay, thank you, Bert. Bert says we need fertilizer as well for our food corpse. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. James says he stopped 8 to 10 wars. LOL. Okay, we have Scott back. Scott says he said a lot. Do you believe him? Okay, thank you.
In the region, this goes in addition to the 2,200 Marines that are arriving in the Middle East very, very soon by ship.
Matt, meanwhile, Iran's launching a new wave of strikes against Israel and key sites in the Persian Gulf.
I actually see people on social media happy that Israel is taking all of these strikes and people are saying finish them off. I'm not sure what totally has changed the viewpoint of Americans when it comes to Israel, but I think it all started. I seen a lot of the tide change with Charlie Kirk. And when he was assassinated, I think those small voices like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, you're starting to see a big difference when it comes to Israel. In fact, the last letter that Charlie Kirk wrote to Benjamin Netanyahu, he was basically trying to implore him to take seriously how the younger generation, those college students, that he would often go to those colleges and try to debate, that a lot of them had a really bad understanding of Israel, or they viewed Israel as in a negative light. And so Charlie Kirk was encouraging them to change their stance, change the propaganda, to try to pull in the younger Americans, because if not, they would lose them over time. And so now we're starting to see that on a large scale, Israel is trying to change the narrative, and you'll start to see them actually pushing, or they have individuals trying to speak positively about Israel, like Floyd Mayweather, like people that you wouldn't expect to be out talking positive about Israel or anybody else. You're starting to see Nicki Minaj, so many people. Things are changing, trying to get the younger generation to look favorably upon Israel. Well, let's see what Grumpy has to say. Grumpy says the Jones Act should allow for gas prices to start dropping, and now we can use different types of fuel, ships, and the president used his wartime action to reopen all of the West Coast refiners. Okay, thank you. Okay, for the pipeline. Thank you for that, Grumpy. Thank you. Lisa says, President of Peace and Party of Jesus. Okay, yesterday the president said that he was doing it for Jesus. All right, that's the first time I think I've heard a president come out and said that an action was specifically for Jesus.
The latest on the fighting.
So we've seen a very intense round of missiles being sent from Iran really over the last 24 hours. You're talking about nearly 20 different missiles being launched from Iran. More yesterday than today, but today alone we've seen another 5 missiles enter Israeli territory. Most of them were taken out by Israeli air defense systems. One of them appeared to get through. Whether the Israelis let it go through or not is the question now, because it landed in an open space near a power plant that did no damage. Sometimes the Israelis don't intercept an incoming missile when they determine the trajectory as not posing a threat to any structures or people. But regardless, Iran continues to show a defiant stance in the face of these ongoing negotiations, not only with Israel, but also striking sites all along the Gulf states. I'm thinking Bahrain, I'm thinking the airport in Kuwait where we saw a fuel tank get hit. The Saudis also said that they continue to intercept Iranian incoming fire. So the Iranians might, the United States rather, might say these negotiations are ongoing and that they're going well, but what we're seeing in the region, no question about it, is a defiant Iran that continues to send outgoing fire around the area.
So you guys hear that? Iran is not, they're not pulling back at all. They're dropping more heat. They're sending more explosives, and namely the focus is obviously Israel. And it's amazing to me when we see that certain news, mainstream media is trying to make it seem as though oh, this is not happening to Israel. No way, no how. But we see something different. On the back end, we're starting to see that Iran is definitely taking a hold of Israel with all of the ammunition. So we're going to keep an eye on it and try to report to you the truth about the matter. I know that oftentimes mainstream media tries to sway it, but we try to be very straightforward when it comes to these matters.
Karen Travers, Louis Martinez, Matt Rivers, thank you. And former National Security Council Senior Director for Counterterrorism, Javed Ali, is here for more. Javed, thank you for coming on. So Iran's military spokesperson says there are no talks. The U.S. is negotiating with itself and, quote, do not call your defeat an agreement. What do you make of the sharp contrast in the messaging from Iran and the...
Guys, Stanley makes a great point, says when push comes to shove and you're in war, you're in it to win and not to lose. That's the bottom line. That is so true. Thanks for making such a valid point.
Trump administration.
So, Diane, nice to be with you. And clearly some strong words on both sides. And with President Trump saying that there's this 15-point plan that has been delivered to Iran. And
now, I just want to take a moment. Some are saying, I think I saw James say milk, $7 to $8 a gallon. And then Lisa's putting in $7 a gallon for fuel. Are you guys seeing those numbers in real time now? Tell me what you see.
Iranians completely rejecting that has happened and saying that they are not willing to engage in diplomacy at this point. I think it should, and the results too, with the U.S. and Israel continuing to strike Iran, and it, as the previous segment showed, Iran continuing to fire its missiles across the region. So even if there is a diplomatic sort of channel being established through an intermediary, it doesn't look like either side is backing down from the fighting.
What does the mobilization of U.S. paratroopers tell you about the administration's plans?
So if this element of the 82nd Airborne is preparing to deploy to get into the region, on top of the Marines who are already being sent to the region or could be close to being on station in the Arabian Gulf, that'll give roughly about 4,000 to 5,000 troops. But still, that's a relatively small number that only could achieve a certain set of missions and not be enough military force with troops on the ground to actually take on a much bigger campaign like we saw in.
You know, it's really sad when you look at the troops, because history has shown us that a lot of the troops that are leaving won't be able to make it back home. And that affects the troops, obviously, and also their family members. And that's the part that makes everybody concerned about this war. And that's why you see people talking about the motive of the war, because they're feeling like, oh, we're going to lose troops for another country, namely Israel. So that's why we have a lot of people making these statements. And depending on what news you tap into, some of these stations, that's all they present. A lot of times, though, I can't even follow through or watch some of the media, even YouTubers, because they're just pushing a narrative that's not even true, not even balanced, and it's not helping people to look at life realistically and make smart decisions when it comes to your life, right? And also when it comes to your family, anything and everything that you love.
Iraq in 2003 with over 100,000 troops, not only on the U.S. side, but coalition troops driving to Baghdad. There is no way that small amount of troops could get that far inland into Iran or try to go to Tehran, because that's covering a huge amount of territory and vast distances, and you can't do that with that small amount of troops.
Meanwhile, Israel's defense minister says, quote, Israel's policy in Lebanon is clear. Where there is terror and missiles, there are no homes and no residents, and the IDF will control the security zone up to the litany. So what do you make of that?
You know, humans are quite interesting, right? All of us, we're just trying to live our best lives. You know, I don't really push a biblical narrative, but there is a narrative in the Bible when it involves Israel, and how when they were freed in the Bible, this is according to the Bible, from Egypt, you know, at one point they start saying, oh, we missed the waters and the watermelon and the leeks, you know. but the overriding phenomenon was you forgot you were slaves, you know? You want watermelons, but in order to get those watermelons, you have to return to slavery. It doesn't make sense, right? So today, I find it odd, and I think who made the comment? I think it was Stanley, that we live in the United States and we have people that actually root for other countries that we're at war with, you know? So it gets kind of difficult. I get that people are so frustrated with our country, but at some point we have to, keep in mind that we're also Americans too. And that's why the America First, it should resonate with many of us, although we don't view the America First as some do, where they actually try to shut out people that live in their own country, right? I never understand that.
So as we've seen since February 28th, that Hezbollah, despite being hit very hard by Israel in 2024 and 2025, has joined the fight to put pressure on Israel from the north. And Israel.
Okay, guys, Scott says mainstream media doesn't provide enough of the whole story to make an informed opinion. We're being misled. And see, that's the thing that I was just talking about with Joe Kent, right? Joe Kent, and I know I'm not trying to keep preaching the same message, but he came out, and I just can't get over the fact that he was the leader of counterterrorism. And he's come out to say that our government is lying to us and that we should not be fighting this war. And so then we get that coupled with a lot of mysteries, especially with what Scott just said. It makes it really hard for people to figure out how to move forward in life, because whether you believe it or not, this war is going to have a direct effect on us here in the United States. Many of you have already expressed the financial end of it. But here in New York, I mean, listen, we're going to the courthouse tomorrow to cover Nicolas Maduro. But now you have the whole element that's going on in the background with this war. You have to watch everywhere you go. The last time I was in court about a week ago, there was a big fire in the building. I came out, there's smoke everywhere. And, when you're in the courthouse, you can't bring in your cell phone. So I came out and I saw all of the hysteria. I'm like, oh my goodness, is this associated with some attack, So I'm trying to get my cell phone back on. But it just goes to show we're living in some peculiar times. And thank you, Scott, for that good explanation. Tyler says, I imagine you prefer. Okay. All right. Thank you for your comment. Okay. Eternal says, these young men didn't get to see what life was like for the Iraq vets that fight overseas and get cheated on back home, then get no respect from their peers is very sad. Okay, Eternal. I could tell that hit home. Okay, thank you, Lisa. Thank you. M. Gant says it's time for a two-state solution. I do not think Israel is down for a two-state solution, and I'm not sure if that's on the agenda of Donald Trump, especially with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff making those decisions or leading the way in the background.
Is spending a lot of military effort on attacking Hezbollah positions, but this through the air, but the potential for the IDF to be on the ground and push farther north into southern Lebanon to the Litani River, that would be a significant.
Stella says he knows people going to support Jesus. Yes, definitely in the Bible Belt. In those southern states, I've never seen such people with a mentality of supporting Jesus. So the president has really tapped into Christianity, and he's gotten a lot of support because Jesus has a lot of followers, especially in the United States of America and throughout the world. So I definitely get your point. Thank you.
Development that would take a lot of IDF troops to do that. And Israel and Hezbollah have fought each other on the ground from 1982 to 2006. And this might be actually something that Hezbollah wants to try to create, sort of the conditions where you get the IDF troops trying to occupy territory in Lebanon and then have that low-level insurgency for and that.
Okay, Ralph says, my friend is a pastor and he hates wars and everything about unaliving people. I can understand that. And typically, and I don't want to get too deeply into the Bible, but when you go to the Hebrew scriptures from Genesis to Malachi, that's where you find all these stipulations of war. In fact, if you go to the Israelites in the Bible, there's a lot of parameters set as to how they should conduct war. And if they were to go in and conquer people, like what you see today, it's actually laid out in the Hebrew scriptures of the Bible. You don't really get the part of the Bible that's talking about love and no more war really at the level that you get in the Gospels when Jesus came on the scene from Matthew to Revelation. That's where you start to hear different concepts of loving your neighbor and things of that sort. So uh, that's the part that a lot of people don't fully understand. Lisa says the heart option blocked several letters in my chat until the chat scrolls up. I don't know. That sounds like something in Stella's department. All right. Grumpy says, well, the God of Israel historically was a war god. That's what I was just saying. Thank you, Grumpy. And the God of Islam is a war god, and the God of peace was Jesus. Man, this is exactly what I just said. Grumpy and I are in alignment with the explanation. Thank you very much, Grumpy. You took the words right out of my mouth. Lisa says, I always thought Jesus stood for love and acceptance, but okay. All right. I believe so. Look, Lisa, you're right on point, but quite different from the God of the Hebrew scriptures. James says Mel will be traveling to Egypt. Okay, shaky ground. I know I have to really rethink that trip. So we're working on that right now. Okay. Lisa says, no, Mel, I made a mistake. It's $7 a gallon for milk. Okay. All right. And James said he paid $6.96 yesterday. Was that for milk or was that for gas? Tell us about it, James. Thank you.
That's what the fighting would look like.
All right.
Okay, guys. So we've taken a look at this. Now we're going to switch gears a little bit. We still have, I didn't realize, I thought we were ending close to noon. That's why I was like 1 o'clock or 2, but we were right at 1 o'clock and I didn't even notice. I'm so busy trying to put the show together and everything else. But 2 o'clock should be here shortly. So we only have a little bit longer to hang in there. I want to show you guys what's happening in regards to Nancy Guthrie. Her daughter, Savannah Guthrie, speaks out. So let's see what's happening. All of these things are happening while we're covering this trial.
But we're going to start with something that is very personal. It has now been 53 days since Nancy Guthrie was taken from her home in the middle of the night. And Hoda, yesterday, you got the chance to spend some time with her, girl. You sat down with Savannah.
Guys, could we take a moment to hit the like button, share, and subscribe to the channel? Also, could you turn on your notifications so you know every time we go live? It also helps the channel. Helps us get into the algorithm and stay into the algorithm. So thank you. So we can continue to bring you good points about some of these cases that are pretty tough to cover. But we're here to try to help everybody navigate and get the truth behind the matter, although we remain unbalanced or unbiased, I should say. We do try to bring you what's real, okay? So that we can stay balanced.
Her first interview since her mother's disappearance.
Yeah, Craig, Al, and Carson, as you can imagine, it was a really emotional conversation. We're going to have the whole thing for you tomorrow and Friday. But first, we did want to bring you one of the moments from the interview where Savannah shared a message to anybody who may have information about Nancy.
Someone needs to do the right thing. We are in agony.
Yeah.
We are in agony. It is unbearable. And to think of what she went through. I wake up every night, in the middle of the night, every night. And in the darkness.
My goodness, she looks like she's barely holding on. You can only imagine how she feels. I know, man, this is tough to bear.
I imagine her terror. And it is unthinkable. But those thoughts demand to be thought. Yeah. And I will not hide my face. But she needs to come home now.
Yes.
Oh, man.
I mean,
How are you?
It looks like she believes that it's a possibility that her mother is still alive and possibly can still come home. So we remain hopeful along with the family that perhaps a miracle, is what many are calling it, could happen in regards to this case. So we're going to keep you posted in regards to this case. James says, I still can't believe we don't have a suspect. That's a really good point, right? That's a really good point. Purple Groovy says, watching the world, good afternoon. Okay, thank you very much. Nice to have you here. Thank you. Let's get back to it.
I'm okay. I mean, there is a desperation and also a steeliness about Savannah. I mean, she's hoping that somebody, whoever this person is, will see something and say something. And as you'll see in the coming days, she talks about so many things. She talks about the investigation. She talks about her faith. And she talks about how she's getting through that.
You know, it's amazing to me. Sometimes before I try to go to sleep at night, I'll check out certain points about the case or see what people are saying. So last night, a rare night that I don't have a show, I was looking into this case, and it's shocking how many people are still pointing fingers at the family. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that this is associated with the family members in some way, family, friends, or close associate. Or put a 2 if you think it's involving a complete stranger. Let's see what you guys have to say in regards to this to get a pulse in regards to the Nancy Guthrie case. Okay, oh my goodness, the ones are rolling in. It's shocking because last night when I was looking, I was like, man, everybody thinks the family or someone in the family had something to do with this. And I'm like, man, this is pretty interesting to say the least. Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you guys for all the votes. I know I asked you guys to vote a lot, so let's see. Stanley says, expect the worst, hope for the best in this situation. I think that sums it up the best right there. Can't say anything more than that. That's amazing, Stanley.
That was one portion there, and in the next portion you'll see how she talks about how God's holding her hand. So there, and she also will describe what's been happening here. But I was sort of marveling that.
Okay, we're gonna see what she was marveling about. But James make a good point. James says, Mel, did you hear that it's confirmed that she never locked the back door? I heard that too. So, you know, the problem with this case is every time we come out with a point and we think, you know, a lot of times it comes from mainstream media and we think we can hang our hat on a situation. For instance, like earlier on, we heard that the back door was open. But then, you know, the sheriff would come back a couple weeks later and say, well, we never said that. And we don't know how the door was, you know, so it's real tricky in regards to this case, but we're just trying to navigate through it. So this is the second time that I'm hearing that the back door was actually left open. When I was boots on the ground out there in Tucson, Arizona, this came from a solid source, right? From law enforcement that I heard there was blood inside the door, similar to the blood that was outside the door. And now finally, and you guys remember I was reporting that while I was boots on the ground. Now we're starting to hear it officially. So some of those points that I was able to gather while I was there, now we're starting to get confirmation, right? So it's I'm trying to figure out what to believe and what not to believe in this particular case.
She was able to sit there with an outfit on, have a conversation, and also have just direct thoughts about what she sees going forward. So
gut-wrenching to watch somebody you love so much be still post 50 days of this tragic event in this tortured limbo state.
That's exactly where it is.
Yet to still show so much resilience and grace among it all.
Yeah, and she will. I mean, she.
Okay, Anderson makes a good comment. Let's see if I can find it here. Anderson says, I think they will find a connection to tomato paste. Okay. Sue me. All right. Okay. A lot of people feel the same way as you, but as the family, let's make it clear that the sheriff says the family has been cleared. And it seems, from what I'm seeing, a lot of people just don't believe that at all.
Explains to, and you'll hear tomorrow, it's like no one's stealing her joy.
Right.
So you'll see both sides of that. So
well,
we're
knowing
gonna,
that her faith is so strong, that's got to be.
That's what sustained her out.
Carrying her through.
I mean, that's
But
it.
no closer to closure. It's been so long to see our friends still so tortured this far after this horrible event.
And her brother and sister, too.
Yeah.
But
Anderson says the sheriff can't clear them. That's a good point. But it's interesting that he came out and felt the need to do that and to say it out loud, right?
To her point, you know, our only hope right now is that someone who is watching, someone who is listening, does the right thing, picks up the phone.
I mean,
picks up the phone.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to hear a lot more from Savannah in her own words tomorrow and Friday right here on Today.
All right, so I'll definitely cover whenever she comes out with more statements. I'll have it here at Watching the World 777. But let's switch up a little bit. We're going to keep moving here to cover even more stories as we wait for 2 o'clock for court to be back in session. So let's take a look at what's happening in regards to Donald Trump and more troops.
Really all going to be judged at the end, looking backwards. And,
are we not already at the end? The president keeps saying we're at the end.
No, we're not at the end. I mean,
So you disagree
my
with Trump?
understanding of what he's saying is that they've devastated the military.
Okay, guys. Stella says the sheriff have too many inconsistencies for me to believe anything he says. Wow, many people feel that way. James says people still believe that Mexico is still in play. I just don't believe it. Okay. All right, good. And Grumpy says, I think it will end up being like they, okay, the brothers. Okay, very good. Let's get back to it.
And that's accurate. It's hard to imagine it isn't. But that doesn't mean it's over. I mean, this is a regime that suffering is a tactic, even for its own people. I will say what's different this time is that their leadership's been successfully targeted. And so they're not just contemplating other people's suffering. They're contemplating their own suffering for the first time. And we can't see from over here what that does to the calculation on that side. Nonetheless, they're human beings like everybody else. And that's going to factor into how this plays out here in the next few weeks.
I'm glad that we got Ken's very charitable interpretation of what Donald Trump is claiming on a daily basis, that we've won. But the reality is, what the president is saying is incongruent with what's happening on the ground, and that's the scary part here. There are two separate conversations that are happening when we're doing these debates. There's a conversation that you guys are having, which is just whatever the administration says on any given day. One day we've won, the next day there's negotiations, the next day we've won again. But there's the actual on-the-ground reality that we are mobilizing thousands of troops to the Middle East. We are asking for $200 billion for this war. And I don't know, what are we getting for this? 86-year-old Khamenei was replaced with his 30-year younger son, who's more radical, more extreme, is purging moderates. Can anyone tell me what we've gotten for this? Well, I think that one question I would posit here is to you, Scott, and this is what James Mattis had to say, okay? Mad Dog Mattis, right? Very well respected Marine Corps general, former Trump defense secretary. He says this: Iran right now, if we declared victory, they'd say they own the strait. You'd see attacks for every ship that goes through. We're in a tough spot. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't identify a lot of options. I know we've talked here, and I think one of the responses to what you just laid out is that the Iranians have funded bad actors across the region for many decades. Many presidents in both parties have talked about how bad this regime is. But Scott, the challenge is, okay, we've done this. We seem to have underestimated their capabilities with drones, their willingness to dig in, the ways that they've attacked their allies. And now Jim Mattis is saying he can't see a good way out. Can you?
Yeah, I mean, the way out, of course, is for an international coalition to secure the strait. And just in the news today is that the British Royal Navy is on its way. They've decided to engage. I think that's the clear future here, is after you decimate their military, take away their ability to make nuclear weapons, take away their ability to have a ballistic missile program, and defeat their willingness to be an exporter of terror, you have an international coalition that A, monitors these people, and B, secures the strait. And obviously, virtually every country in the world has an interest in the strait being open and secure, and that they don't have a navy or any capability at all to harass these ships going through. So I think that would be the hope. And I think what the president said is true. We have decimated their military capabilities. We've destroyed nearly all of their navy. We've destroyed nearly all of their navy. So one of the pieces here is to get the rest of the world engaged in the strait. I think they're on their way to doing that.
Do you think what's really interesting, though, is we know that it's not over because we don't even clearly understand why we are there in the first place. The mission was never really clear. The president said 9 months ago that he obliterated Iran's capabilities to obtain a nuclear weapon. Yet he's deploying thousands of additional troops to the region. It looks like to me, remember he started off saying we were on an excursion in the Middle East. Looks like to me we're in a war and preparing for a ground war with no clear way out. And so the president...
Okay, guys, so let's just test this really quick. We have 100 people here. If you think it's just an excursion, put a 1 in the chat. If you think it's a full war, put a 2. Let's see what everybody has to say in regards to this. Do you agree with her? Do you agree with what the president has to say, that this is just a brief excursion, but just trying to knock out Iran real quick and get back to business? Or number 2, you think this is a real war that's going to take time to figure out whether you win or lose? It's going to take time, and it might take a lot of time. So 1 or 2. 1 for excursion. That's the word the President Donald Trump said. 2 for full out war.
That says there's negotiations going on. Iran says that's not true. And so the American people, nor the troops on the ground, have a clue what the president's mission is, what the way out is. 13 people, U.S. soldiers, have already died. We need a clear mission.
Okay, respectfully, may I ask you a question? Do you believe that Iran has been the world's largest state sponsor of terror for the last nearly 5 decades?
The president is the one, Scott, who said 9 months ago that he obliterated any capability that they had. So what is the mission now?
I'm asking you. I would like to engage in a debate.
I think the president.
I'd like to ask you. We're having a debate, so I'm asking you a question. Do you believe Iran is a state supporter?
An explanation for why it's okay to send our sons and daughters.
Yelling is not an answer.
So most people feel like this is a war that's going to take a lot of time. So that could be troubling when you really think about it, especially with prices going up and the market's down. Looks like we may have to hunker down a lot longer than what's being projected or what we're hearing in the news, right? I think Stanley made a great comment, says Iran won't have it any other way for number 2, and that is going to war. We're at war. Although many people are trying to frame it in different ways, we have to accept reality, and reality is pointing toward war. Stella says 2 more likes and we get to 100. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. The Son of Truth says, I agree, they are fighting themselves. Okay. All right, let's and also the Son of Truth says, drop the money mine and the war is over. Okay, thank you.
War into a war where 13 people have died. You're sending additional ones.
Because you're not.
Nobody's yelling right now.
Because you're not prepared for this debate. Let me tell you what the objectives are. Number 1, they are the world's largest state supporter and exporter of terrorism. Number 2, they have a ballistic missile program, which we found out this past weekend can reach most of Europe. Number 3, they lie about their nuclear.
At the table?
They lied about their.
Europe at the table?
That discovery.
Why was
Europe
included?
They lie about their.
Why weren't our allies included?
I see now why you don't know the objectives, because you don't stop talking long enough to listen. Number 3, they have a navy. They have a navy that harasses ships.
In the beginning, in the discussion, in the strategic plan,
number 4,
in the
they enrich
operational
uranium
plan.
to 60%.
Why weren't they included?
Nobody else
All right,
does that.
hold on a second. We've known from the beginning that the Europeans were not included in this. I take your point. We've learned that they have additional capabilities.
Oh, guys, let's pay attention to what War for Your Mind says. Says this war is effectively defending Zionism. Israel is running the show on this, and that's a problem. And is a problem. That's what a lot of people feel. Thank you for your point. James says, what happened to the big, beautiful bill? Exactly. Okay. I knew something was off, though, when Elon Musk, that was his point of contention about the bill. It's almost like he said, I had enough and quit. I've always been intrigued by that moment. Anderson says, holy crap, I can't listen to over talking. Exactly.
Abilities, but also this president has struggled to tell a straight story to the American people about why it is, and his administration has, right? I mean, Marco Rubio was out with an explanation.
You, Scott, explain why he's
hold on. Marco Rubio was out and
there you go, Anderson. Back at it again, right?
and with initial explanation saying, well, we thought Israel was going to act, so we needed to do it. Okay, now we have the president today saying that he is having conversations with the Iranians and that they gave him a present and that this is part of why he's encouraged by the state of the negotiations. I would like to play that moment for you, and then we'll see if we can get our conversation a little bit more on the rails around that. Watch.
They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. It was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. It was oil and gas related, and it was a very nice thing they did. But what it showed me is that we're dealing with the right people.
So does anyone sitting here have any idea what he's talking about?
I'm sure Scott does. Please tell us what he's talking about.
Does anybody know what the gift was? Let's see. Does anyone know? Tell us in the chat.
None of us do, because none of us are in the room for these negotiations.
Doesn't
that are
seem like Trump is either.
You're not.
Trump isn't either.
You're not. And obviously they're talking.
I didn't say I didn't say that I do.
I want to hop in.
Please explain.
None of us are going to be. Now, we will react to it when the news breaks. But to me, if you exit this with an Iran that has a defanged as it relates to missiles, as it relates to an aggressive Navy, you take away their ability to make nuclear weapons, and you leave the remnant here unwilling to be a supporter of terrorism, that is an unequivocal win for the United States of America.
I want to show you the very careful wording Scott is using here. He's saying if that happens, which means that he disagrees with Trump's statement that it already has happened. I cannot believe you invoked an international coalition just 2 minutes ago when Trump already tried that. Trump announced 2 weeks ago he was gathering an international coalition of ships to escort countries to escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Guess what? No countries answered because he spent the past year threatening to invade Greenland. So now,
matter of fact, he said he didn't need them.
I mean, he said he didn't need them. I was going to get there. Then he comes all the way back around to saying, listen, I didn't break up with her. No, sorry, she didn't break up with me. I broke up with her. I didn't need them in the first place.
You almost had it.
I almost had it.
You screwed it.
I want to ask you,
screwed it up.
Do you agree with, yes or no, do you agree with Trump that this war is won?
I agree that we have devastated
Wait, no, do you
their
agree
military.
that we've won? He said we've won. Yes or no? It's not a hard question.
Well, I mean, if
He's
you
not
consider,
well,
if you
have we won or not?
If you consider a condition of winning destroying their military capabilities, their missile capabilities.
Anderson says, who's the 13-year-old on the panel? That's too funny. He does look young, though.
We haven't. Wait, if that's true, why can't the Strait of Hormuz be opened if their military is destroyed? Wait, I want to hear.
Hold on one second. Here is the big picture question I do have here, Scott, is if it is true that we have won, why are we sending the 82nd Airborne?
Thank you.
To be prepared for what happens next.
Why is the strait not open if we've won? If
so one of the elements of the discussion.
Okay, Live to Survive says France sent its aircraft carrier. Thank you very much for the answer.
Is presumably nuclear materials.
Yeah.
And even with bombing last June, nuclear materials don't go away for thousands of years, and that material can just be dug up and reused. So one of the, really, to me, the only reasonable basis to put our folks in Iran is to recover materials after an agreement has been achieved.
Would you support that, putting American boots on the ground to recover
after
nuclear
an agreement
material?
has been achieved to recover materials? Yes.
So not as combat troops. You're saying under some sort of
Would you support it, Scott?
Well, we cannot exit this, in my opinion, without being able to assure the world that they do not have enriched uranium to the point of and purpose of building a nuclear weapon.
And we have to go boots on the
period.
ground for
So that is what we have to exit.
Do you and Ken have a difference of opinion here? I mean, would you support using special operations force, potential paramilitary forces, or potentially regular troops to go get nuclear material if the Iranians didn't want us here, or are you wary of that as a choice?
Well, I'm wary of it, of course. Anytime you have people in harm's way, you have to be leery of it. But I guess I'm not, and none of us here are in a position to know what is the status of the conversations between us and who we're talking with in Iran. Also, what is Israel planning to do? Also, what are we hearing from our partners in the other Gulf states? I think there's a lot of variables that we're frankly not in a position to know enough to answer that question. But yes, of course, anytime American troops are in harm's way, you worry and you pray. And we have the greatest military in the world and we have the greatest troops in the world, but it would be quite dangerous. And hopefully...
Okay, Leon says, okay, this is an unalignment, self-unalignment mission. Okay, we have to put it that way for YouTube purposes. The Trump regime is on crack. Oh, my. Okay, all right, probably another inappropriate word, but it is what it is. We put it out there already. Okay, well, thank you for your comment. The Son of Truth says, when you rob humanity and play stupid games, you get stupid prizes. Okay, thank you. Scott says, Trump created chaos to keep us distracted from the Epstein files and got us in a deep trouble in Iran. Iran is doing significant damage to Israel and other Gulf states. Exactly. That's what we've been breaking down over this lunch hour. We're covering the case with Kelsey Fitzsimmons, and we should be back at 2 o'clock. I think we're probably going to wrap up early today from how the previous days have gone. This is day 3 of that particular trial. Grumpy says, when I listen to a lot of people, it doesn't scare me how many Americans would rather support our enemies, I guess, and then support their country. You don't have to agree with the war. You don't have to like the president. But remember, if war come to the mainland, you would be directly affected. Thank you very much for your comment, Grumpy. And War for Your Mind says, this ties directly to the files. You're talking about the Epstein files, that is. Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to keep moving here. We have roughly another 10 minutes before we'll be back in court session, probably finishing up the final long day of court. I think tomorrow will be brief and then deliberations, but let's see what else we can check out while we're waiting for the court to start back. Let's check out the churches in America.
Empty pews, silent bells, and closed doors. That could soon be a reality across the country. The National Council of Churches estimates that roughly 100,000 U.S. churches could close in the coming years, citing declining attendance, rising costs, and the aftermath of COVID-19 as contributing factors. I'm Brianna Dennehy reporting from First Baptist Church in Abilene, where Pastor Ray Miller is weighing in on a change that could permanently reshape the landscape of American faith.
While numerical projections may rise and fall, Ray Miller believes the church is entering a period of change.
Stats come and go.
Okay, so it appears the churches are on their way out, and we have to wonder why. But this is addressing that. Good comment, Anderson. Stella is the person that deals with the words we shouldn't be using. I have to learn those words myself too, but she's the point of contact for that.
We don't know how God's going to intervene and be involved. I do believe that church is going to be different in the next few years, but I also believe that church is always going to be right.
So tell us why the churches are projected to be closing down, some 100,000 in the United States. Let's see what everybody has to say in regards to this. Is it something that the church has brought on itself? What could this possibly mean?
Relevant and always going to be important to people's lives. Part of what's driving this is the aging out of some people within it. There's smaller attenders among millennials and Gen Z. But what churches need to do is get back to humble service, loving your neighbor, and having a deep fellowship with God and inviting people into that journey with God, into salvation and seeing the redemption of the world happen through Jesus Christ.
As churches nationwide face mounting pressures, the focus is shifting to how church leaders plan to adjust. K-Texas asked, what steps is First Baptist Church of Abilene taking now to safeguard its future?
We're always asking questions.
Okay, James says male churches are going virtual. Okay, that's a way of looking at it. Okay, thank you very much. Let's see. Lisa says, I don't know why churches are closing. All right. Tammy Pierce is back, says, war. Please explain it to me. I'm so stupid. Okay. Anderson says, oh boy, don't hate me, but church is not necessary. Okay. Thank you for your expression on that. Grumpy says, the Church of Man has pushed the younger generation away from God. Okay. And War for Your Mind says, church brought it on themselves, but also this is part of a longer, more broad thing. The people who run stuff are legit satanic. So your research, people, is deeper than this politics crap. All right. Thank you. We have a lot of different viewpoints on why the churches are closing.
Questions on how are we doing at reaching the next generation. Particularly for us, we have a huge community outreach that we invite people to participate in. So we want you to come serve alongside us. And as you serve alongside us, we believe that you'll meet the Savior.
Some local residents say the real question isn't whether churches will adapt, but whether people still want what they're...
You know, I've been hearing people say that attend church that on Sundays, oftentimes the church pews are empty and there's few people scattered about, not like what it used to be years ago. Is the age of information having a hold on the church and really causing people to change their mind? You know, what's really causing this? But 100,000 churches closing, that could be a big issue.
Preaching.
I'm with the church. I would leave too. I would shut down too. A lot of them would rather close down than to conform to giving up on what makes the church, and that's been the constant in the community. You know what I'm saying? You have to have a constant message, and the people just don't want that constant message.
Okay, Stanley says churches should preach the word of Jesus and stay out of politics. Okay, Lisa says for several reasons. Okay. And James says people also need human contact. You can do just about anything from home. You need to walk, etc., fresh air. Okay, good balanced view. Okay, Grumpy says, as long as you have world governments, war is in its give and take when you have a few people in charge of everything. Thank you very much.
I guess God is saying, okay, then we got to go somewhere else, because God doesn't go where he's not wanted.
Others point to hypocrisy, where the ideals embraced during worship are frequently at odds with everyday behavior.
Maybe God just got tired and he needs a break from all of us because we're just not listening anyway. We go and pretend to be something that we're not in church and then come back out and do whatever we want, and God's like, you know, you reap what you sow.
The coming years will reveal which churches survive and which become a part of history.
Wow, so a lot of churches are becoming part of history. You know, I think a big factor in this that we do well to look at is the child abuse that happens. And I think that has really put a damper on many churches because of some things that men have been doing. So that's a big factor here. But also we're in the information age, and the newer generation is not necessarily as spiritual minded or big into Christianity or some other religions as you would typically see in years that have gone by. Caprello says people need to bring free speech back. Okay. Grumpy says that war is necessary. Okay. Purple Groovy says sitting in a church doesn't make you a Christian no more than sitting in a garage can make you a car. That's a good one. Purple Groovy is so cool with those words. It's so amazing. You seem like a poet. War for Your Mind says there's a difference in Christendom and Christianity. These mainstream big churches have fallen from their intended message. Is that why they're saying 100,000 will be closing? And what's going to happen to all that real estate? That's a lot of churches that will be closing. And if James is correct, they might be, what's left of the church might be online. These are serious times, you know, it's something to think about. Lisa says, I know, James, easier said than done, but yes, okay. Brian Wilkins says people are realizing that the church is a fraudulent money grab. Oh, wow. That's how you feel about the church. It's just there for the money. Okay. All right. War for Your Mind says real talk to purple. Okay, we have Jeff back. Welcome back. He took his daughter to an appointment. Jeff says, did I miss anything exciting? I think that you missed the testimony of Kelsey. Her testimony was quite revealing for this case, but you could easily go back and check it out. It'll be here on Watching the World 777. Thank you, guys. Anderson says people don't put clothes on anymore. Are pajamas allowed in church? I think they like to use the term where Jesus says, well, they kind of paraphrase it, but they says, come as you are, right? You'll be accepted. So people take that literally, and they come and they show up to church looking or wearing whatever they feel is necessary. Okay, so we're going to keep moving, but that I figured that would get everybody stirred up. It seemed like most people were interested in this whole deal about how churches are going extinct, going out of business. Who would imagine such a thing would happen? Or we'd live long enough to see something like this materialize, okay? So let's see here. Let's check out something else in regards to OpenAI.
All right, we got some breaking news out of the business world. OpenAI saying it's shutting down its video generation platform, Sora. You see the post here on Sora's X account. Their message to people who used it: what you made with Sora mattered, and we know this news is disappointing. The AI videos, like the ones you see here, have generated some controversy. Critics saying they're a breeding ground for potential copyright infringement or about deep fakes. Brian Chung is joining us now with more on this. They just had this $1 billion deal with Disney. Yeah. They've actually talked about on the podcast. And now it sounds like they're ending their partnership and they're shutting down their doors.
Yeah.
What's going on?
And what was remarkable about that Disney partnership was that it was only in December.
Yeah.
Sora, as a video generating platform, again, the idea is that it's a text to video. You just kind of type in what you want, and then this AI creates that video for you. It was only over a year old. I think it was released to the public in December of 2024. And now you have OpenAI saying they're shutting this thing down. Now, the OpenAI company does say that they decided to discontinue Sora as they focus and compute demand grows. They say that they want to focus on things that are real world physical tasks. And then Disney, which is the other big aspect of this. As you point out, they had a $1 billion equity investment in OpenAI as a result of a partnership where they said, we are going.
Do you guys actually use a lot of the AI products and video generators, such as the one that's mentioned here? Have you ever used it before? I know sometimes when you go on Instagram or some of the other outlets, you see all sorts of strange and weird videos, humans partially connected with animals and everything else. It seems that at least this one will be closed by OpenAI, probably because of the lawsuits and issues that are connected with copyright infringement. So it's something to think about if you actually use this process. But these different video AI programs, they come in handy for, making video. Nowadays, you can make a video and compete with some of these big producers, right? Just by having access to these, which in most cases, they only allow you to make a video for 8 minutes, and then you have to make another one. They charge you for those 8-minute segments, and next thing you know, you spent a fortune trying to make a decent video.
To allow Disney characters on Sora, again, arguably the most, recognizable library of characters ever. Disney saying in response to this news that they appreciate the constructive collaboration and essentially that they respect the company's decision to close down that particular platform. We don't know what happens with that investment. They haven't responded to the questions about that. But again,
okay, guys, War for Your Mind says, I don't care for AI. It gives me a bad feeling. Okay, James says, Mel, my wife ordered from Amazon Fresh, and the veggies went in the garbage. Terrible taste, right? That is something to think about. That is something to think about. A lot of these things you actually get, it's not what you were expecting. Okay, Grumpy says, I'm learning how to use AI so I can start making more videos to grab people's attention. Okay, I think that's something a lot would like to do. Okay, Caprello says, That's why I practice fasting. 70% of people can't go 3 days without food and water. I'm preparing for it. Okay, you're preparing for the storm? Lisa says again, I can't imagine. Okay, thank you very much. Let's finish this out.
This is just kind of showing us how fast things are moving in the AI.
I just wonder if it's about profitability. And I only ask that because, you know, Sam Altman, he's got a lot of pressure on him, and they're trying to take OpenAI eventually public, right? Is this an indication that they felt as if maybe Sora was not as profitable for them, for their bottom line, as they thought it was going to be, hence why they're shutting those doors?
Yeah, different companies feel differently about this. So you have Google and Grok, now that OpenAI has essentially shuttered Sora as the only really remaining big players that have these video generators. Grok's is called Imagine, Google's is called VO, but I should point out Anthropic. That's the big one. A lot of people have been talking about Claude. Anthropic has chosen from the get-go to not do image or video generators. I should point out OpenAI says they're still going to do images, but different companies feel differently about what's the best strategy. I should point out there's also a legal liability aspect to it. Deep fake pornography is a big issue with these types of video generators, and it's just maybe unclear if OpenAI saw that as a potential liability here.
It's major, though, I have to say, really major.
Big
It's
deal.
surprising. Brian Chung, thank you.
Well, whether they like it or not, the ability to make these videos are there, and I think it's here to stay, right? So either way, I want to go through. There was a lot of comments that came in regards to the video about churches closing down. Some 100,000 churches are set to close. So I want to really go through while we're waiting on the court to start back up. So let's just go through it. War for Your Mind says, I'm willing to bet the government pounces on that real estate. So for all the real estate associated with these churches, he's saying the government is going to take advantage of the situation, right? Okay, thank you very much. Let's see here. We have Caprello says, people don't realize how controlled they are, but silencing people is the problem. Okay, thank you. War for Your Mind says, the mainstream churches are a big money grab. Okay. Grumpy says, faith is a spiritual enlightenment. You can find God anywhere. You just have to be quiet, your mind, and listen. Okay. Caprello says the churches is the problem. The people in the church are the problem. Okay. So the church isn't the problem, it's the people. Looks like the court is starting back up, guys. We covered a lot of ground, but it looks like we're going to be starting up any moment now. James says the rule number 1 is never to let anyone disrespect you. Okay. Thank you. All right. Okay. So it looks like, okay, War for Your Mind says, on the church subject, anyone that was raised listening to the Bible and hearing about end times knows what this is. The closure of churches is written. The outlawing of religion is written. Okay, so you think, or this is Bible prophecy according to what you're saying. Okay, guys, we're here today covering the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case, and it looks like we'll be back in court any moment now. Looks like there's some activity starting to develop. And in the interim, for our lunchtime, we were just going through various subjects that are heavy into the press so that we know what's happening out there as to navigate through life appropriately. And I thank you guys for all the support here at Watching the World 777. Okay. Grumpy says, many of the government buys up these old churches. They can make homeless shelters out of them. Oh, that's a interesting thought about that. Okay, thank you very much. So let's, it looks like they're back, but maybe not so yet. So, actually, let's see. Okay, yeah. All right. So we're going to give them a few more minutes to get set up for court. We're going to check out a different topic here and see what's happening in regards to LA.
On Fox 11 tonight, a dramatic early morning fraud crackdown. Federal agents and Los Angeles police swarming homes from LA to Sacramento, even Canada, to make arrests in a sophisticated mortgage fraud case. Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf and photojournalist Sam Dubin out before dawn with the FBI.
An early morning FBI fraud takedown across LA County. Fox 11, the only TV crew there, as federal agents and police storm a North Hollywood home, zeroing in on a man they say is tied to a sprawling mortgage fraud scheme.
It's a complex fraud scheme in which people are using private citizens' homes to leverage that to steal money.
Moments later, the suspect walks out barefoot and in pajamas, placed in handcuffs. Parked outside high-end cars, a Range Rover and Lexus.
Imagine a guy that looks like that is stealing your home through mortgage fraud. That's something, right?
The home itself appearing freshly remodeled. This image from Apple Maps compared to how it looked Thursday morning.
They live a very elaborate lifestyle based on the ill-gotten gains of this type of fraud.
This arrest related to about 10 others happening simultaneously across LA County and as far away as Florida and Canada.
This organized crime network has their minions, so to speak, on the lending side and the theft side of it.
Nobody likes to see somebody get a bunch of money for nothing, basically. People they paid off their mortgages on their homes. They should feel confident that, they still own those homes free of encumbrances.
According to charging documents, the suspects stole identities, often from elderly victims, then used those identities to access property records. From there, they convinced private lenders to hand over millions, falsely claiming those homes as collateral. Total losses around $17 million in fraudulent loans.
We're certainly focusing on fraud in all its forms, not just fraud against the government or, whether it's the state or the national government. But it's also, in this case, you have fraud against private citizens and, private lenders as well.
A years-long investigation now turning into a wave of arrest with potentially more on the way tied to fraud.
It is a priority for us.
These guys steal millions from people and don't even buy decent clothes. It's just so mind-boggling to me. Stanley says, I live in Cali. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Okay. War for Your Mind says stuff like this is going to cause another 2008 situation. That's so true. What happened in 2008 is still, people are still trying to recover from those moments. Okay. James says they all face 25 years. Okay. All right. That's a lot of time, but we know why that's so necessary. Caprello says, laughing out loud, I waited on Cedric Richmond, congressman in New Orleans, was a secretary of Biden. He told me in New Orleans, corruption is mandatory. Oh, my. You can only imagine what that's about. Okay, so we're checking out, seeing what's happening here. Looks like court is still not in session, but it could start any moment. We're going to try to check out one more story, see if we can get one more in before we go back into court with this particular case. So let's see if we can figure this out here. Oh, here we go. Court's back in.
Okay. All right. So I guess let's start with the view. Mr. Bradle, is the defense still seeking a view?
Your Honor, I don't believe we're going to seek a view, just a contingent on. I just wanted to submit to the court and I hope I say this right, it's an agreed chalk of the upstairs, and we put in pen just which room is which.
Okay.
And we were going to just submit that as a chalk, Your Honor.
Okay, so as a chalk, so.
And I believe it's agreed.
In other words, Jesus, man, I'm tongue-tied. Is what you're saying that I shouldn't take these measurements for the truth or something? What is?
Traditionally using a chalk, the witness can talk about it and refer to it, and the court has it for whatever Your Honor's weight you want to give it as a fact finder. And I think what we're saying is that we all trust the court to take it for what it is, which is and I'll tell you a little bit about what it is, Judge. It's an MLS listing, and on the bottom it says the statement on the bottom is part of the exhibit, and you can take it for what you will.
Okay, Commonwealth, what's your position on this?
That's fine. With caveat, it's a small writing at the bottom. If you can read it.
small writing. You're talking about these square footages?
No, I'm talking about at the bottom, there's text on the bottom of the bottom line. Not in the diagram itself, below.
Yeah, the floor plan created by?
Yes, yeah, you keep reading that.
Okay, I see. Measurements deemed highly reliable but not guaranteed. All right. So why don't we just strike that? And
no, I like that.
Oh, you like that?
And then it's convenient for you to exhibit. I have no problem with it. That's fine.
Okay, you like that. And I apologize. I'm losing steam. So I just all right. So you want to keep that in, we'll just mark it as a chalk. So why don't we do this? And you want the version that says baby's room, KF's room?
Yes, please.
Okay. Why don't we mark it for ID at least, and then I'll use it. But this is helpful. And I frankly, I think it's more helpful than a view because from my understanding from speaking to you folks at Sidebar, that room is going to look nothing like it did. The bedroom. So
we're gonna waive the view motion, Judge, and I appreciate all your consideration you gave it, and we're gonna rest.
Okay. So let Mr. H somewhere. All right. So Mr. Rain, that's Exhibit H is the floor plan chalk. And I'm gonna deem the motion for view withdrawn.
Yes.
And the defense rests. Does the Commonwealth seek to present any rebuttal evidence? Okay, so the Commonwealth rests. Let's talk about. All right, so I'll take care of that.
Judge, if I may, just for the record, I
Sure.
reviewed my motion for required finding. Otherwise, if we get into this conference, I'll probably forget later. So
Okay.
I'm just gonna leave it now. Waiving argument, thank you.
And I'm sorry, what was the last part?
No argument, just
Okay.
relying on the paper again.
All right, so the oral motion for required finding at the close of all the evidence is denied.
Thank you.
All right, let's talk about let's conduct a charge conference, I guess. And I disseminated some proposed law related to the elements of assault by means of a dangerous weapon. And it's been marked as Exhibit C. If you folks had an opportunity to take a look at that. All right, so let's start with the Commonwealth. Any additions, subtractions, objections, et cetera, modifications?
No, not really. I just want, and I'm sure that Your Honor is aware, it's just, I don't necessarily see it in writing that an assault can be committed in either of two ways. I just want it to be clear that the Commonwealth need only prove one of the theories of assault.
Yeah, so
I'm sure Your Honor is aware.
I am, but your point is well taken. So what I tried to do is I tried to take my jury instruction and make it more applicable to here. But yes, I think we all agree that under the two different theories, the SJC actually said not to use the term theory. There are two different types of assaults. It can be either or. Surprisingly, I didn't realize that that wouldn't need to be unanimous by the jury. Okay, so other than that, that's duly noted. Defense, your view of the law of the case?
We're fine with this, Your Honor, and I do acknowledge that it's two theories and it can be proven either way.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
All right, that's great. So let's talk about tomorrow. Let's talk about closing arguments. So we'll reconvene in the morning and 30 minutes each side for closings. You think that should suffice? Okay.
Yes, fine.
All right, and I'm not going to have like a buzzer or you're not going to like a trap door. You're not going to fall through and end up in the basement somewhere. But I'll diplomatically and gently warn you when you're getting close. All right. All right. So while we're talking about closings, I want there to be some ground rules. And the main ground rule that I have for this trial is that there should be no gratuitous character assassination, okay, by anyone, either side. It's not helpful. This is a straightforward case. Did the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed an assault with a dangerous weapon? The stuff that happened before and after, even, not to be cold, callous, and uncaring, are not before me. And it's just not helpful to have either side throw in gratuitous comments about someone's character. Obviously, you'll argue credibility, believability, and but I expect you to stay within the bounds of what would be expected at any trial. After the closings, you'll just we'll stay on the record, and you folks will just note your contentment with the exhibits. I think, is there 100 of them?
98.
98, okay. So 98 the 98 exhibits will come up along with, you'll send up as well, Mr. Bruin, Exhibit C, which is the law, and Exhibit, I've already, H, which is the floor plan. So they'll be just like in a jury trial. After you folks have noted your contentment, our court officer will bring it up to me, them up to me. I will deliberate. I have no idea how long or short of a period of time that it will take me. What my plan would be is, so let's say that I begin deliberations at 10:30. What I likely would tell you at that point is, let's plan on reconvening at 2 tomorrow afternoon, and then I will let Mr. Ruane know if that target is going to be successful or not. I obviously am going to take as much time as I need to reach a verdict. So it may be Friday morning or something. So you folks should make yourselves available. As I said, I intend to announce my verdict here in open court and give some explanation as to why I reached the verdict that I reached. Okay. Anything else? Just see if there's anything else in
No.
defense.
What time did you want to reconvene in the morning?
I'd like to start at 9, and yeah. Is that doable for everyone? Okay. Oh, and I also meant to, this may be obvious, but so the sequestration order is done now, is vacated. Okay, so folks that were subject to the sequestration order are no longer subject to it, can come in and watch the closings, or et cetera. All right. All right. Thank you. We'll stand in recess.
All right. Tomorrow, 9 a.m.
All right, so there you have it. So what do you guys think in regards to this case? We've covered about 3 days of it. Looks like we've come down to the end, but so many questions remains in regards to that case and the way it closed out, right? That was quite different. We see here from James, who is the attorney we have here on deck. He says no rebuttal, closing arguments, right? Also, James says, charge conference details, what charges you would submit. Okay. And then James says, I'm surprised no motion for direct verdict of acquittal. Okay. Thank you very much for that, James. We'll need your explanation on all of that going forward. So it looks like tomorrow we'll be in court for Nicolas Maduro. I don't think anything pressing is going to be happening with this case. More than likely, I'll be able to catch it tomorrow afternoon after Nicolas Maduro is in court at 11 a.m. Okay, we see here, James says he already has his mind made up. What do you think, James? Tell us all about it. James says, I can hear it in his voice, guilty. Wow. Okay, all right, very good. Anderson says she agrees. Okay. Anderson agrees with it. Jessica says, how can we watch tomorrow if you will be in another court? Well, tomorrow morning, they're going to do the tour. If I'm not mistaken, it'll be at 2 p.m. So by then, I'll be streaming when he comes through, I guess, with the update. So let's see. We have Denise says guilty also. All right. Before we check out of here, we're going to go back and check out one or two other videos that we had prepared. Okay. All right. Lisa, thank you very much. Okay. Very good. So we're going to go back and check out a few things before we check out. I'm going to confirm those times and should be up for a live stream afterward. So we'll figure this out. Let's get back to it here. I wanted to cover in regards to Donald Trump in this particular matter here.
All right, newly released records from special counsel Jack.
And before we get started, Stanley disagrees. Okay. Tell us why you disagree, Stanley. Thank you.
Jack Smith's investigation into Donald Trump suggests prosecutors believed they had identified a possible reason for why the president kept troves of classified documents at his Mar-a-Lago club after leaving.
You guys remember this when the president took heat for having classified documents at Mar-a-Lago? So this is an update from that.
Office. In a progress memo review.
Love you too, Anderson. Thank you very much. And you believe it's going to be a not guilty. So we have, it's amazing. All of us watched it together, but everybody comes to their own conclusion. So we're split down the middle. Well, it seemed like more think she's going to be found guilty, but we have some that think not guilty.
By MS Now, investigators write, quote, Trump possessed classified documents pertinent to his business interests, establishing a motive for retaining them, adding we must have those documents. Let's bring in the co-author of that piece, MS Now senior investigative reporter Carol Leonnig. Carol, what more can you tell us about this motive that is being uncovered here?
Well, you know, one of the biggest mysteries, Mika, I mean, for most of us serious fact-based journalists was like, what is the reason Donald Trump engaged in something that was so incredibly risky and put him at huge criminal exposure, taking hundreds and hundreds of pages of classified documents, some of them so top secret, so restricted that only the president could authorize people to review them. Why did he take these things from the White House in January 2021 as he left office and Biden assumed control of the presidency? And now we know from this January 20.
Okay, guys, Stanley says, I don't think it meets the full preponderance of guilty on charges. Okay. And James says he had boxes in the kitchen. Okay. Thank you. David says, can't prosecute sitting president. Great point.
2023 memo that appears to have been accidentally released by the Department of Justice under Donald Trump. Now we know this memo shows Jack Smith's team was working with the FBI, reviewing this as a possible motive and finding that he, Donald Trump, kept all these documents that pertained to his global business interests. Now, I wish I could tell you, Mika, I really do, and Joe, that I know which business interests those documents sort of shed some light on or helped Donald Trump. But, you know, we've known for a long time that Donald Trump is laser focused on his business, said he basically separated himself from it in his first presidency, but never really did. And now we have evidence that Jack Smith believed this was a very possible motive for Donald Trump in putting himself in the crosshairs of a criminal prosecution.
And, you know, Carol, the other thing these documents remind us of is just how extensive and serious the smuggling of these documents to Mar-a-Lago was. Congressman Raskin writing this letter to the Attorney General that some of these documents are so sensitive, only 6 people in the United States government had access to them. And the idea that since then this story has been an attempt, anyway, to be whitewashed by President Trump and his administration, saying that there was an FBI raid, well, the FBI executing a legal search warrant after months and months and months of the National Archives asking politely to have these classified documents back. It just shines another light on how serious this story is.
Totally will. And, you know, another wrinkle to that I'll emphasize, the FBI.
Okay, guys, Leslie says all the leftists want to do is find the least little bit of on President Trump out of office, not acknowledging their own sins or Trump's amazing presidential achievements. Lame. Okay, thank you.
They postponed and resisted and waited on that raid, that court-approved search, unannounced search of Mar-a-Lago in August of 2022. They waited for months and did not want to do this search because they felt that it was going to come back and bite them, that searching a former president's home was going to have bad optics, quote unquote, according to some of the FBI supervisors. But they were ultimately pressed by the FBI director, Chris Wray, and the deputies because they had a witness inside Trump's Mar-a-Lago office who had pictures of multiple boxes of records. So they knew that they knew very certainly that Trump had not complied with a federal subpoena to return those classified records. Again, raising the question, why in the world would Donald Trump both take and then lie about having these records? Now we know, at least, that Jack Smith thought a business interest was at the heart of this.
All right, the new reporting is online at ms.now. MS Now, senior investigative reporter Carol Leonnig, thank you so much for coming on.
Okay, so tell us what you think in regards to this story. We're going to keep moving. We have a few more points before we close out for today. I want to thank everybody for being here today. We covered a lot of ground, and I really do appreciate you guys and your support. Let's get back to Donald Trump again with the panel discussing why is he sending troops out if the war is won.
Really all going to be judged at the end, looking backwards. And,
are we not already at the end? The president keeps saying we're at the end.
No, we're not.
I think we covered that one. Let's see here. Let's try a different one. All right, we covered that one. All right, I'm going to cover this here. Let's see if we covered this one.
To this.
Sure.
We believe that the situation should have transitioned to a political and diplomatic settlement as early as yesterday. This is the only thing that can effectively contribute to diffusing the catastrophically tense situation that has now developed in the region.
That's a top spokesman for Russia's President Vladimir Putin, urging Iran to end hostilities immediately, move toward a diplomatic resolution. U.S.-Iran direct talks may take place in Islamabad this week. Saudi Arabia and UAE may join the fight against Iran. Joining us now, U.S. Army veteran, retired Lieutenant Colonel James Carafano. Colonel, it's great to see you. What's your reaction to Russia telling Iran to end the hostilities? They don't want their oil supply at risk. Ukraine just bombed one of Russia's biggest Baltic oil export terminals.
Right. So let's look at this because we don't know. But why would the Russians want this? Iran is one of the few staunch allies that the Russians have left. We know that they supply them drones and other things. So, just geographically, strategically, they're a key ally. The probable answer here, the logical answer is that the Russians are afraid that the Iranian regime's going to collapse, and that they would be sitting way back in the 1950s with an American ally, a massive, huge American ally, sitting on their doorstep astride the Caucasus in Central Asia. That's a terrifying thought. Literally, the only outlet in the world left would be Russia. I mean, that's a nightmare. So I think the Russians are afraid if the Iranians don't stop, they're not going to be there for them.
Wild stuff. I mean, that's an interesting take on that, Colonel. Now, the Pentagon is weighing a possible deployment of a combat brigade from the Army's 82nd Airborne Division. This is as Iran is basically still doing strikes on Israel. That's firing up. Let's take a listen to President Trump today saying Iran is giving the U.S. a big gift. This could be linked to the U.S. possibly controlling the flow of oil in the Strait of Hormuz. Watch this.
Why bother talking to them?
Because they're going to make a deal. They're going to make a deal. They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. And it was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it, so that meant one thing to me: we're dealing with the right people.
Is that nuclear related?
No, it wasn't nuclear related. It was oil and gas related.
Related to the Strait of Hormuz and the flow of...
Yeah, it was related to the flow and to the strait, yeah, it was.
Are you negotiating on who's going to control the strait from now on?
No, we'll have control of anything we want.
Wow, if that's true, then things will be looking up. Let's see what happens.
We'll have control of anything we want. That's the president. Do you think the U.S. is going to have control of the Strait of Hormuz and oil shipping?
I felt like I was just watching a game show of 20 questions. I mean, look, it's...
All right. Purple Groovy says, who is us? They gave him a gift. All right.
It's, first of all, we have won. We have eliminated... The president has eliminated the nuclear threat, the missile threat. They've completely dismantled the surrogates. Everything that made Iran a threat to the United States is demolished. So we could stop today, and we have won.
Okay, Country Carpenter, good to see you, my friend. Says new global security.
I don't know what this deal looks like, but let's say he makes a deal with somebody and the deal falls apart. Well, that's just going to put, because the hardliners don't agree, that's just going to put a lot more stress on the regime, and the regime might even collapse. So, and if he does get the deal he says, well, then that's just kind of icing on top of the cake with a cherry, and then a present to you, and a gift to your IRA. I mean,
Got it.
I don't know, yeah.
Colonel James Carafano, thank you so much for joining us tonight. It's great to see you. Thank you for your service to America. We'll have you on back soon.
Yes, indeed. This is quite intriguing. I will do some more research tonight when we have our show at 8 p.m. I definitely will speak on this. I'll research it more. It's kind of encrypted, so we have to figure out what exactly does the president mean in regards to this. So stay tuned later on for that. I want to show you guys what happened in regards to Justin Timberlake.
Just for the stops, because you keep veering off to the left, and then you're not stopping at the stop signs.
Yeah, sorry about that.
You guys are aware of the singer Justin Timberlake, right? This is him being stopped for a DUI, DWI, depending on where you're at.
Is this your vehicle? Whose vehicle is it?
Yeah, it's just a rental.
It's a rental? Okay. Do you have any registration with it? Do you know if they can put it in the glove box?
Let me check.
How long are you renting it for?
Just for a couple of days.
What are you visiting?
Yeah, I'm on tour.
What are you doing?
I'm on a world tour.
A what?
A world tour.
Doing what?
Hard to explain. World tour. I'm Justin Timberlake.
What's your name?
Justin Timberlake.
You are Justin Timberlake?
Yeah.
Do you have a license with you?
Yeah, I do.
And then when we do this, just like you're doing right now, arms, feet together, arms by your side. You're doing it just now. I'm just going to re-explain it before we continue, okay? Arms by your side, feet together, and then you're going to keep your head straight and just keep your head straight. Only follow with your eyes, okay? Okay. You understand that?
All right. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So left foot on the line. Left foot on the line first. And then you're going to put your right foot in front of your left, stay just like that. Okay? You're going to be heel to toe, like this. Heel to toe. Up. Put your left foot on the line. Yep. You're going to have your right foot in front of your left, heel to toe.
Here.
Okay, so we're going to put our left foot on the line first. Put your right foot in front of your left, heel to toe. And you can stay just like that, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So it's going to be a series of 9 heel to toe steps. I will demonstrate this like you're doing right now, like this. 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 9, followed by a series of small steps around. 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 9 back. This is going to be heel to toe, so you're going to be clicking your heels as you're going, arms by your side. While you're doing this, you're going to look down at your toes.
Guys, I'm just following my friends back to my house. I'm not doing anything. I'm just following my friends back to my house.
Will you do these tests?
Sure. And then just walk. I'm sorry.
Ready? Ready?
I'm a little nervous.
Left, right foot in front. You're gonna look down. Ready? 1, 2, 3,
Got you.
4, like that.
So
Okay. Hang on. Let him tell you when to go. Let him tell you when to go. He's got to tell you when to start. Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Don't worry about it.
Sorry.
No, I want to make sure. We want to make sure you do this right.
Right foot in front of your left.
Is this my line?
Whichever imaginary line you make, that's the line you're going to walk.
1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000.
Remember, just continue. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Right. Gotcha. Sorry. 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 5, 1,000. You want me to keep going?
Yep. Yeah. Until I tell you to stop. Yep.
Okay. 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 5, 1,000.
All right. That's all good. All right.
By the way, these are like really hard tests.
So the way this device works, you just put your lips over it and you blow into it like you're blowing a balloon. No?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. At this point, based upon the observations, you're under the arrest for suspicion of driving while intoxicated. So what I would do, just turn around.
Guys, come on, man. Like, I'm just following my friends home.
All right. Just turn around for me, please. All right. I'll take you right on. 9-7 headquarters, 132, 192.
At this point,
I know my hair sucks here, but like I usually look good.
So at this point, he's coming with us. Okay.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
No, why?
He's being arrested for intoxicated.
Stop it.
DWI. Yes.
No way.
Yes.
Don't say it.
Yes. He's coming back with us. Okay. So you're okay to drive. Okay. I don't see any. Your eyes look perfectly fine. Your speech isn't slurred.
You're
arresting
Justin Timberlake right now?
Yeah.
Stop it.
Yes.
Why?
He was driving drunk.
Okay. All right. Just take a seat. Right now, he's under arrest.
Under arrest?
For driving while intoxicated.
Stop it. Justin Timberlake's under arrest. Can you help me, please? Can we do anything? Can you please stop it? I'll do anything.
No, it is what it is at this point, okay?
No, you can't, like, put him in jail.
He's going to be held for the night.
I can't take him home?
He's arraigned for the morning.
There has to be a moment of talking.
No. Not anymore.
Please help me!
Not anymore.
Hold on.
Okay.
So,
hold on.
This is the registration of the vehicle. Just make sure it stays with the vehicle, okay?
I have his phone.
Yeah.
Yep.
Can you guys please just do me a favor? Because you loved bye, bye, bye. Or like sexy back. Like, do me one favor. Let me ask him if he wants me to give him his phone.
Yeah.
This is insane.
So it's not going to be a long thing. I'll let you walk up real quick.
Please.
Okay, so my partner here, I don't know the details, obviously, I wasn't the one to stop you. My partner here observed you, some kind of traffic violation, started a traffic stop, believed you have impairment, did a series of routine tests on you, right? Field sobriety tests, okay? You performed poorly on those, okay? Based off of his observations, you are intoxicated.
Okay.
So you were under arrest for DWI, okay?
Okay.
Okay, awesome. All we're asking is if you understand what was just read to you.
Yeah, I hear you.
Perfect.
And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna reread this again. We're gonna go through the rest of it, but at this
No,
at
I
this
got
point,
you. I got you.
At this point, it asks for initials. If you don't want to initial, you're not required to. You can't be forced to. And then I will read the rest of it. Okay? Will you initial or no?
No.
Okay.
No.
I'll read the rest of it for
Twice. Like.
you. Now, do you consent or refuse to the chemical test?
No, I'm not doing a chemical test. Like, guys, I don't mean no harm. Like.
I understand. We believe you to be under the influence of alcohol.
Okay.
And operating a motor vehicle, right?
Okay, but I don't mean no harm.
I didn't say you did, right? Everyone makes a mistake or two in their life, right? You had too much to drink, you drove the car, right?
Okay.
It's whatever, you know. I'm not here to judge it. We got a job to do.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate your understanding.
By the way, I appreciate that you're doing that.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. What was the traffic violation I missed?
I observed you.
Just so I know for future reference.
I observed you failing to fully stop at the stop sign, and then
He needs a driver.
while you were driving, you failed to keep right on numerous occasions. So you're very.
Wait, start over? Sorry.
So
One more time?
You failed to stop at the stop sign, and then while you were operating the motor vehicle, you failed to keep right on your side of the roadway, and you continuously moved off and veered to the left of the roadway.
Okay, well, I was just following my friends.
Okay, yeah, I understand, but we are where we are right now, okay?
You boys treat me like I'm a criminal.
I don't want to say that because, I mean, you're being arrested, so for misdemeanor DWI, I don't like to culpable names, Mr. Timberlake, but we're just the situation that we're in, unfortunately, okay? I'm trying my best to treat you like anybody else, okay? I appreciate your cooperation.
Yeah, man.
Most people, a lot of people don't cooperate like this, so it goes a long way in my book. I appreciate it.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, happy to answer anything I can.
Is this the normal process?
Yeah, everything is pretty standard. Nothing of the ordinary. We do this for everyone that gets arrested for DWI. Is there anything specifically about it you are wondering, or just...
No. I just wondered, like you really cuff people up and like...
Yeah. I mean, you're in our custody. We have to make sure that people who we lock up here don't leave. You know, you can't just leave. We got to process you, everything like that. Your safety, our safety, things like that. It's just standard protocol.
Gotcha. I appreciate you boys for doing your job, man.
I appreciate that you understand that we got to do
I
our thing.
appreciate you boys for doing your job. I had one martini and I followed my fucking friends home. And I appreciate you boys for doing your job. Yeah.
Just look it over real quick before you sign.
White? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, man.
So you're being held for the night, and then in the morning is the arraignment. So in the morning, usually around 9:30.
Being held all night?
It might not be this one. You might be over at the other one, and they actually have blankets for you.
Yo, you guys are wild, man.
And again, like I said, you can make a phone call if you would like. The attorney and things like that, you're allowed to call right now if you wish, or you can call later.
Yeah, at any point you want to make a phone call, let us know.
Yeah.
Right.
You are entitled to have phone calls.
Wow, that is something else, right? Jeez Louise, that's crazy. Man, oh man. Poor Justin, huh? All right, guys. Well, I guess that's it for today. Thank you guys for tuning in today. We had quite a few people come through for this case. We covered a lot of territory with other stories as well. I want to thank you guys for all your participation, and we'll be back on tonight at 8 p.m. with law professor Candace Kelly. We'll be back on tonight at 8 p.m. So I look forward to seeing you guys that can make it out tonight. We're going to talk about a lot of these things from a high level, and it's great to have a law professor on deck tonight. So definitely, Stanley says, you commit the crime, you do the time. That's right. Grumpy says, great show, Mel. Thanks for the mods and all your hard work. Thank you. Purple Groovy says, that arrest could have easily been a blessing in disguise. Absolutely. I definitely get your point. Okay, Jeff says goodbye. Shout out to you, Jeff. Thank you for all you do. Yes, indeed. We'll have Candace on tonight. Be nice to have her. She is so polished and really good at what she does. And if you have any questions, send me an email and we'll ask Candace those questions that you would like to have answers for. We're going to talk about everything from the President of the United States to Epstein files to some other pressing matters that's happening within our nation and throughout the world. Thank you so much. It's been a long day. It's been a long 3 days. Keep in mind also that tomorrow I will be covering Nicolas Maduro, and I'll also tap back into this case that we've been covering with Kelsey Fitzsimmons. You know, in a way, my heart goes out to her because of the circumstances and all of her losses. It's a tough case. It's not just a case that you can just look at and say, oh, throw the book at her, you know? So we'll have to see, because we know the judge has the final say in this particular case. She didn't want a jury trial, so it's all in the hands of basically one man, and that's the judge. Thank you so much, guys. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. For those that can, we'll see you back tonight at 8 p.m. for a great show, getting the answers to some tough questions with a law professor, and she's really good at what she does. Thank you. I'll see you then. Until then, be well. Thank you.
Different voices, but the same song. Living a world where we all belong. Kindness leading the way, breaking the chains. In the symphony of love, the thing remains. Embracing diversity, brighter days in sight. Watching the world sharing love and light. Hearts beating as one in our peaceful flight. Colors of harmony, painting the night. United we stand in love's pure might. Watching the world sharing love and light. Hearts beating as one in our peaceful flight. The colors of harmony, painting the night. United we stand in love's pure might.